met with budget and told that was correct. We were not going to be getting the SAC rollover dollars. There were no rollover dollars going back to the school. We passed a motion that night in North Area. It was passed unanimously to return the rollover dollars back to the schools because that money was allocated for the schools, and there was never any direction given to the SAC committees that it had to be spent that year for none of the rollover dollars. No one knew that they would not be getting their rollover dollars if they weren't spent. The next morning, we got a call from the budget office that the rollover dollars were being returned to the schools, but they're still not returning the ACE, AP, and CAPE rollover funds. That money was allocated from the state for those programs. So we would just like to know how that money is being spent if it's not being given back to the schools, because that's specifically what it was allocated for. One of our previous motions was to place a nurse in every school in Broward schools. We have not heard any further discussion on that topic, but we have heard the desire and the need publicly around the district from parents. Future topics. Something we're doing in the North is asking our parents and community what they would like to see presented at the next meeting or what their biggest concerns are. Last month, we had a variety of concerns, but the one that consistently stuck out was the high level of testing in elementary schools. Kindergarten and early childhood parents were very concerned that their kids are not being allowed time to learn important developmental skills, fine motor skills, play, or just enjoy learning due to the anxiety and pressure of over-testing. There is concern that the testing windows are so short and come so quickly, which creates an immense amount of pressure for teachers and students, especially if they have to miss any school because they may not be learning what they are required to test on. Kindergarten students are struggling to use technology that they are required to take tests on. Specific concerns were raised around Performance Matters program. I received a text message, an email last night from a parent at Park Trails, and they have a group of parents that want to come to our next North Area meeting because they are concerned about Performance Matters. Transportation. There were transportation concerns, but one in particular, one in particular that I found very important to address was a parent whose child is on a bus from Coral Springs to Peters Elementary and Plantation with a stop along the way, which keeps elementary-aged children on the bus sometimes for over 2 hours. The bus is filled with children that are deaf and hard of hearing that are being denied an interpreter to communicate with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Central Area.
Good morning. The Central Area Chair is not able to be here today. She's dealing with a sick child, so I was asked to provide a report on their behalf. Their last meeting was on October 15th. They wanted to say thank you to Guy Barmoha from Secondary Learning, who provided a comprehensive and tailored presentation specific to Central. One of their major concerns is over-testing of young students. They say that, especially in kindergarten, there are a vast majority of students taking over 40 tests, most of which are district mandated. And similarly, there are groups of parents in the Central Region that are asking to go to Central Region meeting to just talk about testing. They also have concerns about the online platform for young students. They feel that these younger learners would benefit from having more direct interactions with the teacher and paper-based learning. Additionally, many teachers feel like they don't have time to teach because they're constantly testing. They don't feel that all of this is developmentally appropriate. It's stressful for students and teachers. And from a data perspective, they don't believe that it's truly accurate because when you have young learners that are navigating the technology, you might not get a true presentation of their actual understanding of the information. They did pass a motion on at their last meeting recommending that BCPS puts a school nurse on every single campus, and they also have concerns about Hazel Health. Their next meeting is on November 20th at 9:45 at Indian Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is South Area.
Good morning. Antoinette Bailey, South Area Chair. In the South, we are very concerned about redefining. Parents of middle schools, what is the district doing to market our schools? Charter schools and private schools are sending home pamphlets, but nothing is being done for their middle schools. K through 12 does not offer a gym for the older kids, and they don't feel appreciated that they're being forced to attend the AC school. Majority have voted to leave Broward County School and attend a charter or a private school. Why choose to close at A school and keep a C school? A lot of parents are very concerned about that. Lastly, parents are not in support of the K through 12 younger and older students sharing the same campus. This raised concerns regarding bullying, limited playground space, and age-appropriate learning and behavior expectations. A lot of parents in the South, because Walter C. and Glades are gonna be closed, or they're not sure as yet, school choice is open and they don't know what to do with their kids. So in the South, they're going to the meetings because they want their voice to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is ESC Advisory.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, Advisory Chair. Our last meeting was October the 15th. We had about 50 odd people there, and we passed 2 motions. I was late submitting last Friday, so I'll read out both of our outstanding motions. Both relate to the Cameras in Classrooms program. Relating to Cameras in Classrooms program, we recommend that BCPS makes data available class by class to ensure that parent consents have come in on a public-facing portal. And the background to this is that more than 1,100 or more than 1,000 classrooms are eligible for the Cameras in ESC Classrooms program, but signed parent consent is required on behalf of each student in the classroom before a camera can be activated. Problems with communication or miscommunication, challenges accessing consent forms in focus, and suspicion or misunderstanding about the purpose and motivation of the program are factors that have contributed to a low rate of camera activations to date. This motion was brought to encourage BCPS to make its data transparent, providing parents better insight into what schools and classrooms have achieved in terms of consent forms coming back, and for those that have not, what proportion of consents remain outstanding. Staff shared that making per classroom data public could breach the confidentiality of individual students, but the motion does not seek to personally identify anybody. We're just asking for numbers. Providing transparency over which classrooms have cameras and which don't can be beneficial on multiple levels. For example, identifying which schools are having challenges with a view to finding new methods of parent outreach, or for parents making school choice decisions, new parents seeking to enroll, and parents who have consented needing to stay updated, and so on. We made a second motion on October the 15th. Sorry, that last motion was from a previous meeting. And our motion was for BCPS to make available the paper parent consent form and place it on school websites, the BCPS website, and even make it available to ESC Advisory. Other than that, we have been busy. Our ACE Autism Committee chair made some site visits to 3 schools. She just told me which, with staff from the ESC department, Apollo Middle and Seminole Middle, to visit their VE program. This is a great program that fosters inclusion for students at the middle school level. It was piloted, and we didn't know that it was piloted, so we've been asking more about it. We got some good positive feedback that we look forward to hearing more about at our next meeting. Our Down Syndrome Committee joined with Gold Coast Down Syndrome organisation to hold their annual sponsored walk. I also went on a site visit, actually, with Nicole Morst from North Area to Broward Estates Elementary. Had a fascinating visit there. The work being done by the principal and staff there is amazing now in running the Head Start and Early Head Start, Early Learning Centre It's a great wraparound for the community, and I hope that can grow. But any of you who are looking for a site visit to make to lift your heart, go there. It was wonderful and especially fun meeting with a principal dressed as Minnie Mouse. We've identified some issues over time concerning contract schools. First of all, we found out that BCPS students who are placed in contract schools, last year we found that those at Bodwin in the pre-K weren't receiving BCPS emails and hadn't been for years. So that got fixed. It turns out the Cameras in Classrooms program won't apply to BCPS ESE students in contract schools. And then yesterday I identified an issue. I hope it's anecdotal, but I fear it might not be. Simone Hollingsworth is kindly on the case. But if a contract school suddenly loses their nurse, who's overseeing that the students are actually having their medical needs met? I'm delighted that finally, after a long delay, progress is being made with communicating with and liaising with South Florida Autism Charter School. I know some of you have been on visits, some have visits, and if any of you want to make a visit, I can make you an introduction. And finally, we had a great presentation at our last meeting by Richie Baum about progress monitoring that we'd asked for PM1 assessment data, and we got a great presentation. And I have to say, the work that's been done to lift scores is really encouraging. The data speaks for itself, and there's a lot to commend in what BCPS has achieved in raising scores for ESE students as well. There's still a long way to go, but it's great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, and actually visited Broward Estates yesterday, so I concur with your observation. Next is ESOL leadership.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, you skipped over the Diversity Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you over there. I apologize.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Go ahead.
So hello, my name is Erica Hansinger. I am speaking on behalf of Ms. Narnique Pierre. She is not here today, but I will come with the Miss Narnique Pierre energy, of course, as we always do. Okay. So, like I said, my name is Erica Hansinger. I'm represented Western High School. I teach there. I'm also part of the faculty council and a slew of other things that I do at the school lovingly. Okay. So, the Diversity Committee held its general monthly meeting on October 9th. During this meeting, we concluded that our vice chair elections identified the chairs for our subcommittees. A finalized list of subcommittee chairs will be submitted once all appointees have been confirmed. The committee remains focused on preparing the annual report and on supporting the district's commitment to diversity, equity, access, and the 9 conditions in their indicators. At that meeting, Dr. Washington and Ms. Keats presented discipline data to the committee. The information that was shared prompted a robust conversation about how discipline is being administered across the district. In order to gain further clarity, the committee requested that the Chief of Safety and Security, Mr. Michael Gregory, attend our monthly committee meeting this Thursday. His participation will help explain how discipline actions work when school resource officers, school security, and teachers are involved, so that the committee can make informed recommendations to the board. To date, the Diversity Committee has completed 3 site visits. We're working very hard. During these visits, we are observing facilities, academics, discipline, programs, resource availability, safety, and obviously security protocols. The committee remains committed to using the 9 conditions and their indicators as our guide, as we have always done. We are also reviewing last year's visits observations alongside this year's visits so that we can compare. It's important to do that. We believe this dual review will allow us to provide the board with tangible comparative findings in the annual report. Overall, the sites we visited were operating with the instructional calendar. Facilities were genuinely in adequate condition. However, we continue to see challenges all across with Maximo and the follow-through with some work orders. We are also seeing a decline in staffing across the board. In terms of custodial staffing and those important individuals that are there to beautify and keep our campuses clean and wonderful for our students. Okay? Some of the schools we are visiting are operating 2 schools on 1 campus, and in one case, a third program at a separate location, and that is Gulfstream Academy, all under a single funding source. And we need some answers. We need to know how this is equitable across the board. They are sourcing out Gulfstream Elementary as well as the middle school and a learning center. So we want to make sure that everybody on that campus and therever have the resources that they need and that they are spread equally and equitably, okay? The committee will address these issues in the annual report and will offer suggestions to the board to consider. The Diversity Committee also maintains a seat on the Boundary Committee. The Vice Chair will attend, our Vice Chair is Rashid Gray. He will attend that meeting in place of the Chair to ensure that diversity, equity, and access are represented in conversations about enrollment and school assignment. We are asking that each board member, please check with your appointees. Make sure that they are participating. Make sure that they are going through to those meetings. Make sure that they are coming and representing you all well, because if we don't see them, then we don't see you, okay? It is imperative that members attend monthly meetings and remain engaged. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. We are one Broward, okay? We have to understand that. The success of this committee is capped at the level of its least effective member. The committee extends an open invitation to the superintendent and to the other school board members, general counsel, and the chief of staff to attend any of our meetings. Please, we want you to come walk with us, come talk with us, see, hear, feel what we see. I'm a teacher. I have TDAs. I want to make sure that I go to every single one of those meetings. I'm on the front line. I'm not, I'm not a community member, just a community member or a parent, but I'm literally on the front line, okay? And we want to make sure that you guys see what we see so that we can have a collaborative effort, okay? And we are all looking forward to the showcase this year and make sure that we get that word out. Marketing is so important, not just in the district, but in our schools. If we can control our marketing, that would be great. I'm not done. I have to continue. Thank you. Appreciate it. May I, please? Thank you. Okay. So aside from the chair's report, the district's community roundtables around redefining have been very meaningful. I want to thank you all for that. That's been really great that the community is coming out. People are coming out, not only parents, but elders, alumni, and longtime residents who have helped build these school communities. They are speaking clearly about what they want for their children and what they will not accept, and that is their right. That is a strength. This is evidence that Broward is listening and that the community still believes its voice matters. I want to recognize, this is me, I want to recognize the schools that are modeling what Broward can be. Lanier James is a wonderful place for children that need that environment at that time in their lives. It is a wonderful place, and it gets a bad name if you have not walked into the hallways of Lanier James. Ms. Laurent is doing a wonderful job. I can feel the leadership, instructional focus, and there is pride in that school, and that school is clean. It is wonderful. They had 20 work orders. This is something that needs to be done across the district. That is a blueprint framework. We have to take that, and whatever bits and pieces of making that school work, it has to be spread across the district equally. And I don't see it from the South, Central, and North region, from facilities all the way down to, bus. It has to be all the way through. Okay, I'm sorry I'm taking up time, but I have to. The Diversity Committee is the eyes and ears of this district. All of the committees are. Broward County Schools is the heart of Broward County. The heart is still strong. Our students are showing up. Our teachers are working. Our principals are trying to make it all fit. That part is not, the part that is not working is some of the systems are supposed to support them, and they are not doing so at the level of our students that our students deserve. They deserve better. During my site visit, I spoke with Ms. Deborah Kern. It was good to see staff who takes pride in creating a structured place for students who need a different setting. It's working. What concerned me is the placement mix. You have children who are in classes with other children who have allegedly lower infractions, and then you have children who have higher infractions, whether it's in the district or outside of the district. Those need to be It's fine. I'm sorry. That needs to be addressed. We cannot house the same children who have different infractions in the same place. Jails don't work that way. We cannot work that way, okay? On a final note, I went to visit Coconut Creek High. I started out at Coconut Creek High. I love Coconut Creek. I was very disappointed to see that Coconut Creek High looks the same way that it did 10 years ago. I'm sorry. It is unacceptable. There should not be a smell coming from a school that is so noticeable that we have to leave the hallway, and students are made to stay in that environment. It is unacceptable that I have to come back 10 years later and still see the same classrooms look the same way. One of my committee members commented on, oh, they must be redoing the floors again. They were not. The floors are concrete. The walls are bare. Our children deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is ESOL leadership.
Good morning, school board members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luz Adriana Escobar, and I am truly honored to serve as the chair of the ESOL Leadership Council Steering Committee for the 2025-2026 school year. As you know, the ESOL Leadership Council exists to ensure that the voices of our immigrant and multilingual families are not only heard but valued. We serve as a bridge connecting family, school, and district leadership to provide culturally and linguistically responsive input that strengthens equity, engagement, and academic success for our ESOL students. Since our last report, we have continued to fulfill this important mission. As October 1st, 2025, Broward County Public School proudly serves 32,649 active English language learners, representing 196 countries and speaking 162 different languages. This school year, we have welcomed 3,130 new EL students into our district, each bringing unique stories, talents, and dreams. Our multilingual learners now make up 13.8% of the total student population, as a beautiful reflection of the diversity that makes Broward County so special. In September, we hosted our first ESOL Parent Leadership General Meeting of the year with over 260 attendees. Parents received essential information about our district, the ESOL program, and the many services available to their children. In partnership with the Children's Service Council, we also organized a community resources fair that equipped families with practical tools and strategies to support their children's success. Parents left feeling empowered, connected, and inspired, understanding how powerful their engagement is in shaping their children's futures. At the start of the school year, the International Welcome Center launched a new series of virtual workshops called Getting Ready For, designed to help parents prepare for the elementary, middle, and high school years. We held 6 sections with more than 450 participants. These workshops were so well received that they will be offered again from January through May, continuing to strengthen family readiness and confidence. The ESOL Parent Steering Committee continues to meet monthly. We have developed our annual calendar of meetings and are now planning to host a leadership training to welcome and prepare new parents leaders. As a volunteer, we proudly support the International Welcome Center, meeting in person of the center every other month and working side by side with the staff to ensure that all ESOL families receive the advocacy, information, and support they deserve. Looking ahead, our next general meeting on November 13, 2025, will connect families with the key Broward County Public School departments, include ECE, magnet program, school choice and reassignment, CTACE, adult education, Title I, and student services. As always, we ensure that information is accessible to everyone by providing live interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Portuguese, and closed captioning in additional languages. We are proud of the collaboration and progress we continue to see across the district. On behalf of the ISO Leadership Council, I thank you, gracias, merci, molto obrigado, for your time, your commitment, and your unwavering dedication of the success of our multilingual students and their families. Together, we are building a stronger, more inclusive Broward County public school. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Facilities Task Force.
Good morning, board members. Linda Ferrara, Vice Chair, Facilities Task Force. Kim unfortunately could not be here today. We just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Wanza for her presentation at our last meeting. Our meeting for this week has been canceled because evidently our liaison has been out and nobody picked up the slack about advertising our meeting. So I think we need to look at procedures that are in place that if a liaison is away for a period of time, that somebody else picks up that portion of it. We didn't realize that until we went through Civic Plus to determine that it was not advertised. So we see it as a problem. This is not the first time it's happened, so we'd like to make sure that something is put into place to correct this matter. And that's all I have. Thank you. I'm making up for time.
Well, thank you very much. Next is Human Relations Committee.
Good morning, Chair, School Board staff, Nancy Fry, Chair, Human Relations Committee. We had our last meeting on Wednesday, October 15th. There we learned we are up to now 66 schools that have human relations councils. That's middle school, high schools, and alternative high schools. So we're really glad to see that. We were at 67 last year, so hopefully if we can get a couple more on board, we can break last year's record. During that meeting, we approved a motion to see the Inclusive Schools Guide put in the 4 official languages of the district. We realized that the guide is only available in English, and there's a lot of crucial information that our families need that may not be able to understand the nuances of all of what's contained in that very large guide. So we requested that it be put into any official language for the school district, which right now I believe the 4 are English, Spanish, Portuguese, and Creole. So hopefully we will get to see that moving forward and to make sure that it's accessible for all of our families online. We also discussed more about how we're going to help our clubs at our schools gain sponsors if they're having trouble getting teacher sponsors for their clubs. And we're trying to look in some different methods of safely having other types of volunteers, such as SAC members or PTA members, serve in those roles, again, with the proper supervision, background checks, et cetera. So that's something we're looking into. Going through my notes, they're out of order. We also had our Teen Summit on 10/24. We brought in students from our human relations councils as well as some of our other pro-social organizations, peer counseling, Choose Peace, Not Violence, and a few other groups. They saw a presentation by the Students for Change Foundation. Then they went into breakouts by school to come up with a focus area for their particular clubs and organizations. And then it ended with a panel discussion by students to help them learn a little bit more about advocacy skills and how they can be more involved in their schools. One interesting thing that came up during one of the breakout sessions was they were looking at the results of the Florida Youth Substance Abuse Survey, and they did not believe the results, basically. So there were concerns about the fidelity of data when it came to that, and I think that's something that we need to consider when surveying our students in general, especially about sensitive topics, that not to just simply trust that data coming out the gate and figure out other ways that we can find ways to help our students without them necessarily having to disclose information that they may not be comfortable disclosing, but that adults in their lives probably should know about. And then I was really impressed with our students that led the panel discussion. I heard them say things like, watching school culture is not enough, you have to participate. And that speaks again to our students really wanting to be actively engaged in what's happening in their schools. They don't necessarily just want to be talked at, and they don't want to just passively give information about what they want to see change in their schools and have other people make those changes. They want to be actively involved in making the changes in their schools and making their schools a more positive place. They also had other suggestions about ways to improve their school, like having awards for kindness. Some schools talked about having lunch events to educate their peers. These are student-led education sessions, essentially, during lunch, where the other students can participate instead of just being talked at. And that, to me, that stood out because I know a lot of our schools have issues with lunchtime behavior, noise in the lunchroom, and that seemed like a really great thing that we might want to suggest to some of our other schools that are having lunch behavior issues as a way to mitigate that in a positive manner instead of doing the silent lunch and all of those other things that we always hear about. And the last thing I want to put forward is I've already emailed all the school board members about this, but we are looking into doing a Schools of HRC roundtable event where we want to have more of an opportunity to get our feedback specifically from our Human Relations Council students. While it was a lovely event we had on the 24th, it was not a great time for them to give feedback because it was shortened. Now that our field trip time has been shortened to just 3 hours, that's a lot of time to get information out to the students that we want them to have and have them give us information back. So we wanted to look into having a roundtable with our HRC students because, again, one of our goals this year is to teach them advocacy skills and really sharpen that so that they can be a tool for the district also and that they can advocate for themselves in their schools. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Good morning, Erin Gold, Chair. Our parent university team has been busy. Last month, we hosted a wonderful event on college applications where families learned valuable information to help guide them through this overwhelming process. A huge thank you to Dr. Lucretia Cooper, who did an absolutely fantastic job making the information accessible and engaging for families. Thank you to Kevin Williams and the Innovative Learning team for managing all of the production and technical components, and to our liaison, Nadia Clark, who ensured everything was in place to make the event a success. We are very excited about our partnership with our student advisors. As they mentioned, they're spearheading the student university component on college readiness. It has been wonderful working with Landon Jasir and our exceptional student task force member, Chloe Haygood. We plan to expand this student-led component to other relevant topics throughout the year. I'm really excited about that. We have additional parent university sessions planned for the coming months, including partnerships with secondary learning and student services, very much to what Cynthia was speaking to, really getting out the information about these incredible services that we have, so stay tuned. As part of our discussion this month, we spoke about the intersection of the choice window and the redefining process and the need for stronger overall communication, specifically around middle schools. We've heard this today as well. There was a shared concern that many families are not fully aware of all of the offerings that we have in our district for middle schools, and that really is a point where we see families consider leaving the system. We talked about a Palm Beach County resource that really does a good job marketing their choice programs, and we want to look at that on our task force to see if it might serve as inspiration. Something it did really well is showing kind of the full continuum of pathways from elementary to middle to high, so families can really understand how they build upon one another. We also discussed the ongoing redefining process. Members emphasized that while expanding innovative programming is valuable, we must also consider geographic access and facility readiness. It came up that many magnet programs in Broward are unique to a single area, creating transportation and equity challenges for families in other parts of the county. So the task force members came to consensus on exploring kind of replication of high demand programs to increase accessibility and ensuring that existing facilities designated for things like K-8 programs and magnet expansion are evaluated for quality and capacity before new initiatives that are the same thing are implemented. To ensure that the community input continues to guide this work, our task force is planning a Redefining Schools forum modeled after our secondary forum. We mentioned this last month. We will also include a survey to capture feedback. And we really just want to make sure we're reaching all the communities to be part of this process. Finally, we revisited the work of our nonprofit forum, which connected dozens of community organizations with schools and district staff. The task force is exploring ways to make this an ongoing initiative, ensuring that our nonprofit partners are meaningfully connected to the students, families, and schools that can benefit from their critical services. So we're talking about how we can sort of extend that work throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you, and I see the gifted advisory came in, so if you're ready.
Hello, Alan Bushkin, Gifted Advisory. We had our meeting last month. Due to a technical issue with some of the communication technology, we had a low turnout. That's been resolved. Our next meeting is going to be on the 10th of November, next Monday, 6:30 to 8:30, Plantation Middle. Our primary presentation is going to be on school choice, and we're going to pass our last round of bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will end with Technology Advisory Committee.
Good morning again. Linda Ferrara, Chair, Technology Advisory Committee. We had our meeting on October 13th. We discussed the co-pilot deployment, and at that time, 9,500 licenses were issued to employees with 6,200 approximately active users, which represented 64% adoption rate. The district is looking at a 75% adoption rate. Hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, the co-pilot will be deployed to middle and elementary schools, just pending the licensing allotment. And I know they were trying to move that up from December into middle of November. We spoke about AI access policy options with some of the programs that are being deployed, and the group came to an agreement that all AI products should be blocked, with allowing the teachers to open up those avenues that they find necessary for their class. We also discussed LineWise implementation, which replaces Land School at this point. It has been piloted in 3 schools. There include one of the concerns that was addressed at TAC was follow-up. Teachers have complained they have no ability to monitor student activity on their computers, since Land School evidently has been terminated, and LineWise, even though it was the agreement was signed in August, still has not been deployed to the schools. So we'll be following up with that on our TAC meeting on Monday. We went through the one-to-one laptop issuance, which they're hoping to have completed by right before winter break. A comprehensive manual was created for device issuance and refresh. The TAC committee will be reviewing that. One of the concerns we have is the opt-in required by parents. Concern was raised about lack of disclosure as to the price, as to what is being monitored or tracked on the computer. So therefore, we feel an open line of communication is important in this. If you're signing an opt-in and you're signing in to be responsible for something, you don't know what the price is. That's not fair to the parents. With the devices running between $360 to $575, we suggested that that be included on the opt-in form, and the new opt-in form will be sent out, so we will have a follow-up on that at our TAC meeting. And a suggestion was to offer insurance to parents, who can't afford to pay the $575 outright. If there's an insurance program that can be utilized for them, we encourage the district to look after that. There's a translation of all the documents to the top languages. Deployment I discussed. We did discuss the choice model, the school choice model in Focus SIS. We are requesting a visual walkthrough because you can't picture what's going on if you don't have the visual on it. So we're asking for a visual walkthrough. This replaces our legacy system with integrated focus module. General concerns that were raised were a need for better communication and transparency with TAC, importance of informing parents and students about device monitoring, desire for centralized catalog of district-approved tools, and request for visual walkthrough of the school choice. There's also a major concern was raised about communication within the district. And we've heard this time after time from each of our advisory committees and our parents that they're not getting the communication. So whether it's November or December, I'd like to reach out to the communications department to come in and let's discuss communications for the district so that we have a better understanding and better handle of how we can better communicate the information out there. And we heard it today that items were not being communicated properly. So I think we need to have a centralized standard program and procedure in place in order to inform parents better. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go to board member remarks or questions. So Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the comment about performance matters. There are...
Ms. Hicks, just sorry to interrupt. Are we, the task force on committee structure, are we also going to be added?
I'm sorry.
I apologize. Yeah.
They were supposed to add it to the thing. It was mixed up in the top there. I'm sorry. We have one more report, and that is the final report of the superintendent's task force committee. I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me.
It's okay. Good morning, everyone. Cynthia Dominique, Task Force Chair, and I'm here with our recording secretary, Erin Gohl, as well as some other members. I just want to extend a thank you for the opportunity to be able to work with an amazing group of people who really exemplified what it means to collaborate and put personal feelings and preferences aside and think about the greater good as well as how we move our district forward. So I want to extend a thank you to all of the task force members who worked tirelessly over the last 6-7 months, and we concluded our final meeting on October 30th and sunsetted on October 31st. Ms. Gohl will provide additional remarks.
Thank you. I want to begin this report with a reminder of where our task force began. At the heart of our work was a clear goal: to strengthen the engagement between our advisory committees and the school board they exist to advise. We set out to examine how these groups, composed of parents, educators, community leaders, and volunteers, could more effectively inform, support, and partner with the board to strengthen BCPS. I believe this board wholeheartedly supports the involvement of families and volunteers and values meaningful input from the broader community. The challenge before us is ensuring that as policies are developed and practices implemented, they truly reflect those values. As our task force did our work, the passion and purpose of our volunteers were unmistakable. Every committee chair who participated expressed the same hope: to be seen as a partner in this work and a meaningful contributor to our shared vision. We are entering a critical moment as a district. The redefining process with its difficult decisions will test our collective resolve. Often in conversations about the need for these hard decisions, the board talks about the number of students we have lost. But it is essential to remember that every student we lose also represents a parent who made the choice to leave the district. So re-engaging families must therefore be essential to our mission. That requires communication, transparency, and trust. Our task force found that when committees are well supported and meaningfully engaged, they become one of the most powerful tools we have for building trust and retaining families. The board has shown leadership in seeking to improve how it receives input on both student learning and district operations through our task force's work. That process can and should become more inclusive, transparent, and efficient. Yet the current policy 1070 proposal, which we were tasked with also evaluating, does not fully achieve that goal, and it risks replacing old frustrations with new ones. We ask that you keep several guiding principles in mind as you consider the red line today. The task force remains concerned about provisions that would eliminate the catalog of committee recommendations and require chairs to step down entirely from committees after 2 years of service, changes that would erode continuity and institutional knowledge. And I know you received an email of a one-pager, but to strengthen Policy 1070, we recommend preserving continuity of membership by allowing past chairs to remain as committee members, defining clear processes for a member removal, reinstating and modernizing the recommendation process, retaining current leadership term limits, updating supporting materials, streamlining bylaw approval, and increasing coordination between committee and district staff. I want to make sure to note that our task force really did take a systems-level approach to these recommendations, seeking to make the advisory process more effective for board members, staff, and committee members. When information is transparent and processes are consistent, every part of the system benefits. Above all, we urge district staff and the board to view committee input as an opportunity for understanding and growth. The most dynamic organizations are those that welcome scrutiny, listen with intention, and evolve in response to it. That is the culture we want to model here. As I close, I want to reiterate that our committees are not merely groups that pass motions. They are extensions of our community's conscience, spaces where parents and volunteers give their evenings, their expertise, and their voices to help this district thrive. They recognize an extraordinary reservoir of lived experiences and professional knowledge that brings tremendous value to our schools every single day. If we can strengthen the connections between committees, district leaders, and this board, we will make better decisions and build the trust to carry the district forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and perfect timing. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. A lot of great comments today. I want to thank you guys for taking so much time and energy to have your meetings and to come forward with such great recommendations. I just want to make a few comments and then maybe, if I could, Chair, just ask two questions. For those who are frustrated with performance matters, you're going to have to get into a line of people. You know, sometimes the district's assessment, it may actually be the best in breed software and still not be perfect. There are also other instances where we buy something in a haste. You know, we start a new certification program, we run to the market, we try and buy a program, it's clunky. But the feedback is received. People are making better decisions going forward. And I'm impressed with the data that we're gathering around software. We're not only finding duplicate software, or sometimes almost duplicate, and making hard business decisions about that, but we're looking hard at teachers, at students, at parents, at anybody that's using this software and trying to come up with a better set of things because it's such a big part of our curriculum. I'm curious, Chair, about the courtesy lunch. Somebody mentioned that courtesy lunch has gone back to the sandwich and, I think, non-fat milk or water. Is that in fact true?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. I'll start. I have Mrs. Paul add in. As of right now, it's my understanding that we're not giving them a courtesy lunch. We're still doing the charges of students, meaning if they don't have the money to pay for their lunch, they're still getting a hot lunch. But some strategies that we suggest, because we're getting a lot of charges right now and some of the balances are exceeding what's in each school's account. We do understand financial situations are changing every day with our families, especially with the federal shutdown. So we're sending out some information so our families know that you can apply to either receive free reduced lunch at any time. We want to make sure that that is available to them because situations changes episodically, meaning yesterday I was fine, today I'm not, and so that we want parents to understand that at any time that you can apply and that those applications are turned real quick and then their status can change. And we want, one of the other things that we're doing, we're having our guidance counselors, social workers that are working with the families and helping them to assist them and getting them the information. I think one of the advisory chairs just shared that parents aren't familiar, so that we're working with communications right now as we speak to continue to get that message out to all of our families that if you are charging lunch and your situation, financial situation has changed, please fill out this application because you may be entitled to getting a free lunch or a lunch at a reduced cost. Ms. Paul, if I miss anything, please add.
I believe you covered it all, Dr. Fulton. In addition, you know, we do serve breakfast to our students, but we are have a real deficit on charges as a result of us kind of trying to bridge the gap between CEP and the loss of it. And so our students are really, and parents are really creating a debt situation. And so we're going to send out, I heard of a suggestion from one of the committee members, and we are along the same lines of providing additional communication to the parents. We don't want it to negatively affect our students and being able to go on field trips and so forth. So we need to ramp up the communication. We'll be sending something out to our principals shortly so that we can make sure that the parents stay informed. And also we have reached out to cities to help us with this student debt. Some of the cities have really stepped up, and we thank them for that, but we definitely need more participation on that front. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And the reason I'm picking at that, I mean, it's an interesting issue all by itself. We have a much bigger issue, though. Like, kids don't learn when kids don't eat. And we have now watched an evisceration of SNAP benefits. We've watched the evisceration of Medicaid benefits to up to 14 million people in the United States. That is going to have an effect on people's disposable income and their ability to pay for lunch. And as a board, we need to think very hard about what our reaction is. We cannot boil the ocean. We cannot feed the world. But we might have the ability to feed students during the school day. And we need to think very, very hard about that. It's not a small amount of money. Ms. Thompson brought a great item earlier to, kind of help for a little bit of money. That may be off by a factor of 10 or 100 in terms of the real need. But our obligation is to educate students, and a student who hasn't eaten, a student who is hungry. I know the free lunch is there. And I know not most, but in some schools, most of everybody, and sometimes everybody qualifies for free lunch. But in the other parts of the world where there's a gap between kids not eating and getting a courtesy lunch that is insufficient in terms of nutrition, I don't think we're meeting our requirements as Broward County School Board. So I will continue to do some research on that and see what we can do in the near term. We just found out from the federal government yesterday they're going to pay half of a month in November and then stop. Yeah. That is subject to court ruling and things like that. I'm not going to get into the politics of it. I just want to make sure that our kids can learn. And it may be that we didn't really understand what the need was to feed them so that they can actually learn. And I don't want to lose an A-rated district because outside forces didn't continue to fund programs that they've funded forever. So workshops are designed to talk about things like that. It's a big, hairy issue. I'm going to keep talking about it till we find a solution. For those of you that want to talk about school budgets, it's a complicated thing. It isn't just a rollover issue. It isn't, an easy issue. It's wonderful that schools have their own budget. There are unique needs in every school. I will just point out to you that the budgeting system that ends up with a certain amount of money available for schools is all part of the big budget process. And we are in the middle of a budget crisis. And so to say something is unacceptable is fair. I think that's an honest appraisal of a lot of things, including some of our facilities. To say that we can do something about everything that's unacceptable is probably not true anymore. We ought to do our best, but we have to deal with the realities of what we're giving. On an ESOL issue, I thought maybe you would address this, but I just got back from the Council of Great City Schools meeting up in Philadelphia, where they took a poll of urban districts, just a speak out loud tour, and urban districts were somewhere near 80% of their enrollment decline was due to immigration enforcement. What you just described is we still have 32,600 students here in English language learner population, right? Is that less than last year?
Dr. Fulton. Oh. Yes, it's less. It's less than the last year.
Terrific. Is your anecdotal information suggest that immigration enforcement has had an impact on the number of students here that are in English language learner programs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And on blocking AI apps, there's just this huge mountain of good AI, and there's a whole bunch of AI that we don't know about yet. And then there's the big AI question, which is, is this machine going to replace humans, right? Which is way, way down the road, right? But there are extent in current software that we're already buying AI that's being added all the time. So for someone to say something is an AI program anymore is ridiculous. Every program is baked with AI, baked with advanced algorithms. You can't code anymore without AI helping you generate the code. It's just 1,000 times faster to do it that way than to do it the way I learned in college, which was 10 million years ago, so that's fine. But to think about the ethical application of good rules for AI implementation is very important to us. And to the extent that we can learn more about that from our technology committee, the better off that we'd be. It is a difficult issue because there's no like coding standard for ethics, but we need to create one for our kids because the federal government, again, has not helped us with social media. They refuse to provide any kind of liability to social media companies. And so they're free and clear to do whatever they want with absolutely zero liability, including allowing kids that are way below appropriate ages to use those devices, use those tools. We've got to find a way as AI becomes more and more commonplace to figure out for our kids kind of an ethical standard. And last thing, Chair, are we participating in the Florida Youth Survey? Is Broward County doing the Florida Youth Survey, or I'm sorry, I might have the name wrong. There's one survey we're not doing anymore. We've been told we cannot. What is that?
Dr. Fulton.
There we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
And are we not participating in that?
Dr. Washington.
Good morning. Jody Washington, Director, School Culture, Student Support. We do not participate in the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, but we do participate in the Florida Youth Survey.
Oh, terrific. So when we were talking about the survey, the Human Relations Committee, you were talking to one we do participate in, not the one we don't.
I believe so. It was that was the name of the survey that was on because they presented it to the kids in a PowerPoint presentation and then asked them their thoughts on it. And the overwhelming consensus was that doesn't look right. So, but it was I took down the name of it. It was the, Florida Youth Substance Abuse Survey.
Terrific. And that is the one, obviously, we do participate with.
The greater name of it is the Florida Youth Survey. There are substance abuse questions within there and also some mental health questions for high schoolers.
Terrific. And Dr. Washington, is that a survey that uses some techniques that we ought to be suspicious of their results, or are they using the same techniques as everybody else?
So it is done by a research company that is contracted by the state, and they do a random selection of about 20 schools, and within each school they do 10-ish classes. So it is a randomized small sample.
I'm with you, but other than the sample size being small, but in a big district like ours, 10% is not the end of the world. You said 10% of classrooms?
No, about 10 classrooms at each school that they select. There's about 20 schools and then about 10 classrooms per school, and it's public and charter.
Yeah, terrific. And that's something the board needs to know. Like when we get survey results, we don't often get like qualitative information around it. If it goes to 1 or 2% of our population, even if it's random, it's very hard to generalize from that, right? So that's just a good lesson for us, I think, is when we get survey results to kind of look a little bit harder at all of them, not just that one in particular, but all of them to make sure that there's a big enough sample. I would love it if the staff could help us whenever we get survey results, give us a little bit of quality information, because it would take us forever to, each of us to look up and try and deduce, whether or not this is like a gold standard, a silver standard, or less than silver. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs.
Chair?
I'm sorry, yes.
Just to address the ethical usage, we've started that discussion back in September. So yes, we were on it. There are some SOPs out there. I'm pulling those together so that we don't have to create the wheel again. I don't believe in creating the wheel. So that we're going to move forward with those, just to let you know.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Al-Haddad.
Thank you. I support the motion by the North Area Advisory. Their motion was we move that the district return the accountability funds and SIP rollover dollars that schools had left over from previous years to the schools it came from, and they be afforded 120 school days or until the end of the 2025-2026 school year, whichever is longer to spend those funds. So my question to Ms. Batista is in regards to Florida Statute 24.1215C. Are we allowed to limit the time frame that the SIP rollover funds are spent? And if we did limit those
that time frame, would we be in violation of state statute?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pursuant to that statute, if this is only as to the school recognition or school improvement funds, the lottery allocation. So as to those funds, they are made available by the legislature specifically for schools. And if there is leftover money, according to some reports that I have seen from the Auditor General, the monies should go back to the school and should not be commingled with other funds.
Mm-hmm. So should we be putting something in our policy in regards to speak to the time frame that the funds have to be spent?
Ms. Batista.
You don't have to put anything in the policy as to the time frame. The monies should stay with the school. I don't think there is a deadline for which the funds need to be spent. In other words, if they're not spent within a year.
Could you talk more into the mic? I can't hear you.
So if the funds are not spent within a year, the idea is that the funds should be then continue to be spent for the allocation that they were intended to be spent for.
At the school?
If yes, at the school, if that's the way that the monies were, sent from the legislature for a particular school. Or I don't know how that process happens from the from the legislature to the district, and then the district, I think, is the one that provides those funds to the different schools.
Okay, so Dr. Fulton, based on the motion from the North Area Advisory, does the board have to take any action?
So the board doesn't have to take action. The schools, the money was returned back to the schools, so it's sitting in their account. Schools are being encouraged to highly spend the money because it's meant to be spent on educational experiences for the kids, and any unspent money will roll over into the next fiscal year.
And Ms. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. When we made that motion, we weren't aware of that statute. We became aware following. We have been told that they will be given back the rollover funds every year. So I think we're past that. We are still concerned about the rollover ACE, AP, CAPE facilities. There were a whole host of rollover dollars that the schools weren't aware would not be returned, and they were just cut off at the knee. So we were concerned about the other rollover dollars as well. Thank you.
Dr. Fulton.
So most of those dollars went back. There's a few funding sources that we're looking at, and then we'll have some decisions moving forward. But what I will say that October 17th, we provided all of our schools with budget updates because we were aware that they wanted additional information so that they could be mindful of, if I have a deadline to spend something, then if I know the deadline, I'll have it spent by the deadline. So we have committed to making sure we keep the lines of communication open when it comes to budget, so we're providing them budget updates. So as far as the school accountability money, the school recognition funds, they do have that. And again, we will continue to communicate with principals that we are encouraging them to spend the money on the kids. But any money that's left over at the end of this fiscal year, it will carry over to next year. And then, the plan of what it was to spend on the kids needs to be executed as well.
So it will be carry over to their school budget?
Yeah, it stays in their school budget, and it will carry over to the next fiscal year, any unspent money.
In their budget, in the
Correct.
school budget?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. My next question is regards to the transaction fees.
Sure.
And if a parent decides to pay in cash, would they still be paying a transaction fee?
Dr. Fulton.
So that's no. Transaction fee is an online fee, and I think it's a convenience fee for credit cards. But if they come into the school, it's just if they want to pay $10, then they pay $10. There's no convenience fee added on top of that.
So I'm being told that parents who are paying cash are also being charged a transaction fee on top of that. So if that can be better communicated to the schools, because if that shouldn't be happening, then they shouldn't be charged that
It's
fee.
just a convenience fee, like sometimes when you're buying something online, it's an extra charge, but if you pay in cash, there's no additional charge to that.
Yep. Okay, it just needs to be communicated better because I don't think that's happening.
Thank you.
And then just the last thing, I appreciate everybody from the committee that came out to speak today. And, you know, as we're going through this redefining process, and it's so important that we build trust with the community. When the board makes decisions on things, that we keep with those decisions and move forward and work with the communities to collaborate with them and to build that trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dominique?
In regards to the funding lunch balances, some students, when they're coming in with cash, we're being told that they're being turned away and saying that they're not accepting the cash and that it has to be done online. So there needs to be consistency in what schools are accepting and the processes for food and nutrition, because right now parents are being told different things. And in addition to the school accountability, I just want to ensure that in addition to the recognition funds, other funds that are available to school advisory councils that require a vote for expenditure include any remaining balances from class wallet. It's the $300 that the state gives to every teacher, and whatever is not spent goes back to the school. I want to ensure that all of those funds are rolled over.
Dr. Fulton?
So two things. One, we will communicate because we was not aware that if a parent came in or a student came in to pay cash that they were being denied. So we will re-communicate that to make sure that kids have the opportunity to pay in cash to avoid the convenience fee. But the second thing, the class wallet, any unused funds, right now it's open for teachers. The state gives teachers $300 to buy classroom materials. So anything that they don't spend by May 1st is returned back into the schools, and it goes into the school accountability fund. And that is the fund that we were talking about that does carry over if it's not spent. And SAC is the governing body that determines how to spend that money.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the committee chairs for your input and feedback to us. I know there are a few recommendations here from the committees, the Diversity, Human Relations, and North Area. So as far as human relations, and I'll go to that recommendation, the Human Relations Committee recommends that the Inclusive School Guide be available to all parents of Broward County Public School students in the official school board languages by this school year. So, Dr. Fulton, how doable is this in making this available in the different official school board languages that we use? I'm not sure how many languages we have as official languages in Broward County schools. So, is this something that's doable, and what would be the challenges in getting this done?
Dr. Fulton?
It's doable. We're actually doing it right now. We're doing the translation. It's actually a thick document, so it's taken some time, but we are translating it into all of the official languages. So that's currently happening right now.
Got it. And is there a time frame for that?
I'll let Dr. Washington answer.
Good morning again. They didn't give me an exact date that it would be done due to the length of the document. It will take a little bit longer. Usually they get things turned around within like 10 days. But as soon as the committee made the recommendation, the very next day we submitted the documents to be translated. So I'm anticipating it hopefully before Thanksgiving.
Okay, great. So certainly by sometime during this school year, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. All right, so I'll move on to North Area. North Area had a couple of recommendations, so I'd like to ask some questions on the nurses. What are the challenges to have a dedicated nurse in every single school, regardless of student medical necessity?
Dr. Fulton?
So the challenge is only budgeting. We did an analysis on what will it cost to complete the gaps in terms of what schools that don't have a dedicated full-time nurse, that means they're every day. It would be about $3.5 million.
Okay, and can you explain, Dr. Fulton, the process of selecting schools that are currently receiving a full-time nurse?
So we do it based on data and also the needs of our students.
Okay, so so schools without nurses, how are those students' needs being met?
So I'll start. I'll let Mrs. Hollingsworth and the team fill in, but we do that in many different ways. Each school that don't have a dedicated nurse, we have on-site staff there that are trained to help with some day-to-day needs that students may come to the clinic with. We also have realigned the schedules of some of our nursing supervisors where they dedicate a full day at some of those schools. And then we've been working with some external partners that have been providing some in-kind services to help us where the need is greater. Ms. Hollingsworth, did I?
Well done, Dr. Fulton. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Fulton, if any of those schools initially that you determine may not need a full-time nurse based upon student data, what if during the school year one of those schools have students enrolled, one or two, with significant medical issues? What would be the process then? Would there be adjustments to have a nurse at that school, or how would that be handled?
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning, pardon me. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. Dr. Holness, what happens is as students enroll, if they have individual health care needs, we review those with the family with the release of the medical professional, and then a nurse would be provided if that was something that, as Dr. Fulton mentioned, that on-site staff could not do because it rose to the level of needing a nurse. So that's a very fluid situation. We sometimes have days or weeks where we have 2 nurses added. Sometimes we have students leave, so we're constantly fluctuating and providing that support where it's needed.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Fulton, I would highly encourage for the schools, and I'm moving over to the concern about rollover funds for schools, that there is something in place to encourage those schools to spend the money, because that's why they have it. It shouldn't be rolling over. I'm sure there are needs, and I used to be a member of the School Advisory Council for, actually I was a chair for a couple of them. So those funds should be spent. So what can we put in place to ensure that the schools that are not spending, that they're helped into how to spend?
Dr. Fulton.
So right now, we have not yet received the school recognition funds. Normally, it comes around late October, early November. So when that funding comes, we do a mass communication, and we can certainly re-communicate the importance of spending it down. I do know the SAC committee also governs that too, because every month at a meeting, they should be going over the budget and seeing, you know, the beginning and the ending balance from the last one. And then also we could monitor it at the district level, and to make sure that we nudge, if we need to nudge schools to say, hey, I notice your budget hasn't been moving, so please make sure that you spend the money on the students that are with us today.
Right, and it would be interesting to see if there's a trend that exists with specific schools that are actually not doing it, because I'm sure a majority of them are, but there may be a trend in certain schools that are not spending the money. So I hope we can identify those schools and help those principals to spend those funds. So regarding the diversity committee made a recommendation. The diversity committee is requesting that the district provide committee with arrest data by school, and that the district provide referral, suspension, expulsion data by school, and the data will need to have demographical data to include but not limited to race and so on. So Dr. Fulton, is there a concern providing this information to the diversity committee? It appears that this is relevant to what they do and the information that they determine is necessary to do their jobs better.
Dr. Fulton.
There isn't a concern. I know the request came to Dr. Washington's office, and providing that data is something that we're readily able to do. The only concern comes if there's because my understanding the request is to get it broken down by schools, and then broken down by demographic identifiers. So if there is a a sample of less than 10, then it will be difficult to give that, because once you have a small sample, then by sometimes process of elimination, you can probably identify who that kid is, and we don't want to do that. So if the sample is larger than 10, we can do that by school. But by district, as a general data, we can definitely provide that, and I think we have been, but we'll continue to do that for the diversity committee.
Okay, so Dr. Fulton, I believe I recall that this information was requested in the past. I'm not sure. It seems very familiar. So what is the time frame to which this can be provided to them based upon the constraints that you have to provide this information?
Dr. Washington?
Good morning again. The suspension, expulsion, discipline referral data is provided every year in the annual report. The new data request was the arrest data. That is data that has not been previously requested, and so that data will be provided to the committee.
Okay, so Dr. Washington, can you provide the committee with a time frame to which you can give them this information?
Yes, we'll get it to them this month.
Okay, great. So I have a few more, Madam Chair, and then I'll be done. In terms of the, I believe I heard a comment, it might have been from the diversity chair, I can't recall, regarding metal detectors. So I don't know if Chief Gregory or can answer this, but can you attribute a decline in vapor use to the use of metal detectors? Is there someone in?
Good morning, Michael Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer. I would be hesitant to say that the metal detectors caused the decline in vape incidents that were reported. However, we do notice a correlation between the two statistics. The implementation of the vape detectors correlate with the decline that we saw as opposed to an increase year to year. It correlates with a decline in the number of vaping incidents that were reported and in that next year after the metal detectors were installed. So I think we could go that far, and there is a strong correlation.
Okay, so Chief Gregory, would you be able to provide the board with any type of data to suggest that metal detector use in schools also result in a decline of vaping?
We could speak to, like I said, the correlation. I can't 100% say it was the cause. I don't have empirical evidence to say it caused it, but I can say there's a correlation there, and we could expect that to occur wherever we roll them out.
I understand, but I was wondering, and I'm not sure who this would be directed to, if your department could provide some research data, not just for Broward County, but in general, whether or not metal detectors result in a decline in vaping in schools.
We could look for that and respond back in a follow-up.
Okay, and lastly, Chief Gregory, what are the benefits and challenges to having metal detectors in Broward County middle schools?
There are a few, particularly the implementation of the metal detectors requires a staffing commitment to use them appropriately, be able to inspect the students going through the system, to be able to pull those aside that have an alert, and the other staff to keep the line moving, as well as an overseer to intervene if there's any questions of searches and the like, and or any student that did not want to cooperate, to have a supervisor on scene to be able to address those types of situations. So there's a staffing commitment, as well as obviously the equipment cost, which is this wouldn't be much different than it is at the high school level. So we know what that number looks like.
Okay, so Chief Gregory, do you see any benefit or to Broward County schools having metal detectors in middle schools? You did mention the challenges to doing so. What are the benefits, you would say, in having metal detectors in middle school?
They would be equivalent to those that we see in the high schools. It would be another layer of security in which we could identify weapons potentially and or other sort of firearms and the like that may be attempted to be brought into campus.
Okay, great. And Madam Chair, I'll just go on my last topic, which is testing. I did hear some concerns about testing anxiety, and Dr. Fulton, I believe in the past we've had discussions about testing anxiety. And part of this is attributed to, some may believe it's the amount of testing that we're doing, and some may attribute this to the content of the testing and so on and so forth. I think I'm more concerned as to students understanding why you're being tested. So I believe it's important that that is conveyed to students. For example, I've received conflicting reasons when someone is asked, or students are asked, or parents, the purpose of, say, PM1 testing in FAST. And some may not understand, and I have seen that myself, as to what is the reason for PM1 testing. And oftentimes we do comparatives with, say, PM1 last year and PM1 this year. And quite frankly, there is no meaningful comparison if you're comparing PM1 last year to PM1 this year, because PM1 is supposed to ascertain the knowledge of the kid at that grade level, starting at that grade level, to determine what kind of learning gaps exist, so that can be taught and monitored in PM2 and 3. So the question is do we convey to parents and to students the why in testing, as opposed to the concern about how many times we test, and what initiatives do we have in place to ease testing anxiety among our students by helping them to understand the why. And lastly, the purpose of testing really is not to create stress and to punish students. The purpose of testing is to determine what their knowledge base is, and as teachers is to make sure that they gather that knowledge base. That's our job. That's the role of the district. So how do we address the why and make sure students and parents understand?
Dr. Fulton.
I think, Dr. Holness, you did a good job with framing that. I mean, probably would have thought you were a teacher before. So I would say you're absolutely correct on all fronts. I think the purpose in stating, framing the why behind why we do things in schools, so students can have a understanding of, their role. But what I will tell you is that we use many different opportunities to communicate to parents and also to students. Sometimes we leave them out the equation. They need to understand the why. They need to, we call it, take ownership for their learning, because it is their learning. So most schools do it during open house, tend to give a frame of what the whole year is, the different PM progress points, which there are 3. Teachers also do it in their individual parent conferences when parents come in to have a conference. And when our students take any of the PM results, there are parent reports that are provided by the state as well that we actually provide for our parents too. I know schools may go above and beyond and do their own communication in addition to what we give from the state with the parental reports. And also when the data is available, it gives them a way to read it, like what does it mean? Because when you get PM1 data, you may be very afraid because it is data before instruction. It's just what did my child know before instruction started, because it happens within the first 2 weeks of school.
Correct.
And it also tests them on all of the standards that the students will be exposed to for the entire year. So more than likely, the student is always at a disadvantage because it hasn't been taught yet. Right. But it's just given a frame of what they know, because if kids come in knowing a lot of information, that guides us, because why teach them things they know? Let's accelerate them and moving them forward. So we need to continue to make sure testing is a big monster and it needs to be broken down. And we try to do that in many ways, but most importantly is making sure our students own their own learning, they understand the testing, and they understand the importance of doing well, because what we don't want is students to not take it important, and then because the results are important for us because it helps guide the next steps for our students. And also it has major implications for especially high school students, getting into college and things of that nature. So we will continue exploring other avenues that may have been untouched to make sure our parents understand the purpose of testing, but most importantly our students, and to do everything that we can to ease the anxiety. I think it's natural, but to ease it as much as we can.
Understand. So Dr. Fulton, what I'll say, and I guess this is the teacher part of me, at the beginning of the school year, and I've had those complaints on a reasonable level come to me as well, that the parents are very concerned when PM1 results come out and a student has a level 1 or a level 2, that this is significantly impactful to the student's self-esteem, self-worth, thinking that I'm starting off on a bad footage. So how do we, as a district, at the beginning of the school year, ensure that every single teacher understand that they can explain the why of PM1? So for one, students don't start out being deflated. Secondly, parents are not filled with anxiety that my student is starting out not doing well. Because the purpose of PM1, if they were to get a 5 on PM1, then might as well they go to the next grade level. So how do we convey what it is we're doing? Because we're not doing a good enough job of it, because I'm getting those concerns all the time from the students and from the parents. And unfortunately, it is consequential to the students, because once their motivation is diminished, that impacts everything they do for the rest of the school year. So how do we properly make sure there's an action plan in place at the beginning of the school year, that all of our teachers understand how to convey the right message to our students, that they start off and knowing that, okay, this is what I'm lacking, and I'm going to gather this information by the time I get to PM3.
Dr. Fulton.
So the communication means that we're doing, I think we need to continue those and perhaps add some more things. What I've seen some great practices at schools where it's known that PM1 is just informative. This is just to show what you come in knowing, what you have mastered. And then PM1 is used to goal set, and I think that's really the most important way to use PM1. So if I had a level 2, level 3, now I want to goal set, where do I want to be when PM2 comes? And then you use that data to monitor, did I meet my goals, did I not meet my goals? And then you benchmark it to where you want to go for level 3. So PM1 data, while it's not majorly important to make determinations, it's important to determine the course that we are taking and to set goals for learning for that particular year. That happens, the best way to make sure that it's translated for the students, it happens in the classroom level, with students setting goals. And in most of the classes when you go to, you can ask some of the students, what are your goals, or let me see your progress monitoring folder. They can open it and show you, this is where I was for PM1, and this is my goal for PM2. And then the other question that I always ask, tell me how you're going to get there, because I always like to know what your plan is. And oftentimes they can articulate an amazing plan on what they're going to do to own their learning, to be able to move their data coming forward.
Understand. So coming next school year in August, can this be, I know teachers come in a week before students, can that be an emphasis for teachers to be trained how to convey this to their students? And the goal setting is one technique to ease the anxiety for testing, so they don't start off thinking they're failing, or the parents don't start off thinking my child is not good enough, my child is not doing well. So can that be a part of the teacher pre-school in August before they start training, or that that we provide yearly?
It can be, and also it's a message that we communicate not just at the beginning of the year, but throughout the year on the usage of data. Data is just informing. It's not to make those kind of decisions where a student may feel like I'm not good enough. It's just informative. So we will continue to do that. I think perhaps the reset should always start at the beginning of the year, and then marking it on how we're going to go from that point forward. So your feedback is well taken, and thank you for sharing that.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you so much. And I'll just mention that it's important to all of our teachers and to all of our parents listening that for students, it's for us, we don't want any student to have testing anxiety. And I think the main way to assist with that is to ensure that our students and our parents understand the why and why we're testing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Really quickly, I concur with the human relations and the diversity motions, so I'm supportive of that. On the point, which I think came from Central DAC, more paper-based testing, and obviously problems with performance matters. More paper-based testing, especially in the elementary schools, as it actually pertains to performance matters, because performance matters for the younger kids. They can't scroll back and see what they're, as a reading teacher, you give kids the clues, and then that's in their toolbox, and that's what they learn to do. They can't do that if they have to keep scrolling, go back, read the question again, go back up to the top, go back and read the question. So we have to find some way to be able to correct this, because as you know, I know as a reading teacher, is that kids, the majority of them, if given more time or put in a paper-based testing, do better than when they're on the computers, especially in the younger grades. The FTF liaison being out, and they couldn't meet for that reason. So the fact that it was also not advertised, what can we put in policy or handle in procedure to avoid this in the future? Madam Chair, through you to Dr. Fulton.
But I'll tell you, when it was brought up, we're already working behind the scenes to correct that. So.
Okay, so when can we expect that?
It's
done.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good. Okay. The superintendent's task force report, I appreciate the hard work that everyone does, and I definitely appreciate the chairs of all these separate committees as well. Teacher input before purchases. When I was first a chair, I've been a chair, first a school board member, truly the committees, and I'm just going to say it, they were much more appreciated and utilized for their expertise. And why I mean by that, and there's a reason for very many of our committees, teacher input before purchases, and that's with our tech committee. It would make it a lot easier if the issues are kind of fixed when it goes to that committee and it's vetted through them. The same thing with diversity, ESE. We make a lot of our own problems with our committees by not giving them not only the opportunity and the time, but the respect that they need and should have. So I know we're going to talk about that later, but I just truly, it makes our jobs easier. I can tell you that. And I miss the connections that I have with all the committees. It's truly a shame that their voices have been diminished. And I hope that this board rectifies that situation. I think that was it on that. And once again, I appreciate all the work that you all put into everything and looking forward to the further conversation. So thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. With regards to the school lunch, I was really excited to see that we now have like an easy place to donate to student lunch debt relief on our website, like we asked for a few months ago. So I'm very excited about that. Can someone walk me through what happens with that money? So like I am a generous community member. I donate $500 through that website. Who decides like where that money goes? How does that money get to where it's going?
Dr. Fulton.
So I'm going to see if Wanda Paul, if you can address that.
Good morning, through the chair. So the money is donated, and if it's designated to a certain school, it'll go to that school. If it's not, then it will just go to where we have deficits across the district.
Okay, I mean, how is that? Because there's deficits across the district, right?
So it's managed through Ms. Mary Mulder in our food nutrition department. And so, as I said before, several cities have stepped up and have contributed, and that money stays within their city. But others, where we have deficits, the $500 has been, for each school, has been just basically used effectively. And so, similar to, how they manage the financial aspects of the department, they go and they try to erase the deficit at our schools, but that's, again, the debt is more than the money we have. And so we will continue, as I said previously, to reach out to parents to let them know that the students are carrying a deficit. But also, I think there was a question about if a student pays in cash, is there a convenience charge? There's not a convenience charge if they pay at the school and they don't go through My School Bucks. If they go through My School Bucks, that's where the convenience charge is implemented. So, Ms. Leonardi, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll ask for a follow-up. I'll send an email. Sure. I would really like to know, I guess, how much, because I'm looking at the website now. It says donation designation. It's obviously not required, nor should it be. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to know, like, how much money is sitting in that account, how frequently it's distributed, how it's decided where it's distributed. Like, I think having some transparency around that would be helpful.
Okay.
Just to ensure that, because as we heard today, as I continue to hear, there are schools that have needs. Mm-hmm. So just making sure that the money gets to the schools with needs.
We will definitely post additional information on the website to address those concerns. And, you know, a memo is coming out. I just have to review it and let Dr. Fulton review it. I just got off the phone with Ms. Mulder. And so we have been working on that for a while to make sure that we get it right and that we're keeping everyone informed. So we'll get that out shortly.
Thank you. And just, I mean, one idea would be also to have on this donation page to have like the overall debt for the district listed so that people understand, like, you know, if the overall debt is $10,000, someone could wipe that out if they are so able to do. So I just think we could, this is great. I'm glad we have this. I think we can always be improving. So I would really love to see that happen. And then I just want to reiterate something that has been brought up tonight, which is the concerns around testing and doing so electronically. I continue to hear from parents and from teachers that it is increasingly difficult to get accommodations for paper-based testing. And I mean, I think we heard Ms. Rupert talk about it. We heard several people talk about just and I know that some of this is out of our control, right? That a lot, like the fast testing has to be done online, and that we obviously have to prepare our students for doing the online testing. And whenever we can, I hope that we pursue paper-based testing for our students, because I do hear that it is very difficult for students, A, to just like navigate it online, but B, stay focused. And I heard repeatedly, especially from elementary school parents, that when their children are doing their work on the computer, their children are very easily distracted by other things on the computer. So I hope that those concerns can be addressed quickly.
If I might add, Madam Chair, to the cafeteria, I am aware of that if children do bring cash to the cafeteria, they do not get their change back. And it is told that it goes into their account, which I really don't know how it would do that, but that has been the precedent for a very long time. I have 4 children that's gone through the system.
Thank you for that input. Mrs. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations and for all of your hard work informing us of what's going on around the county. I really appreciate that. I just briefly, for the Diversity Committee, thank you for your report. Maybe we could talk about this outside of the meeting, but I'd like to follow up with you about the Gulfstream situation, so that would be fantastic. Thank you for bringing that up. I just wanted to circle back, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but about the funds, the rollover funds, because I'm still a little confused about that. I don't know if we've answered. I think that it's really important that we're all on the same page about which funds are statutorily required to be rolled over and which the district has the ability to take, you know, like that we're supposed to be spending funds for this year's students on this year's students. I think that's the policy that we're using right now. So instead of people being upset and confused and feeling like their money's being taken, I think it's really important that we are informing everybody about exactly what funds are going to be rolled over and which will not. Just communicating that will, I think, cut down on a lot of confusion and people being upset. For the So if we could do that, and because I don't understand either, so I would just, so that I can explain it to other people.
Dr. Fulton.
Yeah, Ms. Bowman, I did mention earlier that we will be committed to providing at least more frequent updates regarding budget, so principals would have the information.
But even if, so, you know, because Ms. Morris was talking about ACE funds, my understanding from before was that those will go back to they're not going to roll over for a particular school. So I think we just have to be very clear about what is going to roll over and what is not, so everyone's on the same page.
Understood, and that would be all funding would be provided in any updates that we have.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And to the school lunch conversation, just in my experience as a parent, you know, I have no control over what my kids are doing when they're at school. So they're apparently eating school lunch. So I'm getting I get constant text messages, emails, and calls that they have this debt, but something that isn't available is a link to pay the debt when you're getting the notice. So, you know, that's taking an extra step. And I think an easier way for the parents to pay would help, because when people are donating to the fund to pay the school debt, I want that to go to the kids that need that assistance, not people that just haven't paid because they don't know what's going on and their kids haven't paid for the lunch. So we really have to come up with a better policy or way that we're going to address that. I have paid my students' debt, but it came back again. But just so that the money's going in the right place, and just a link, or I don't know what program we're using right now, but just making it as easy as possible for the kid, for the lunch to be paid for would be good for everybody. So that's my comments. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, and I just have a few. We'll finish this up. Going back on the school lunch idea, so I'm confused a little bit, and I don't think it's happening universally. So if a student gets a courtesy meal, should that be charged to their account?
So when you say, so kids are getting hot lunches.
If someone's given a butter, it's weird to say
no butter.
They're not getting that. They're getting whatever lunch is being served.
But we're being told from people who have students that they are getting.
We can get those schools, but the process has been they were getting, whether they can pay or not, they're getting a hot lunch.
Okay, because that's the concern. Our thought was, when we did the money and agreed with it, I just want to say, if there's courtesy lunches being passed out, I don't think our expectation was they were being charged for that. Although our preference was that they were getting a hot lunch. But I'll just briefly, because
I think there's some confusion, and this is where the fracture is that every student is getting a lunch. So my son, I also am uploading money, and there is a fee, but if he didn't for that day, and I can pay for it, they're giving him a free lunch. That money should not go to him, because I can pay for his lunch. So he should be allowed to charge, whether you have to, a secondary is not being allowed to charge, whether it should go against his, you can't get a prom ticket unless you pay this. That's one way to handle it. And you can also identify students who, why are they not bringing money, but they also don't qualify for free and reduced lunch. The school social worker could identify that student and reach out to those families. There are no wild butter sandwiches. The answer that I was given from the district, is that wild butter sandwiches were the courtesy meal, but they're not giving courtesy meals. They're giving hot lunches to everyone, but they're charging it from the Angel Fund. So those funds should go for the students who need it. And the other students, maybe if they're allowed to charge, then we can pay it back. My son doesn't need the money from the district. So there's there's no universal plan at the schools.
Well, actually, there is.
Because I don't know how we would know to identify the difference, but Ms.
Paul, sorry.
So I mentioned, and thank you for that. So we are in transition. We are going to revert back to the wild butter sandwiches, but we want to give you notice that we're serving hot meals now, but we have to make that conversion. And you're absolutely right in terms of at the secondary level, where we see an increase in debt we're going to attack that first, and our intent is to provide the money for those students that need it the most, and that's mainly at the elementary level. So the memo will come out, we'll provide additional information on the website, but we have to transition back to the free meals, and no, they're not being charged for the wild sandwiches.
Okay, and just listening to that, I'm just going back to the discussion the board had. I believe the consensus on the board was that we didn't want anyone walking away with a wow sandwich because, right, but, and they're not now, which is, I believe, what our consensus was, but what I'm hearing Ms. Paul say is they're reverting back to it, and that gives me pause because the board gave direction and staff's changing the direction without bringing it to the board. So I'm have a little, I think I understand why, because obviously the amount owed now is going very quickly. But why would that not have come to us?
And I believe it will. The memo will give us choices, but our recommendation, and again, this is academic prior to the memo going out and superintendent's approval, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that we're running a tremendous amount of debt now, over, I think it's in excess of $100K across the district. And so we have to pivot at some point, but we're not going to implement anything without the superintendent's knowledge or the board's approval. So that's kind of where we are. The memo is kind of setting it up, given that information, where we are in terms of debt, and we can break it down by region or district or whatever. We're going to put that on the website, but we are running a tremendous amount of debt. There is a difference between the debt at the secondary level and the other levels, and so the debt is running highest, I believe, because people think that, you know, they are charging and not being aware of the debt that they're incurring. And so one of the campaigns we're going to do is provide that information on the website and possibly do the pop-ups again, which people are saying is annoying, but I think it's a good way to reach out to people. And, you know, just to be aware of what our financial status is on this. And so all of the recommendations I heard from the committees are definitely important to kind of keep the communication flowing on this.
Okay.
We're at 60% free and reduced at this point, 59.6. And so those meal applications are still increasing for free and reduced. So that's an important part of this too. So I think, again, we will provide that information to the board as well as the public shortly.
Okay, and I would, Dr. Fulton, ask that maybe it come back to us in a workshop setting so that we can have a discussion as a board moving forward before any changes are made.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last thing that I guess two things. Back to the school funds. So I have a couple questions because Ms. Batista actually alluded to it. Can you tell us where the school accountability funds come from? I know they come from the state, but where, you said something about the lottery money. So are the school accountability funds the only money we get from the lottery through the state? Ms. Batista.
According to the statute, that's what it looks like, but I would like Mrs. Johnson to chime in on that.
Okay, Ms. Johnson.
Can you repeat the question?
The school accountability funds, I know that money comes from the state. Ms. Batista alluded to the fact that it came from the lottery. So can you just verify that? And is that the only money we get from the lottery? Because I was under the impression that a lot of the money we received from the lottery was taken back or is not.
Okay, through the chair. There is no lottery money that is coming through from the state to the district.
The last year of that was 2020.
Okay, so where does the accountability fund, is that just a line item in the state's budget?
To understand all these funds, certain ones are categorical funds that have the assets to carry over. And a lot of funds that has been carrying over year to year doesn't have that specific statute or requirement. What is required for workforce dollars to be carried over, school recognition dollars to be carried over from the state.
Okay, so if the school spends all their accountability funds this year, like they spent it all last year, and they are waiting for their accountability funds, which should have come but haven't come yet, how are they going to achieve their SIP goals if they don't have their funding? Because don't they have to, it's a SAC, like all those funds are accounted for in terms of what your SIP goal is. So if you have that and the money's not here, like, are they just in limbo until those funds get released?
There may be some confusion, and we may have to perhaps do a follow-up because sometimes the words are used interchangeably. School accountability funds and school recognition funds are two different funding streams. They're not the same. Every school doesn't get the school recognition because that's based on how students perform. So if you become an A school, you get school recognition funds. If you improve your letter grade, you get school recognition funds. And for our alternative schools, our behavior centers, and that get ratings, if they get a commendable rating, then they also get funds. But that's school recognition funds. That's different, and not every school would get that. I believe you're speaking of school accountability funds, which the annual appropriation from the state stopped in 2020. So it was per FTE. I think it either was $10 per FTE or $50. I can't remember. But you got that every year. That doesn't come anymore. But what we're speaking of is the money that has just been sitting in those accounts from rollovers from the years since then. But additionally, in that account, what we do put in there is the classroom wallet return monies. Every teacher at every school will get $300 to spend as they wish. And anytime there's anything that's not spent from that $300, it goes into that school accountability fund.
Okay, so just to be clear, school accountability used to receive funding from the lottery. It does not anymore, but money that hasn't been used is still sitting in there. The only money that goes in there is class wallet for accountability. School recognition that schools get yearly depending on their academic performance, for lack of a better.
I think that's right, but Ms. Johnson, correct me if I'm wrong.
Just trying to get it all straight.
That is correct. And the state provide those fundings every year around the same time. So we're expecting those fundings sometimes in this fiscal month. And when we get allocated the resource, it will be allocated to the schools.
Okay. And the funding is tied to the SIP goals because that's how they pay for their goals, right? Using the money. So because the money was supposed to come based on the memo that came by the end of October, and now we're 4 days into November. So do we have an idea of when that money's going to be released to them? Because you said it hadn't come yet.
The school recognition funds? So we're waiting for school recognition funds. It has not always been the same time every year, but consistently it's around October, November.
Okay, so they should be expecting those funds.
We are ready and waiting. The memo is ready. The meetings we have with principals and SAC chairs are all on the books. We're just waiting for the funding.
Okay, and then the ACE, CAPE, AP funds and all of that. So that money, does it roll over if they don't use it all? Because I've heard this from principals before. Let's just say their CAPE money, they are keeping it because they want a big item, but they can't pay for it in this year, so it rolls over so that they can get enough to get it the next year. So does that money continue to roll over? Because we heard that it didn't. And if the money's gone, where did it go? Where does it go? I know the district takes a portion of it. Is it at a certain point, if they don't use it, it goes back to the district? Because we heard that they said the money disappeared, but we don't know where that money landed.
So I'll just have Ms. Johnson to probably give a better explanation.
The CAPE funding, all those fundings have different requirements. They are for students, but those requirements and certification and things that they're supposed to spend to support kids, sometimes there's a lack of reconciling what these monies should be spent on. Currently, there's over expenditures happening on the general fund, which is the FEFP funding. And then you see your CAPE funding sitting there not being utilized. You really ate up into some of that funding source. So it's important that we reconcile, and the school site reconcile those fundings too, because we had an overage expenditure of last fiscal year at the school site as well as district office over $100 million. So you're expecting to roll over dollars and you're spending up FEFP at the same time. So that doesn't align to be fiscally solvent as a district.
I don't disagree with that, but my question really is, let's say there's a principal who received CAPE money and they're going to purchase some big thing for students that, I'm going to just make up $100,000, and they only got $50,000 in the CAPE money this year, so they're expecting $50,000 next year to buy that big thing. Is there a process for them?
We're working with, if there's a need right now, we are working with those school sites based on the needs and allocating those resources to support those needs.
Because that was, I mean, I just made up numbers, but that was what I had heard from.
And I will also share, probably about a month or so ago, we met with the high school level chair because it mainly impacts high school. And we asked them to put together a matrix of what are your immediate needs that you need right now. And then we were able to meet those needs. So we're just kind of dealing with it on a case-by-case basis.
Perfect, thank you. Quickly, I know we have to move on. The ESC mentioned something about paper consent form availability for opt-in for cameras. Can you just speak to, is that available? Can we make it easily available?
We do have paper consent forms available, Ms. Hollingsworth.
I'm going to have Ms. Egan come up and answer to that, please.
Diane Egan, Executive Director of ESC. We do have the paper consent form available both at the school level, and we did post it on our website. The school can upload it into Focus. The most direct way is to go directly on Focus to get it, but if they're having difficulty, then we do have access to the form. So we put an explanation on our website that you can, the most direct way is to go to the process through Focus, because then it automatically records it. And sometimes when we just do the paper form, there's a delay because we have to wait for them to upload it. But we do have it available in both at the school and on our website.
Okay, and one last question. To make data available class by class on a public portal in terms of how many consent forms have come in for that, can you just speak to, does that violate some kind of FERPA or anything in terms of privacy for the students? What would that look like? I have some concerns about it, but I just want to address the question.
Madam Chair,
so
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
May I?
I hear you, but I don't see you. Yeah.
I'm right here.
There you are.
I was just going to ask, what would be the purpose of that?
The question was so that people would, so that there would be more transparency on.
I'm just
how
concerned that would be utilized to get to the other parents
Well,
who
right,
haven't
that
done
is also a concern I have. That's why I'm asking, would it affect privacy? Like if you know there's 10 people, you could ascertain which two, if there's 10 in a class. So I just want to address it so that there's a clear understanding of why there's a concern, because they brought it up, and I know that we're really trying to get the cameras into the classrooms. So, Ms. Egan.
Yeah, we have the same concern because of the small class sizes for many of our classes of students with disabilities. We're concerned that that does kind of pinpoint if we say how many in the class have approved it. So we stick to the language to respect the parental rights bill, both for people who want to say yes and for people who do not want to say yes. We want to make sure that their privacy is protected. So we do have parents that have reached out to us and said, I know there's 9 people in the classroom, and everybody I talked to at the field says that they signed it. and they want to know who didn't sign it. We're not giving out any of that information. We either say that the classroom has met the criteria or it has not met the criteria, so that we're not revealing anybody's personal choice.
And is there something where it lists all the classrooms that would be eligible, and then would that make sense, or is that also kind of overreaching in the privacy? And do we really want to tell people what cameras? I'm just asking questions out loud.
We're going to say
so
yes
they can hear
on
them.
the overreaching.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I speak to that, because this directly affects, it relates to a motion that we bought. And if a question is being asked as to why, it might be nice to revert to us and I could explain some of the why. I did touch upon it. We did actually make clear at our meeting when Mrs. Egan mentioned at our ESE advisory meeting, well, that might potentially identify students. Say if you've got, and Dr. Fulton just said it in a previous item about if you've got 10 or less students, you can't provide data, but 10 or more you can. And we also made the point, well, there are other ways you could do it, maybe like a green lighting. You know, is your classroom on a red light, like nowhere close to getting parent consent? Is it on an amber light? Is it on a green light? Recognizing that we don't even have a list of which schools have it and which don't. Recognizing that I have asked for the data that you guys get, and I don't get it. I have to read about it on Facebook. If the form did, if our motion was responded to and the form has gone on the BCPS website, we also asked for it, the BCPS website, the school website, and to ESE advisory. I've had nothing. I'd like to know when it went on the BCPS website and when it will be going on the schools ones. And also when we talk about it going on the website, that's still also not addressing the fact we want paper forms going out to parents who haven't yet submitted a form for whatever reason, so they have in their hands a piece of paper to sign.
Thank you. Is it possible to send a form home for those? I mean, you can follow up. How many have not filled it out? I know we get the monthly. How many have and how many have said no? And how many classrooms have cameras? But is it possible to know what students haven't responded at all and send them paper forms?
Yes, the schools can do that, and we certainly encourage them to do that when we have them reaching out to their, we feel that we did the district-wide communication first, and we feel that parents respond best to the people they know, so we encourage them to reach out to do that, and we have encouraged schools to send home the paper forms if they're not getting the electronic version, because they can upload it, and it still gets counted as relevant, as soon as they get that form back and it's uploaded.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, may I make one important point about the data? Because we've been told data, and the latest was October the 1st, that 6,656 parents had opted in, 957 had opted out, and just 37 out of 1,100 classes had got full consent, and of which 28 had been activated. We have established that of those figures given of how many parents have responded, the initial notification asking people to respond went out to way more than just the 8,000 parents whose students are in these ESE classrooms. It went out to every student with a disability other than gifted and speech-only and language-only students. So we have a real big difficulty with the data that isn't being whittled down into have we even got how many responses have been received from people that are even relevant. These 6,656 could be nothing to do with the Cameras in Classrooms program, but they just signed a form anyway. Just so you know, because you're getting the same data that is skewed.
Thank you. We'll look at that later. Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming today and bringing us the issues, for the time that you take to discuss this, and we appreciate you very, very much. We are going to, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
I just need 1 minute. In regards to, from the beginning of the school year, is it a true statement that all kids were provided a free lunch if they didn't have the money to pay for it?
Yes.
So I have a problem with that, because that was not, I believe, the intent of this board. If someone's living in $1 million house, they should not be provided a free lunch. So we need to go back and figure this out, because the students that need the free lunch are not getting it. And then ones that can afford to pay for it can afford to pay for it. So I'll just leave it at that.
So what I will say also, Ms. Allen, there is I guess, a amnesty period at because the question was at the beginning of the year. So at the beginning of the year, up until I think October, everybody will get a free lunch while we're doing the application period. So I just wanted to make sure I answered the question based on that.
Yeah, I still have a problem with that. And then my second thing, I received an email from Representative Mitch Rosenwald, and he has a link to the Broward Food Assistant locations of 2024 with a Google Maps link. I think that is amazing. It provides where you could find meals, food pantry, food bank. So if we could put that link somewhere on our website, would greatly be appreciated.
I just emailed Mr. Perez and Ms. Wilson to send it out to the parents about 5 minutes ago.
We're on the same wavelength. And then the last thing is, I know in the past, I've heard radio stations where they've helped to raise money to pay down the debt for food lunches. So I think we should be connecting with our local radio stations to have those type of donations going on our radio stations. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our first item. So our next item is going to be rule development for policy 1070, advisory committees and their membership. We are going to have a presentation by staff, and then we will be joined by a member of the superintendent's task force when we get to questions. And since it is rule making, that means the public will have the opportunity to ask staff questions. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back to the school board workshop. Before we move on to the next item, I just have to give some exciting news. So the Shiva Venishu Temple actually just walked up and handed us a $1,000 check for meals for students. So we want to publicly say thank you for that, and it'll get added to the list that Mrs. Leonardi asked for, and so we can thank all of the amazing people in our community that have donated to this really important and needed cause. So thank you so much. I will turn it over now to staff for a presentation on policy 1070.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Oh, yes.
So it's at will of the board if they want the full presentation. I know we're a little behind. Just a reminder, this was presented at an earlier workshop on August 12th, so this is the second workshop before the final vote in a board meeting. So most of these changes are from the August 12th workshop that board members gave us.
Okay, I guess I'll leave it to my colleagues. You okay for no presentation and just to go straight to questions? Okay, I just don't want to get yelled at again. Okay, so we'll go to public comment. And again, I just want to remind everyone this is a rule-making workshop, so you can ask questions. If you're asking a question of staff, the clock will stop for them to answer it, so the clock will only run while you're asking a question. If you're just giving public comment, the clock will run through the 3 minutes. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. So the first person for public comment is Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning. Before I start, I have, because I like to educate, I have 3 handouts before we get rolling here. And we used to have a process for handouts. We don't seem to have that anymore. And I see I'm already at 2:47 and I haven't started yet. Thank you. Are you guys, of all policies, this is the one you guys are going to roll the clock on?
Can you please restart?
I haven't started.
She was just asking for it to go. Please restart the clock. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not a good start, guys. Not a good start. Okay. So this, for me, is where we draw the line in the sand today. Starting today, if we do not do the right things today, that gets factored into the rebuttal I'm writing. And I know you guys are thinking, when is this rebuttal? I don't fling things out there. I'm like a slow burn. So it will be documented like a dissertation is documented, and then conclusions, and then complaints. This is not the board's doing. This is staff. Specifically, your superintendent and your general counsel. But you guys are always worried about your chief auditor for some reason. So the handouts that you just received, the first one is a matrix with the language that was removed from 1070 when the committee back in 2021 was bamboozled into removing it. That needs to go back in. Because the problem we have with this language is the language that's currently in there gets us into violating 120.52 and that pesky thing called invalid exercise of delegated legislative authority. So one of your handouts is the matrix. The second one is the background information on that on the statute that gives you 5 years to get your rules in order. And you have to review your rules for these several things. The definition of an invalid exercise of delegated legislative authority, and what I've done is mapped the language that gives your superintendent unbridled discretion, which is what your superintendent exercised on 5/29 of this year when he sent me a letter removing me from all committees based on a pack of lies, which everybody knows were not true, but nobody's done anything about. So all you have to do to fix this is restore the language that was removed. This policy also references policy 2409, which has what would disqualify you as a volunteer by further referencing 2404, disqualifying offenses. There's also an AG opinion on providing guidelines to your superintendent. So you have board members have a process. It makes no sense for non-board appointees to not have a process. So you're in violation of D, E, and C of this statute by not putting that language back in. Thank you. And I think there's a passel of people behind me.
The next public speaker is Latricia Greaves.
You ready? Okay, I was waiting for Ms. Hickson. Thank you. Good morning. I understand this is a workshop. I will be very directly to the point. Good morning, Madam Chair and staff and board. On policy 1070, I will ask that you adopt the recommendation process, keep the term limits for the chair, specify removal process, as well as to do public facing for volunteer interests. My other point, final point that I do want to actually bring up in regards to policy 1070 is that on Thursday, October the 9th, I was appointed to diversity committee as a chair, and I know this is a workshop, not a school board, so it's going to be a question. As a nominating committee, I do know that the school board always says, see something, say something. As a nominating chair, I did notice that in the bylaws that was actually adopted on June 18, 2024, that a chair nor vice chair can be a school board employee. It was stated at that time by the chair that it can be. Staff did tell the chair that the policy does trump the bylaws. I took the initiative as the nominating chair after, of course, taking my ethics training and keeping integrity. I followed protocol, reached out to my school board member to get clarification. I did get ask her to reach out to the general counsel. The general counsel did respond back and did state that a school district employee serving as a chair or vice chair of the diversity committee, the answer is no. And the response was no. Article 5, Section 1 of the diversity committee bylaws adopted June 18, 2024 clearly states that the chair or vice chair cannot be a district employee. While school board policy 1070 governs how advisory committee operates, nothing in that policy overrides this specific bylaws restriction. And so I just want to let you know that they did do the elections, and I was removed prior to the election actually happening for the vice chair. The vice chair process was ran by the chair who did the nomination process, and they elected a school board employee. And they did that based on John Sullivan's email that stated that he was okay with vice chair being a school board employee since it happened the past 2 years, and his email was read into the minutes. So my question is, you may want to try to align your bylaws and policies. That's what's going on in diversity. I'm here for the children. I'm here to do what's right. I see something that's not right. I'm going to do what's right. That's what's written, and I'll follow what's in writing. So hopefully there can be some consistency going on. Dr. Washington was there throughout the whole process where the chair did do the nomination process for vice chair, which I don't think that's, I think that's against Robert Rules of Order, but I'm not an attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Dr. Trudy Jovanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and once again, I have to use my teacher voice and remind you, you are not supposed to be working on your computers, reading prior things. You're supposed to be looking at the speaker as they speak, and whether it's at your dais or up here. Thank you. I began my teaching career over 50 years ago in 3 different states. One important part of my experience in Broward County was the incredible volunteers who were parents, business reps, and other community members. I'm very concerned with the red line version presented today. for policy 1070. I hope you keep the language as close to the present policy as possible, since it has recently been reviewed and approved in 2024. Those committee members and I agree that we do not believe you should replace chairpersons every 2 years. Learning to run a committee takes time and commitment. The 4-year limit with the extra 2/3 vote to possibly retain an officer past this point should remain in policy. For some reason, it appears that this board is not listening to those who have been volunteers in this district. The board, you still aren't watching. Sorry, eyes up here. For some reason, it appears that this board is not listening. The board has flip-flopped several times on your direction. I would remind you that you probably did not like being term limited, and you are paid the same as a beginning teacher for the part-time job that you do. You also have a full-time secretary and many people in the district at your disposal. These volunteers do not have that. They have one other person in the district to help them do the things, and that's great. But you need to think what you're doing. My question is, why didn't the board allow a complete report from the superintendent's committee? When will the committee at least get a half an hour so they could introduce the training manuals and talk about how 1070 should remain the same? I'd like an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Prost. Oh, the question to the staff. You don't. The question is to the staff. The question is okay, to the staff. Mr. Sullivan, but it's to specifically the policy changes, but.
It is the policy. I want to know why the committee who was addressing the policy changes did not give some kind of a report.
They did give a report. They gave a report a couple of months ago at the board meeting.
I'm sorry, but this is another rulemaking time. This is when we can go over this again. Many of these people were not at that other meeting. They probably did not see that report. That report was just completed. I believe that the hours that they spent should be recognized.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sullivan, do you want to answer why it wasn't Mr. Hill?
I mean, that final report was given to the board a couple months ago, August 12th, so I didn't feel the need to. Our time is limited. We only have 8 hours for a workshop.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, next, Ms. Pruitt.
Hello, Jerry Lopez-Preuss. I am a career educator and the vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. I have never seen her so angry. And, you know, it really is something to look at, to see how the time that the volunteers are putting in is being messed around with. I think you don't understand how important the community voices are. And it really bothers me as someone who almost 2 decades have been on the District Advisory Council. I was first appointed by Anne Murray, so since about 2008, I've served, and now I'm on the committee as well. And I've done a lot of work with the Equity and Diversity Committee because I happen to have taught children of poverty, and it was very important for me to be able to make the voices heard of those students. These people work. They bring their time. These rooms are filled in the evening after they have worked a full-time job. And they are, you know, really, really trying hard to get messages to you. And I'll be honest, after all the years of my trying to speak about what's going on, sometimes I feel like you don't want to hear the messages. And it's unfortunate, but, you know, we want to be heard. And we want, like she said, to be looked at when we're here standing and speaking to you. We want to understand that you're hearing us. It's very wrong for you to limit it to 2 years. These people are elected by their committees on a yearly basis up to 4 years, and it takes that long to learn how to do what you need to do. And if our committees want to extend their time, that shouldn't be your problem. That shouldn't be your concern. There are a lot of things happening right now. We've got disappearing money. We've got the lottery money that doesn't come in. You've got all kinds of things that you can busy yourselves with. to find the money that we need for our students, to pay people in this county, and yet you want to limit the time of volunteers who come. I know almost all of these people because I'm in those rooms with them. I see how hard they work. And I see today that you actually were listening and giving back and forth, which is very good. But I'm going to ask you to please make sure that you do not involve yourselves, please, in limiting the amount of time that our committees are able to choose the people on those committees. These people work hard, they care. When I brought forth situations, because I wrote a book a long time ago called Voices in the Halls, I wanted my students pleased to be heard. And these committee people heard them, and things were changed, and we worked on, I was on the subcommittee to change how we grade things. These are important things that we're talking about. We're talking about all the students, and it's on our time. And I'm asking you, please, to stay away from the community input time and how long they can serve.
Thank you. Next is Brooke Brody.
And I do have a question. Why?
Is this mic on? Okay. All right. Good morning. I'd like to start by pointing out that the current red line in front of you today is not what was directed by the board on August 12th. It's also not what was presented to you on that day. There have been substantial changes made, and for staff to not present to you today about those changes, I feel is misleading. It is not what you've already read, and I urge you to look at those changes and compare it to what you've seen and what you directed staff to actually include. We're here today at a fourth workshop on Policy 1070, with workshops occurring on March 4th, June 24th, and August 12th. This comes after the policy was reviewed and approved in 2022, following input from the Policy 1.7 work group, which was another task force that worked diligently to give you all input on what this policy should look like. This is not normal. It amounts to an exorbitant amount of staff attention and board time to changing the policy that governs the district's most dedicated volunteers. I ask that you direct staff in no uncertain terms to incorporate the recommendations you've received from the task force and the speakers that you hear today, including retaining the 4-year term limit for chairs, incorporating a specific removal process for committee members, as well as implementing a specific recommendation process that will support two-way communication between the board and its committees. I hope to see that the agendas going forward focus on student-centered issues and the large challenges facing this district and public education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Pete Tingham.
Good morning. I was fortunate enough to be selected for this committee. I won't tell you how many meetings or hours we spent working on things, but the committee discussed at length all of these policy changes. Some of those were effectively changed within the policy, while others, such as who can serve on the committee and length of time, were not agreed to as is written in the final format of this. And I would just like to make 3 fairly simple suggestions. One is, I do think that school board employees should be allowed to serve on committees. I think they provide input where they're inside and many people are outside that. Second, I don't think that a person should serve on more than one committee unless it's a special assignment done by the superintendent or by school board members. I think that increases the number of people who provide input to the community. If you have one person serving on 5 different committees, and a lot of times people don't show up to give the report, you have one person speaking, and you're not getting a breadth of experience that you should receive. The other thing which I would suggest is that it does take some time to learn how to be the chair of a committee. And I do think the 2-year restriction is too short. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Furtick.
Good morning. I don't really have a lot written out, so I hope this comes out well, but I do want to say this. There's no way to estimate the true value of community involvement in our schools, either economically or what they give to you as far as the ideas they bring to the table or whatever. And volunteers work tirelessly throughout the district to support the entire public education in Broward County. And having worked with the Parent Community Task Force for many years and having forums with school-based people, I'm always kind of overwhelmed by what our school-based volunteers do as well as our district volunteers. We have to have these people if we're going to continue as a vital school system. Capturing their input as well as the input of those who are not involved is critical if we're going to thrive as a district. And it's imperative that 1070 facilitate this. We had our final meeting Thursday night. I'll just cut to the chase here, and I'm sitting there and everybody's behaving well in this meeting and following the lead of our chair and what they're supposed to be discussing. When I focus in on page 17 of 19, number 4, and read that if you are, this is totally changed from what was there before. I didn't bring this to hand out to you, but I could show you the previous version and I could show you what it said. So right now, if you pass this as is, I will no longer be able to serve on the Parent Community Involvement Task Force because I was the outgoing chair. So with the end of my service as chair would be the end of my service with that committee. Now, is this probably incorrectly done? Maybe. So my question was, and the question I'm asking to each of you, and I will tell you, I have served not just with the district, the county, and the city on numerous boards, but I have served on numerous community boards. So I kind of think I have a little bit of experience with being in boards and organizations. I have a question for you. Who is writing this? We've given you a lot of suggestions, and most of our most meaningful suggestions are on the not included list. So my question is, if it's not the input of the community that's framing this conversation, who is writing this? Who's giving you these red line versions? Who's the author that seem to change from time to time? I believe in each and every one of you. I said this at the Parent Community Involvement Task Force last night when we spoke last month, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Severa. You spoke out about your support for the community. Several of you did. I believe you support us. I believe we support you, and I hope that when you get a final version of this, it will be one that absolutely enhances, encourages, and promotes parent community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Gould.
Hi, I'm going to you've heard from me already today a couple times about this policy, but I want to reiterate a couple points that I've already made. One of those is exactly what Mary just said. I do believe that each of you welcomes community input, wants parents to show up and participate. We have to make sure that our policies and the process that governs the creation of those policies aligns with those values. So that is first and foremost. And we've had many people point out issues with how we've gotten here and maybe we haven't followed that vision. I want to specifically speak to one piece of this red line that concerns me, and that is the removal of the cataloging of committee recommendations. We've completely taken that out. I will tell you, as a task force, we spoke at length about actually wanting a more transparent and responsive process for that. And it wasn't just for the benefit of community members. It was actually for the benefit of board members. We've heard board members say, I'm just hearing about this for the first time, or I didn't realize that, or I'm a visual learner. When I hear odd reports given verbally, I don't always process it fully, right? Organizationally, tracking what committees are making motions about is really critical, and I'm very, very worried about us losing that. It does refer to policy 1020 as being where that's going to be governed. the red line for that is out, it doesn't really provide an additional process for that. So that's just one very specific point I think it's important for us to consider. One more thing, and people have spoken to issues with term limits. I am very afraid to lose Mary Ferdig on our task force. So if just for that reason you could remove that provision about committee chairs having to not be on a committee after 2 years. But the reality is our task force, and I think this board, has tried to start putting things in place that will expand the diversity of who is participating in these committees. The school board cannot exist in isolation. You need committees giving you good input. But the reality is those things are going to take time. So cutting down now on who can serve as chair and who can serve on committees and how they give you input, it can't happen right now. We have to give time for these other recommendations to sort of take hold, and then maybe down the line those things would work. But right now, the pieces that are in here are going to decimate this group of people and much broader who are showing up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jackie Luscombe.
My apologies if I step the tone up here a bit. I am done with this process. I am done with the insult, the condescension, and the contempt that is constantly meted out to advisories and committees and volunteers just trying to do their frickin' job. We need to stop. You have got far more important things you could be talking about. Look what happens when you get us around the table collaboratively and you talk with us, not about us and without us, not to staff who don't know us. But I'm sure they know their jobs, but they don't know ours. For about the last year, some of us have been reduced, as we are now, to talking to you to save the future of our advisories in 3-minute increments, because some of us weren't even deemed important enough to even be on the task force. We had one committee represented twice on the task force. We had people who had nothing to do with us, had no outreach to us, and I totally admire the people who tried to steer the course and keep things going properly. In 2022, Policy 1070 went through an exhaustive, thoughtful review process. A dedicated committee met for over a year. The result was policy that mostly recognized the challenges of volunteerism and the factors affecting advisory efficacy and sustainability. For this board to reopen that process and look to dismantle the mechanisms put in place to help advisories survive and thrive takes us back in the opposite direction. This red line de-recognizes the realities and proposes ploughing ahead without understanding regard for the consequences or those it will affect. I'd like to stop the clock, and this feels like a ridiculous game show, but I've got a question, and I'd like to know first who, when we ask a question, is going to answer it. Because 3-4 good folk down here have asked questions and not even had them answered. So please stop my clock. I would like to know who's going to answer questions when we have them. Well, we've had 3-4 people ask questions and then sit down again and nobody does anything. Why? That wasn't very specific, so that was why it wasn't addressed. Mary asked who did the red line. Let's answer that because that's my question. It's entirely relevant because we started this item off with you being told that you've seen the presentation before. Well, if you haven't noticed for yourselves, the anger out here is about the fact that you have been presented with an entirely different red line, with things that have appeared from nowhere that even you didn't direct. Stop the clock, please. So the question is, who did the red line? That's not coming out of my time. Put my time back. This is how ridiculous we're reduced to this horrible process of having to beg for our survival at a lectern. It is just so demeaning and contemptuous. You need to drop this whole item and move on. We're talking about how you're going to feed kids. And we haven't resolved that, but you want to spend time over and over and over dodging, and that is what it is, your advisories. Please stop. We've had this process of, first of all, it comes out that the superintendent wants to shut us down. We read about it on board papers at 9 o'clock at night.
We have proposals to merge us. It's going to make us stronger and more accountable, and accountability and transparency. Seeing one of the authors of it over there sitting laughing at me saying this now is just about summing up where we're at. Laughing at the distress and the demeaning spectacle that we are reduced to here of nobody understanding what advisories do, because if they did, you wouldn't even be sitting here entertaining these proposals. I am so done with it. We asked a question, we want it answered.
Can you please answer the question, who wrote the red line?
I did. I'm responsible for this policy, the red line based on.
1 second, but someone asked a question. He
So my next
answered
question
it for
is
someone. Hold on, please.
I'm sorry.
For someone to yell out that he's a liar, we cannot have that. You asked him a question, he answered it. The issue is back and forth.
Don't look at me, I didn't say
I
liar.
know, but I'm just
Right.
saying, someone answered it, and that's the answer. He said he wrote it.
I did not say liar. My second question is it true that this is the same presentation that went before the board before?
I never said it was the same presentation. This presentation, the red line, is based on the August 12th feedback that we received from the board, not the same presentation.
So at the beginning of this item, you were misled because you said, do we need the presentation? And there was conversation about how you'd had it before.
That is not what I said.
There are now strike-throughs in the policy targeting ESE gifted and ESOL advisories, the 3 grassroots advisories established to represent the specific student subpopulations. The reason the clause is there that has been explained over and over, and in fact it's qualified by language later in the same paragraph that has not been removed. This is just an entire hot mess. Again, here we go. I've got 14 seconds to fight for the survival of an advisory because I wasn't even allowed to be on the task force, and we're just reduced to this ridiculous nonsense at a microphone. This is not an acceptable red line in any way. You need to just get rid of this item and move on.
Thank you. Next is
I'm
Nicole
sorry, and
Morris.
loop the policy if you're going to pursue it.
Thank you. Nicole Morris. Why isn't a question, though? Like, why what? There had to be more specific. So just, okay, it's really not a question, but I will say this item was asked to be brought back by a board member months ago, and it's turned into this. But the answer to why is staff did not just bring this back. It was asked to be brought back by a board member. Nicole, I'm sorry, Miss Moore. Nicole Morris. Okay, yes, please. We need to stop. Miss Morris.
Okay. Good morning. I just want to start by reminding you all that we're here because we have kids or had kids in the district. So we are here for a purpose that serves our families, and whether that grew into something bigger along the way to help serve other families, like it started with a pure intention. And I believe that you all are sitting on the school board. I've worked with a lot of you closely. I believe that you have really good intentions. I think that there is maybe a fractured relationship with advisories in the district, but I think that we are here for our children. So let's keep that in mind. Term limits. I don't understand why we would change it from 2 to 4. It's hard to get someone to be the chair. You all serve for 4 years. That gives you time. That gives you, 4 to 2. I'm like so discombobulated right now. That gives us time to really be able to do the work. My son graduates next year. If I served for chair, it would only be for 2 years. So this is not self-serving. This is because I have seen, I understand it is hard to get someone to serve as chair. Please allow them to stay at 4 years. You would not want to be cut to 2 years. Removal of a chair. I just don't agree with that. I think if by the superintendent, if the body elected someone, it should be sent to the body to decide whether that person is removed. Unless someone just ran somebody over with their car that morning, I don't understand why we would allow the superintendent to pull someone that we elected to be our voice. Motions on the agendas. So the recommendation process, our liaisons are not clear on how we're to get recommendations to you, and the policy is suggesting that we give it in our committee reports. I have twice given recommendations or brought a motion that no one picked up on. I sent questions to Ms. Hickson. Thank you for getting those answers to us, because it's extremely, extremely frustrating when our committees bring us concerns. We bring it to you. The superintendent says, we'll get back to you. And then the next month you ask the same questions and he says, we'll get back to you. And we have to remind you, you said that 2 months ago. We like to take the answers back to our committees. We don't want to waste our time. We hope that instead that you'll figure out a way to help us with move our agendas forward with forward-facing, that's a word everyone likes to use, way for us to track the answers. Some of the committees, their liaisons are submitting their motions on a form that I've never seen before. Jackie here has been in the district longer than anyone I know, and she's never seen the form. And so I know my motion was put on the agenda because I asked for it to be. Our liaisons need to be better trained and helping us. And I would just say that these folks, I asked Jackie to go out with me to Broward Estates Elementary because there was some ESC concerns. She took the day off of work because she cared about someone else's kid to go and make sure that they were being taken care of properly. So I hope that the district will give some respect. We want to be collaborative and make sure that our kids and your kids are all taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alan Bushin. And when you come up, can you please indicate what city you live in?
Hello, Alan Bushkin, Sunrise, Florida, also the gifted chair. These are interesting times right now. I'm a new chair. It's okay. So I'm a new chair, but I started volunteering about 6-7 years ago, starting with iZone, being the gifted rep. Then I started going to the gifted advisory meetings. Then I decided I'd step up to be a gifted vice chair. I don't know why. Maybe I just felt comfortable at the time that, I've been doing this for a while. Maybe it's my turn. So that's where I'm at. So I did 2 years as vice chair, and now I'm a new chair here. And this is going to be a hard sell to somebody else, seeing how things are going on right now, to bring in new talent to help cultivate people. These term limits are going to hamper that tremendously. So we really need to stick with the 4 years, because I don't know who I can get next. It's going to take time. Training issues. I don't know how the liaisons are getting trained. I thought I saw in the presentation that the training on the new website was done and the new website was rolled out. My understanding is that our liaison at least got a bit of high-level training, and they are getting training on the calendar in a couple of days. So I'm kind of confused as to how something said was done is still in the process. Maybe it's just the implementation is going on. I don't know if anybody could answer the question as to the status of the liaison training and how effective and how expansive it's going to be, other than what I got was we've gotten a high-level refresher.
Okay. If you could stop his clock for a quick second. Can you answer the question about training?
Sure, training's continuously, so they've received some training, then we'll continue to provide training.
Does that answer? Do you want to be more specific on your question?
Is there a handbook or a guide that's going to be giving out along with committee training?
Sure, we can develop a handbook for our liaisons, but again, we've provided training. We will continue to provide training.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. It's his turn.
That's what that committee did.
Thank you.
They developed those two
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's get back on track here.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm good now. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your thoughtfulness.
That's what I thought we were going to see in the presentation today.
You cannot yell out from the audience.
I had 30.
Okay, well, it's done. Your time is done. Okay, we're going to move on to board discussion. And just as we do that, we're going to do something a little different. If you have a question for a specific committee chair, please let them know that you're going to ask them a question. They'll come up to the podium and be able to answer that question. Mrs. Dominique is sitting here to answer general questions about the task force and any recommendations, so you can direct those to her. But the other committee chairs that are here, if you have a specific question for them, they'll be able to answer your question, which we typically don't do, but just let them know so they can come up to the podium and be ready to answer the question when you ask it. Any board member discussion? Well, I guess I'll start. No one had it there. I have a couple of things. So on page, I didn't know I was going to go first. So just in general, there's a couple of places throughout the policy where the Exceptional Student Advisory Council, ESOL Leadership Council, or the Gifted Advisory are all crossed out, and basically it's where it's waiving them. And so when I went to look at, and I couldn't find it everywhere, but when I looked in the bylaws of ESE has in their bylaws that they have a sort of rotating membership, which makes them a little different than normal, not normal, but other, other committees. So when they're talking about the idea of training everyone and then specifically membership, I believe the reason, and I had this discussion with staff earlier, why were they there in the first place? If it didn't make sense to have them there must be something in the bylaws. So I went to check on it, and I could only find it in the ESC. I had a hard time. Gifted bylaws didn't, that I saw anyway, didn't really mention it, and I couldn't find it in ESOL either. But I'm guessing, so if Ms. Luscombe, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium and explaining to us what makes the ESC advisory unique in terms of membership that originally had them as being classified like school advisory forums. If you could please answer that.
Well, it goes back decades, so I can't account for where it originated. And thank you for asking us, because that's the difficulty here. We have had none of you come to us to ask this before, and it's incredibly difficult to get anybody engaged in understanding it, and you're being told false things by staff, and it's all gone off the rails. The reason we are different, and there is a myth around the fact that we have an obscured membership, as the superintendent stated on a document at one point. No, we don't. We have 7 elected officers. The 7 elected officers are required to do ethics training. We have 9 school board appointees. The 9 school board appointees are required to do ethics training. All those people vote. All those people have names, faces, and they sign in, and they are identifiable. As are every other member of person who... I'll stop while there's a board member discussion going on. This is what we mean. So beyond that, then we have folks that come in the room who might come for a particular topic. They might come along at the beginning of the year, like what they see, come for the rest of the year. They might only come for 2 meetings. So in order to just ensure we don't have just any old person moving in and moving out and having a vote, going way back for as long as we can remember, the school board had set bylaws that allowed us our general membership to be anybody who had attended 2 out of the last 6 meetings. So when they sign in, they get a voting card because it's all shown on the membership records, and that prevents it just being anybody that just comes in for one to, pursue an agenda.
Okay.
Does that answer it?
That does for ESC. So thank you. So I'd like to ask the same question to the gifted chair, if you don't mind coming up and explaining to us what your membership looks like. I'm just trying to put this into context as to why those 3 were pulled out and if something has changed.
Yeah. Hello. Right now, our membership primarily consists of parents that show up to our meetings on a rotating basis. We have a small quorum, to help with that. We've got a 10-member quorum that we need to conduct business. Sometimes it's hard to get that. Our parents come for their specific needs or when they have a specific complaint.
Okay, but so in your bylaws, though, it doesn't, and maybe I was just looking at the wrong thing, but in ESE, that's specific that you have to go to 2 meetings in order to be considered general membership. So is there somewhere in your bylaws or somewhere in policy that states that your membership fluctuates like that also?
Yes, I believe there was. I was just trying to review it and
Okay.
find it again for you.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And is the ESOL committee chair still here? No. Okay, Ms.
So in the gifted advisory policy, it states that their quorum is 5 members. And in the ESOL policy, it states that gifted is 10, and ESOL, it's 5 members.
Okay,
and they have an executive board. And again, because many of these committees focus like support groups for parents, they come when they have issues. They don't come if they don't have issues. That executive board that is elected helps to qualify towards their quorum, and those members are required to be trained.
So my issue isn't a whole lot on the training. I mean, all members obviously should have some kind of training. I get that part. The question is more on the membership piece of it and why those 3 groups were initially pulled out as waivers, because they clearly something set that membership different that allowed them to be waived as the school advisory forums are able to be waived. Because it was there, now it's being crossed out, so I'm just trying to figure out, does it make sense to leave it crossed out? Because I believe that we had a school board member ask for that to happen, so I want to be clear as to why that came in the workshop that we had. Someone said, why don't they just all follow the same rules? So I think it's important for us to understand that so that we know whether it should be crossed out or it should just stay. So it looks like Ms. Farrar would, and I don't really want to start a precedent of that. So she's the OG. Yes, but if you want to just very briefly give us a history as to why that was there.
Yes. ESE, ESOL, and Gifted it was never meant for them to have board appointees. ESE got a board appointments because of one board member requiring that in their policy. So therefore, they had to scrutinize how their attendance was taken. And that's why Gifted and ESOL don't have board appointees in them. It was never meant for them because it's supposed to be grassroots like the School Advisory Forum.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's part of it. The reason ESE, ESOL, and Gifted are within the policy was to help them identify who gets what. Because it was always, for the last 2 decades, it's been questioned, and for those who don't know, been around for 30 years. Those were always questioned as to who gets trained in what. So new members coming in, did they have to be trained in the ethics training? No. But as an officer, yes, because we wanted to make sure that there was consistency between all of the officers. And the language that was written here, and in this policy 1070, 95% of this policy was written by General Counsel's office back in August of 2021. So therefore, it was truly scrutinized as to the language that went in there. We wanted to make sure everybody was covered. We wanted to make sure that everybody knew and understood their functions and responsibilities, because there would be too many violations that were occurring. I sat on this committee to revise the policy for 2 years. We met 2 and 3 times a month. So it was truly scrutinized as to what was placed in there and why. Okay. If you have any further questions.
Thank you so much. So my recommendation then, based on all of that information, is that they should not be crossed out throughout here. They're obviously were pulled out for reasons that make sense, and so that's my first thought. Everybody, when you speak, you can weigh in if you're going to speak. The next thing that I wanted to ask about was on page 14 of 19, where it says the bylaws of each school board established advisory committee as well as any subsequent modifications must be approved by the school board. The school board shall vote on bylaws within 3 months of submission for vote by a committee to the district liaison. Ms. Batista, my question is, does the school board have to approve the bylaws if they're coming from a template that the school board gives to the committee? So all they're changing is the details.
So your question is, do they legally have to be approved?
Correct.
If you are appointing, committees and trying to have a standardization of what the committees look like, then the bylaws should come to the board for approval, just to make sure that they're continuing to operate within the guidelines.
Right. Well, so the second part of that was if the board were to give them a template and all they did was fill in the difference. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So even with a template where it's all the same information, because I don't know, sounds like it gets hung up that it's coming to us and we haven't seen them yet. I know that we had a discussion about this earlier on, and the bylaws just seem to be getting, I don't like the word stuck, but somehow they're not coming to the board. I don't remember ever voting on bylaws, and I'm here 5 years. So I just don't know. I don't want to make policy that we're not following, I guess is the point of what, if we're not approving them. But we haven't, so we're definitely not following our policy. So, and I know they don't just have to do them every 2 years, but that means technically I should have seen some of them. So
I recall a time when they would come to the board many years ago, so I'm not sure, what was the breakdown.
Well, I'm just going to make a mention that I have a concern if we have policy and we're not following, and should it really be in the policy?
Chair?
Yes. No.
If I may, the template may work for a majority of advisories and committees, but it doesn't work for those specific groups that we mentioned because of the differences in membership. Additionally, when the 1.7 work group put policy 1.7, now 1070 together, they did create that template. I don't know if that template was ever approved by the board, but the question is, if that template is approved by the board, and only certain sections are being changed to accommodate the specifics of that committee, does it need to come back for another approval? I could understand the other committees would need to create or change that template further to match the needs of their advisories. Additionally, to the point of approval, several of the committees that do submit their bylaws, it first goes to legal, and I can tell you that district advisory submitted their policies for district, area, and school advisory in 2023, and we just got those back on October 28th.
So, Madam Chair, my office doesn't review the bylaws. We have never reviewed bylaws from the committees. The only times that there is a bylaw or anything from a committee that would come to the General Counsel's office is when there is a vote by the majority of the committee to have something reviewed by the legal counsel, and then through the liaison it comes to us, either a question, it could be the bylaws if you choose that to come through a vote of your committee for our office to review. But because I believe that the actual template was put together by the General Counsel's office at some point, that they do not come back to us for review.
Okay. I was going to ask Mr. Sullivan something, but he got up. Mr. Hill, maybe you can answer that. When committees have bylaws, what's the process? Where do the bylaws go?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the committee approves their bylaws, they do submit them to the liaisons, and then they filter them up through the Chief of Staff's office to place them on an agenda item for approval. For example, if you go back to the June 18, 2024 board meeting, item double P1, the Diversity Committee brought their policy with their red line, their clean, their red line, as well as their bylaws. So if they're ready at the time that they do bring their policy forward to the board, they will include it. But a lot of times they have approved their policies and they say, oh, now we're still working on our bylaws, and they are going to bring their bylaws later. So a lot of committees are still working on their bylaws and they will bring them back later. But when they are ready to bring them back, it will go to the committee liaison and then to the board as an agenda item. But it does not go to the legal counsel's office automatically.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Yes.
And I know that Mrs. Alhadeff had asked for an update on that. I don't know if we ever received.
Yes, so she asked for an update as to everything that has been submitted to the legal office, as well as what's pending, and I do believe the general counsel has provided that list.
Okay, so there are some in legal counsel. Okay, so then I would like to suggest that the Office of Communication give us an update, since they're not in legal, as to whose bylaws need to be updated. Where are we with this? Because it seems to be a continual conversation.
Yeah, and the superintendent has asked us to provide a memo to the board, so that's forthcoming.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Chair?
Okay.
The policy 1070 governs the committees. They can't make changes to their policy or bylaws until 1070 is finalized. So although we have made changes and we've previously approved them, they all have to come back for review and revision to make sure they fall in line with 1070.
Okay. All righty. On page 17 of 19, a couple of things here. So letter B. So it's letter B is all crossed out. I would like to ask that we keep it and read differently. So B, I would like to say approved recommendations shall be cataloged by district staff and presented to board at committee report meetings, which goes along with the 1020 policy, and it can be referenced there if you want to. But I agree with the comments that have been made, that just trying to capture it from an auditory report makes it very difficult. We have a process. If they have recommendations, they get attached to the committee report. To me, that's cataloging, and you present them to us, which is the policy or the procedure that we're following. So I'd like to capture that in this process. And when it's your turn, if you have something else you'd like to say.
Chair, can I just understand that from
Yes.
the menu when it comes to us? I think what you said is you want a sentence that says approved recommendations shall be cataloged by district staff, period. Is that the whole?
No, approved recommendations shall be cataloged by district staff and presented to the board at committee report meetings.
And that's the complete section B?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great change, by the way.
Thank you. Section A, so election of officers, A, letter 3. I've said this from the beginning. I will continue to say it. You can all chime in, but I also agree that it should remain for 4 one-year terms, and that after an advisory committee appointee or member may not serve as the chair of that committee for a period of 2 years following the conclusion of their term as chair. I think we don't have a long list of people. I understand the reason that it was recommended to reduce that to 2, but I don't agree. So again, you can chime in when it's your turn. And at the end of that sentence, so I'd like to get rid of number 4, but move part of number 4 to the end of number 3. So number 4 says a 2/3 majority vote of the members in good standing in attendance is required to extend any chair's term beyond that described in section 11A3, which you wouldn't have to put that part because it would still be in section 3A, but leave the 2/3 and end section 3 with that sentence and get rid of section 4, because I don't believe that anybody, including staff, wanted 4 to say, during the subsequent committee election cycle, individuals who have served 2 consecutive years as chair shall not be eligible for nomination or appointment to the same committee. What that reads to everyone is, if you've been the chair, you can't be on the committee again. I'm pretty sure that was an error. So I think it's just best to get rid of that entire section, because, or if not, add a nomination or appointment as the chair. But I don't think you need to put that, because in number 3, it already says you can only serve as chair as a certain amount of time. So number 4, add the first sentence to the end of 3, and then get rid of the rest of them.
Chair, just to be clear, you want to get rid of the section?
Section 4.
Just to be clear, the last sentence says you can't be a chair on more than one committee. You want to take that off?
No, I'm
that
sorry.
Stays on?
Yes, that could actually be it for number 4, I guess. Could go in 3, but so the first part, the first sentence in number 4, move to 3, get rid of the second sentence altogether, and then number 4 could just be that you can only be chair on one committee in the same academic
Maybe
year.
starting with the word members and all the way to the end?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did staff get that? Okay. And I think there's also a concern that if in Robert's rules, it says if a position, like if you don't have someone to fill the chair or vice chair position, a new person, that the person that's in it would continue until you have another meeting to put someone there. And the concern in this item is that the superintendent and district staff are going to be running the committee. So I don't know how, I think it just really needs to be wordsmithed more than anything else, so that it doesn't appear as if, because it says, until such elections occur, the committee's designated district liaison shall coordinate with the superintendent to facilitate committee operations in a limited administrative capacity for purposes of scheduling the next committee meeting. That reads as if the superintendent is going to be in charge of committees. I'm sure he has enough to do, that he doesn't want to have that responsibility. So maybe it could just say the district liaison. It just reads as if the district is taking over the committee if they don't have a new chair and vice chair. So if somebody else wants to add a way to fix that.
Chair, would you like that now?
Sure.
I had suggested in my notes, the most tenured member present shall coordinate the superintendent, shall facilitate the meeting, facilitate the committee meetings.
Okay, which is similar to our policy for the board. So I would be okay with that.
Or Chair Hickson, the common language in Robert's rule is that the person that is chair would just facilitate until a successor is elected. And that's worked previously, it's worked historically, and I think that's the language that the task force supports.
Right, but the problem here says, in the event that both the chair and vice chair positions become vacant. So it's saying that there's no one there for the chair or the vice chair. So that wouldn't make sense.
Right. So then the next person would be the recording secretary or other members of the executive board.
That's why Dr. Zeman's suggestion was the most tenured person in the committee.
Okay. So typically within the bylaws, it'll specify succession. So it'll go from chair, vice chair, recording secretary, corresponding secretary, communications chair, another member of that elected executive board.
Okay. All right. Well,
so we could use the term officer.
Until the committee's designated.
The bylaws are nested within this policy, and if this policy specifies who's going to take over a meeting, and again, this is a very, very small point. The board may choose to designate what happens next, and if it doesn't, then it can go to the bylaws. So we just have to figure out what to do and move on.
Okay, so until such election occurs, the committee's designated liaison shall coordinate with the most tenured.
No, ma'am. The committee's most tenured member present shall facilitate committee meetings. And again,
Okay, the committees.
that's up to the board to decide if they want to
Okay.
dictate it, or they can just drop it out, and you'd
Tenured.
follow the bylaws.
Member will facilitate committee operations.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All righty, that's, thank you. That's it for me. Ms. Thompson, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, thank you, Chair. You echoed many of the comments I was already going to make. I agree that the 2-year restriction is too short and that it should stay the 4-year. And then also my concern that the chair, on page 17 that Ms. Verdig brought up, I believe that a previous chair should be able to be a part of the committee, just not chair again. Yep. And then I also agree with having a catalog of the committee recommendations, and I agree with your suggestions.
That was easy. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question and then several comments to follow. We heard from Ms. Greaves on the Diversity Committee about an issue in which somebody was elected to serve, I believe, as the vice chair. I think the result was who happened to be a school board employee. And what I took away from that was that there is currently some sort of conflict between the Diversity Committee's bylaws and the school board policy. I'd like some clarification from Ms. Batista on that. I mean, I would have to imagine that the policy would trump, but I want to know what the specific conflict was and if it still exists as of today.
Ms. Batista?
So I don't recall the specific conflict. I'm not really sure what the lady was speaking of. But if there is a conflict between the bylaws and the policy, yes, the policy would trump.
Well, let me ask it this way. Can a currently pending employee of the Broward County School Board serve as a chair or a vice chair for any of these committees?
I believe the policy says that they can.
They can.
They
Okay.
are able to.
Did I mishear the speaker?
No, you did not. And I have the bylaws in writing that was adopted on 2024. I have it in writing. Ms. Batista, have your email that you said that the bylaws, first the bylaws that the chair, vice chair cannot be a school board employee.
So this isn't the only committee that this exists for. That exception is in policy and bylaws, for district advisory council, area advisory councils, ESC, ESOL, gifted, all of these parent-led groups, so that there's no conflict between the person leading the committee and serving the community.
Okay, but what I'm trying to understand is, are there committees in which the bylaws say, no, you can't be a school board member and serve as a chair or vice chair?
Yes.
Okay, a board employee, excuse me. That contradicts with the policy.
No, I believe within the policy, it states that the bylaws would be referenced in certain instances.
Okay.
The policy, the committee's governing policy and bylaws. So it's not just in bylaws, but it's also in policy that certain committees, the chair cannot be an employee or an employee residing in a certain geographical region.
Okay, so it's specific to the committees where you'll have that restriction. Chair Batista, or if we want to pass it to
Ms.
the
Batista.
EAC?
So there are certain committees where, for example, the school advisory forums or the school advisory committees or whatnot, that they have to have certain representation that is specific to those committees from like a particular geographical area. They already have participation by either employees or whatnot. So there may be occasions where that would be a conflict to have the chair or vice chair be an employee.
And if I may, because I remember the email they referenced that I sent. So if you read the policy, it says, in the event of a conflict between provisions of this policy, those contained in other policies or within any advisory committee bylaws or within any other document related to any advisory committees, the provision of this policy shall govern. And then also encourages board members not to appoint employees, but does not prohibit them from doing so.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to get to the bottom of here for purposes of this question is on those committees in which there is a restriction about serving on as a school board employee. I want to make sure that all of those bylaws are clear as to whether or not that can or can't happen. Obviously, in full conjunction with our policy. It seems that there was a mishap on the committee, which, from what I'm hearing from Ms. Greaves, from the speaker, that resulted in potential election results getting thrown out and having to go to a new election, which obviously I don't think is in anybody's best interest to have that happen. So was this bad information in this specific instance with the diversity committee? Is this bad information that was given to a member of that committee or to the committee at large, or how did we get to this point?
Ms. Batista or Mr. Sullivan?
So again, these are board-established committees governed by 1070, and 1070 does not prevent you from appointing an employee to a committee, or it does not prohibit them from being chair of said committee. Now, if you want to make it clear in the policy that they can't do that, that would be entirely up to the board. These are board-driven advisories, so staff really doesn't have a preference one way or another. It's all 1070 is all how the board wants to govern their appointed committees.
The committees in which it is not appropriate for a school board employee to serve as the chair or the vice chair, okay? Those have to be outlined in the specific committee's bylaws, so the members on the committee and the people who are serving are aware of this. I'm trying to understand it, and let's narrow the focus, let's narrow the scope. I'm trying to understand how this happened on this diversity committee with this specific example in which an election was held that apparently, from what I'm hearing, had to be overturned.
I can't speak to what happened in their elections or overturning. I'm not aware of that. I can just say when I answered their question, I relied on the policy that governs 1070 and supersedes their bylaws.
Okay.
At least as the policy is written. Now,
Chair, may I inquire from the speaker as to what that they were relying on before this election was held, which obviously does not jive with what the policy was?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Okay. In the bylaws is Article 5, Section 1, and it specifically says the chair shall preside at all meetings of the Diversity Committee and will be an ex officio member of all subcommittees except the nominating committee. Chair or designee will represent the Diversity Committee at all district committees that apply to the 9 conditions outlined in the CCC settlement agreement. The chair or vice chair shall not be an employee nor receive remunerations from the school district. In the policy that the current chair as well as the staff supported in the policy 1070, they kept utilizing section 3A1 and where it says membership composition or committee, and they were saying it says when a member of the staff is appointed to a committee that has been delegated authority that normally is exercised by the school board, the staff member loses his or her identity as a staff member while participating as a committee member and is accordingly subject to the Sunshine Law. So I did not, and this is the book that I received from the liaison after my ethics training and at diversity training. So I got this directly from the liaison, so I got this from district. And so I wanted clarification because there was a very outraging issue when I brought this forth as the nominating committee. The liaison said they were not aware of this, and they said sometimes it's good to have new eyes. So that's what prompted it. And so I, following protocol, reached out to my school board member to get clarification from general counsel because the staff was telling, as well as the chair was saying, that the policy trumps the bylaws. And so the response from general counsel was that it does not, and that a chair nor a vice chair should not be a school board employee. They continued the elections. Well, they strategically had me removed, and then they did the elections in which the chair ran the elections. The chair of the committee, not the nominating chair, but the chair of the committee ran the elections, and they voted in a school board employee. I stayed silent that whole meeting.
Is that individual still there?
Yes.
Ms. Batista wanted to say something.
Please.
So, okay, so the question that was asked of me, and now I have the email here. Can a school district employee serve as chair or vice chair of the diversity committee? And the answer was no. Article 5, Section 1 of the Diversity Committee bylaws, adopted June 18th, 2024, state that the chair or vice chair cannot be a district employee. And while Policy 1070 governs how advisory committees operate, nothing in that policy overrides this specific bylaw restriction. If the committee wishes to propose a change, it would need to follow the amendment procedures outlined in Policy 1070 and Article 11 of the bylaws. So if they would like to change the bylaws, they can, but they would have to go through that process.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is Article 5, subsection 1 of the Diversity Committee's bylaws specifically bar employees from serving as the chair and or the vice chair. That is the law of the land, and that's what's in place. And Policy 1070, specifically 3A1, which, as I'm reading it now, it's kind of just like a general statement that when a member of the staff is appointed to a committee, they lose their basically identity with the school board and they're acting independently. This provision, again, Article 3A1 of Policy 1070, does not necessarily get into the nitty-gritty as to whether or not an employee can be a chair or a vice chair. So the bylaws in this case would trump. Okay. So for the benefit of the speaker, it sounds like you may have gotten some contradictory information or confusing information. What I'm hearing from council makes sense to me, and hopefully in future elections we don't have to go through this now knowing what this is, and I certainly apologize that there was this level of confusion before the most recent election that you guys went through. But I think, to me, the article is clear in conjunction with the policy that you cannot, in this particular committee, you cannot be an employee of Broward County Schools if you're going to seek this position.
And just to let you know, there currently is an employee that is the vice chair of that committee, to let you know.
Well, that's certainly a secondary issue that we're going to need to look into if we have someone that's violating the bylaws, and hopefully they were not relying on the bad information. And I'm going to work with staff to see what can be done about that. So I appreciate, Ms. Greaves, you bringing that to my attention.
You're welcome.
To the board's attention.
You're welcome. Thank you, board.
Severa, did you want to suggest something in this section that says if the bylaws prevent it, so that it's in this policy as well? It's clear?
So I'm going to table that for a second because I just want to make some comments, and I don't want to lose any of my steam on a lot of things that I've heard. Generally speaking, in regards to our committees, our volunteers, the work that they do, the benefit that they provide to not only this board, this operating body, but to all of our schools, to all of our kids, to all of our teachers, to all of our administrators, I think is invaluable. I think it's tremendous. I think that these people are doing this for the good of our community, for the good of their kids, I don't think that they get enough credit for the work that they do. And it's disconcerting to see the tension between the district and our volunteers. It really is. And when I see people that I know have worked very hard on this and have focused and have brought a lot of good ideas and a lot of imaginative ideas over the years, come up to the podium very angry, and we saw some nearly in tears over what they perceive to be as negative treatment, that's very concerning to me. I want everybody in the audience today who came and spoke, everybody who's watching on the feed, or anyone who is within the earshot, to know that as far as I'm concerned, I appreciate the work that every one of you do for all of our kids, whether you have kids in the public school system or within the district anymore or not. I still appreciate everything that you do for us. You are heard. You are valued. And sometimes, it's easy to forget all of the hard work that you guys do, because maybe, we only get to hear from you once a month, or maybe people don't read all their emails that you guys send me. And for the record, I read all my emails. I may not respond to all of them, but I certainly read all of them. So I do want to say that I am very gracious, and I am very appreciative for all of the work that each and every one of you do, and for the services that you provide to our kids, to our teachers, and for the benefit that you provide to this board. We may not agree on some things from time to time, but certainly, and I hope I speak for all of my colleagues up here, when I say I think everybody can agree that you provide an extremely valuable service to all of us, and we are very, very grateful for everything that you guys do. And when you come and you take the time and you speak to us, we listen, and we do hear you. That being said, Madam Chair, if I can revert back very quickly before I yield the rest of my time, in regard to the issue that we're dealing with now, or that was presented, I'm going to reserve comment, because I'd like to have some conversations with staff on some questions that I want answered. And when this eventually comes back to us at a board meeting, I may have something else to say about the current makeup and current structure of the rule. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next is Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So thank you to everyone for your comments. I just want to kind of ground us again just to remember, we're all here because of our kids, to educate the children in Broward County. And I do think we're all here for that reason. And right now, as you all know, we're facing many challenges. And so I think that, what I hope that we can accomplish is that we use our energy to be united, because we're all here for a common cause, and to not use so much energy fighting. I think this is applicable to a lot of different areas of life right now, but I think it's so important that we can come together, because we are here to educate the children, and every single person needs to be contributing to that, so that we can have the outcomes that we want, and to be able to kind of survive the challenges that we're facing right now. And also, I always say this whenever we're talking about this, and we've talked about it on many occasions so far, but the advisory committees exist to advise the board. We cannot be everywhere. We need you all in the community getting information and bringing it back to us. We have our appointees, so that we know what's going on, because we can't be everywhere, and we are actually working hard to do as much as we can, but we can't be everywhere. So just to focus on the purpose of this exercise. And I want to kind of go back to how we came to this point, because I want to look, because there's some tension here, and I want to, and I might not be remembering correctly, so please correct me, I'm sure someone will. But, just going back to the spring, originally we came, there was a workshop that was presented some suggestions about how we could consolidate and potentially eliminate some of the advisory committees, which people did not like. And so the superintendent at that same meeting formed the task force for the purpose of addressing the composition of the advisory committees. And again, if I remember correctly, I don't think that policy 1070 was originally part of that task force directive. It was really just to look at how we were going to move forward with the advisory committees. So the task force came back with 3 options. 2 consolidated the advisory committees. 1 kept them the same. And, we heard from everybody. People had different opinions, and the board decided to keep them as they were. And the task force also came back with a lot of suggestions of how we could improve policy 1070. So there's a tension there that had nothing to do with the board or the directives of the board. That came from the task force. So just so we're all on the same page, I don't think we opened up this 1070. So that this is just moving forward since we have this.
This is only if she asked you a question.
But just to clarify, yeah, so 1070, I believe, was part of the original request from the board for the task force to also look at how advisories were formed and how many advisory we would have. And then 1070 was included because it so heavily dictates how advisories are governed.
Okay. I thought that that came back from the task force because there was no way you could do the committees without doing the, okay. Well, anyway, see, I told you if I'm incorrect, please let me know. Okay, yes, it is a long time ago. But to Mr. Cervera's point, there's a lot of tension right now. There's a tension between different committees. There's tension between the district and the committees. There's obviously unhappiness with the board. So I just can't stress enough. We need you to help us, but we also need to be united. We're spending so much time. We have all these huge problems that we are facing right now, and we're spending so much time on this that I'm hoping that we can, reach some conclusions. And so I invite every single person here to please give a little so that we can move on from this. And, you're not going to get everything that you want, but if everyone gets what they need or most of what they want, I think that we'll have accomplished what we need to today. Also, we did have training manuals that were resoundingly rejected, a few. So I'm not sure what the status of those are, but someone was talking about that earlier today. So.
When I mentioned training manuals before, it was for the liaisons.
Okay.
So and I believe we had one the same time they presented their recommendations, but I don't believe it went forward.
Okay. So are we doing something to have training manuals then?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are we going to have like an updated draft of the training manuals available, or are we?
We can provide the ones that we have currently, yes.
For the committees and the liaisons?
So I believe, I'm sorry, I think I misspoke before. There are training manuals for both.
Okay. But we didn't go forward with that, so I guess we need to.
No, I'm sorry, we did. I was confused. So.
Okay, so we have training manuals?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I also, to go back to the idea that we're not looking at is there an intervening draft of this that we don't have? Because I went back to look at the, August 12th?
So
agenda, we didn't have a draft of a policy, I don't think there. We just had recommendations.
You gave us feedback on the policy, and that feedback is captured in the red line.
Okay.
So you haven't seen the red line before, but you have seen the unwritten.
Okay, so this draft is tracking what we had proposed. There's no like hidden changes in this that aren't from the original.
No hidden secrets in the document.
Okay, thank you. Right. So just to get to the actual policy changes, I had a couple questions. On page 2, D8. It's a Roman numeral 2, D8.
2 of 19.
This says that the superintendent can, let's see, the superintendent can create other advisory committees that are, I guess, outside the purview of the school board that have various decision-making functions. Can you give an example of when that would?
The task force.
Okay. But they're advising, they don't really have decision-making.
Well, they're making decisions to present the recommendations to the superintendent and or board.
Okay, so that's the definition of decision-making?
Yes.
It's not binding the board, it's just to present.
It's a recommendation that the board would consider.
I don't know, it seemed, okay. Is there a definition somewhere of that? Because that just is confusing to me. Okay.
And I'm sorry, that language actually already existed for the most part. We just moved it up.
Okay.
If you look at F, where it's stricken.
Then on page 17, 11, 3, A3.
17.
I'm just wondering, at the end of the red line, I'm just wondering why, if you have a vice chair, the vice chair wouldn't just become the chair, and then you elect a new vice chair. What's the purpose of having a vice chair if you're going to elect a chair later?
Can you repeat the page number?
It's page 17, 11A3, the last part of the last sentence.
But that's only if there's a vacancy.
Right, but you have a vice chair who presumably would become the chair.
It says the vice chair shall assume the duties of chair.
Until the committee elects a new chair to serve the remainder of the term.
You would need some sort of election because then the vice chair position would be vacant.
Right, so I would suggest that the vice chair becomes the chair, and then you elect a new vice chair.
That's what the red line currently is. So the red line says, in event of vacancy in the chair position as a result of these provisions, the chair shall assume the duties of chair on an interim basis until the committee elects a new chair to serve the remainder of the term. Which they could elect the vice chair, who now is the interim, to be the chair, and that way they'll also have the possibility of selecting the vice chair. It converts two vacancies the way it's written here. So they need some sort of election to fill the vice chair.
Yeah, you'd have to fill the vice chair. I think that you should fill the vice chair. The vice chair got elected and becomes the chair. Instead of having the vice chair serve as the interim and then elect a new chair, have the vice chair fill the position and then.
I think we're saying the same thing, but if you want to word it differently.
Yeah, I do. I would like it to say the vice chair shall assume the duties of the chair, and I don't know who would do who. I don't know that we need a vice chair, and then something about and then the committee will elect a vice chair to serve the rest of the committee.
If that's how you want to word it.
Or the remainder of the term, sorry.
It's fine. It's fine by me. I think we're saying the same thing. If there is a vacancy, the vice chair becomes the interim chair until there's a new election for the chair to serve the remainder of the term, which could be the interim chair, and then they can select their new vice chair. I'm sorry, I was asking a question from a board member. I'm not sure what the public has to do with this, but.
What would be the easiest thing to do?
I think that's going into the weeds in the policy. Bylaws state that they would hold elections because they're all elected positions. So you can't just assume an office. It's like a board member, like the governor could appoint someone in the meanwhile, but ultimately that position would have to be filled by election. And so it's the same for these. The vice chair would serve in the capacity until they are able to hold elections. And at that point, if the vice chair wants to run for chair, they would be elected, and then they would elect a new vice chair.
Okay. I'm just thinking about like how we do it with the president, and then you're the vice president, and then you become the president. So I'm not totally insane, but whatever. You guys, okay, that's fine. You guys do that, and then I agree with what Chair Hickson's proposals were for the changes, and that's it. But please, again, we need everybody here to help us move this process, to move our district along. So I just hope that we can all collaborate and cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the next person, which is Mrs. Rupert, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Severa, can you weigh in on the suggestions that I gave? Because we need to know. So one was changing the 2 years to 4 years.
Hey, Chair?
Yes.
We're not done building that menu yet.
Okay,
can
'cause
we build the menu and
but-
just vote at once?
Well, we're not voting, but as people talk, you can add more into it, but we need to know if they agree with what's already been said.
The people that you're asking to weigh in haven't heard from everybody on this board yet.
But we've gotten answers from the other people. I know it builds, but that will be forever. When it's your turn, you're supposed to weigh in on what's been said before you. And I skipped that part with Mr. Severa. Everyone else did it, just not Mr. Severa. So, Mr. Severa, we could do it quickly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not in favor of the change. I'd like
Okay.
to see the 4-year remain.
Keep the ESC gifted and ESOL as waived, not redlined throughout the policy.
Correct.
Catalog recommendations that I gave.
Repeat the recommendations on the catalog.
To approve recommendations shall be cataloged by district staff and presented to the board at committee report meetings.
Yes.
Delete chair not staying on so delete that part that says that once you're done being a chair, you can't be nominated or appointed to the committee.
Can I have the section, please, that you're specifically referring
Page
to?
17, section A4.
A4,
Yes, to get rid of the second paragraph
beginning with additionally.
during the second sentence, because the sentence basically says if you've served as chair, you can't be on the committee anymore.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that strike.
Okay, and then changes from, on the next page, which was page 18 at the top, to say, until such elections occur, the committee's most tenured members will facilitate committee operations, and delete where it says district liaison shall coordinate with the superintendent.
Yeah, I don't want the superintendent appointed.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Georgia, may I speak?
As long as some point before you turn over your time, you answer those.
Okay, how about I'll have you ask me that when I'm done speaking? Okay, sound fair? All right. Who knows what? Let's just start at the beginning here. A quick question to staff. On page 2 of the PowerPoint, request to the school board to the right on the yellow part, financial impact. There is no financial impact for policy reviews. Do we not have Coward and Coward anymore?
Dr. Fulton?
We do. Okay, so
If I may, Madam?
I was kind of still talking.
Oh, I was trying to compliment her response. They only review certain policies, not every policy.
Okay.
Coward and
well,
Coward.
Did they look at this?
Not this policy.
Not at all.
No.
Okay. And is there like a rubric for what they were going to do and what they don't do, which is probably in their contract? The reason I ask this is because it says financial impact, and there is no financial impact for policy reviews. There is, because we hire them. So it may not be this particular one, but, you know, I figured, oh, they don't mention them anymore. It's been a while, and maybe the contract was up. So that's really where I started from. You know, I do everything sequentially. So next, I'm going to flip to 7. Okay. All committees now have a staff liaison that will attend their meetings, or is it group by group? Is there a formula for who their liaison is, or does everybody get one?
Dr. Fulton.
Staff.
Sure. So depending on the committee, so we try to match it up with the subject matter expert. So someone from facilities would have someone in that area, and that individual's consistent, so it doesn't change.
Okay, sure. So for our FTF, our Facilities Task Force Committee, have we had facility people that go there and present to them whenever they have their meeting?
Dr. Fulton.
Staff.
I can only talk about the liaison. The liaison's always there. I'm not sure if there's been specific request of staff to present.
Okay, so you're saying the regular person shows up, but if they've asked for Nora Rupert to come to that meeting because they want to talk about adoption, I don't know. So I'll go, right? Absolutely would go. And we need to kind of speak to that, because I do know that that is a problem when it comes to committees as well, as to they don't feel like they're getting their true people coming to them who can kind of really express the district's role in certain ways. So I do hear from that from different organizations. But then again, we also have groups that I know that Simone has gone to ESC, et cetera, but specifically the Facility Task Force is one of the ones that feel that they need to really occasionally see higher up staff. Let's just put it that way. So that's a conversation for the board. I don't know if it belongs in this policy or not, but I would be remiss if I didn't say it. I looked through the August meeting, and a lot of these back and forth here is contradictory. Let's just put it that way. And and I think Chair Hickson probably got to this when I grabbed some tea and peanuts here, to bring it back to how can we help today. You know, how do we get closure to this? Because otherwise, I will tell you, we'll be easily here for 2 more hours. So I want to be able to move things along to make sure that our committees are appreciated and are getting our full attention. This can't be done today. There's just no way it's going to get done today. So I would suggest that it would come back to a workshop way before we have to vote on it is it December or January? It would depend if it comes back at which workshop?
I believe there's enough consensus that would substantiate significant change, so it would be a December, not November.
Okay, so December workshop, and then...
Well, no, right now, unless the board directs us otherwise, this would be presented for a board vote.
Okay, well, as one board member, I won't be voting for this. It's way too early, and I don't feel that the actual conversation is done well here today. That's just it on that. For term limits, I believe a 4-year or 2 years, I don't care, but in one term amount for 2 years is way too little. People barely getting their feet wet and they know what to do. So I would definitely do 2-year or 1 4-year, I don't care which, but we have to understand that, and I am one of those people that when I was a parent, and actually still now, all board members, we actually represent the board on various community and state businesses and organizations, and nobody's giving us any information to saying that you can't be that person anymore, because this just you have a certain information, you have certain background and talent, and you've been there long enough to be able to help the people that are coming behind you. And that's incredibly important that we do. I think that truly starts with respect from both sides, but I can tell you it is not the same relationship that we used to have in 2010 when I was elected, 2011. It has gone down every single year, and I am at that, the only person to be able to see that debacle as it's gone lower and lower and lower, and it's gotten worse. So I know that sometimes when you want to make things better, it gets to be kind of a hot mess, and then you can work it out. But it's very hard to do that when we have volunteers that are in tears, that are so upset, their faces and their necks are turning red, and they're just here to help our students and the district, period. So I apologize for any one of you feeling discounted, unwanted, unappreciated, and I'm going to say it, humiliated. I feel that. I feel that for you, and I've also been the parent in the audience as an advocate, year after year after year after year, way before I became a teacher and way before I became a board member. Year after year, nothing, no comment. People got up and ate and just didn't come back to the dais, and you never got eye contact. But let me tell you, it doesn't have to be that way. We can't govern this way. We can't be successful this way. And we certainly can't ask our volunteers to be able to get back up again, pony it up, and then come to the next meeting and get the same response. That's crazy. So I personally would put this back onto a workshop. I would include the entire August red line conversation, minutes, et cetera, and really have it gone word to word, comment to comment. I hope staff is listening. On my right, not you. Andre, I'm waiting. I'm talking to, I'm trying to say about staff and what I want for this to come back, okay? It's important that you hear that, because if you're not listening to me, you're not listening to the audience, and every single person here needs to do that. But also, you need to be treated respectfully from the audience as well. So that's it. So I would personally have that come back, have that conversation, bring back what we agreed upon years ago, and then let's just start in commonality instead of having two sides going back and forth. Commonality. That is all I expect from that. I have particular questions, and I can't do this, right? It's too confusing. It's too important. And you've got multiple documents. Some were just handed to us today, and you're trying to reconcile them. And I refuse to promote this kind of chaos. I don't want the carousel horses to come back again. So that's all I'm saying. I absolutely, really beg my colleagues that we need to go backwards to go forward. Bring back the August one. I believe Ms. Aladev started this in like 2021 or 2022, wanting to make sure that this was workable. You know what? Otherwise, we are never going to get the respect of the community. We will never get the trust of the community again unless we do this. So I, as one board member, would request, I can't do a motion because it's not a business meeting, that we go back to the August one, work on it with staff, work on it with Ms. Dominique, work on it with the other members. I don't want to dictate how that work's going to get done. It just needs to go back, and we need to have a commonality conversation as to we can support this, we cannot support this. And that's as simple as it is. Ms. Hickson, I'm done yipping at this point, but ask me the questions and I'll give you the answers that you need from me.
4 years.
Yes.
Keep ESE gifted and ESOL as waived. So,
Yes.
okay. Catalog recommendations.
Yes.
Delete chair not staying on the committee.
Yes. No, to not delete. I'm sorry. Chair can stay.
Correct.
There you go.
And change from superintendent to most tenured member if there is no chair or vice.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I have 3 cleanups. On page 11, under 7, in the red line, second sentence says, this list shall serve as the official registry. I just prefer it to be a registry. I'm not sure that I take a list of people when I'm out talking at schools and other places and people walk up and want to join. I just don't want them to be confused that, oh, we're not on the official registry. Well, I think it's a registry on 11 in the new type.
Dr. Zeman, can you, I don't see a number 7 on page 11.
Roman numeral 7, red line version, page 11, first paragraph under VII.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Just strike the official and replace it with the Article A. On 17, there's still a little confusion about whether or not you could be chair in the current version. So I'm on XI 11A3, and I think in the red line version, first sentence, without a minimum break in service as chair, because even that language, the way it's written, can be interpreted as you need a break in service, as in get off the advisory committee, and that's not our intent today. So it would read, no individual shall serve in the capacity of chair for more than 2 consecutive one-year terms without a minimum break in service as chair of 2 years. So it cleans it up. Same change on the following sentence. Upon completion of 2 consecutive terms as chair, the individual chair term shall conclude. And again, I just want to make it very clear that chairs do not need to go away. This is the Mary Fertig amendment, by the way. If you're a former chair, we definitely want you to stay. You gained tons and tons of experience. So that's my second set of cleanups. Finally, on the last cleanup, on 18, I think we've got that one already. We shifted on the top red line version to most tenured member present. If you'd like to catalog my votes, I'm ready.
Okay, 4 years.
No?
Keep ESE gifted.
Yes.
Catalog recommendations. Delete chair
Yes.
not staying, and you already said change the superintendent.
And then my 3 cleanups?
Yes.
Yep.
So that's easy enough, I think.
I'm sorry?
That, yours were easy enough to,
I like being easy.
thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, I agree with the proposed changes from the chair and Dr. Zeman. And I want to just take a moment to thank our volunteers for your continued service and dedication to the district. I know that it's not easy and that you do this out of the goodness of your hearts. And I want to easy to sit here and be criticized. And I think that, and I've said this before, if we could take the temperature down a few notches, I think the collaboration would be much easier and more productive. And that starts with speaking to each other respectfully. I don't know that I can make a difference in saying that, but I do feel that it needs to be said. And again, the people sitting here who are not elected officials really don't have an opportunity to publicly defend themselves. And I know that is difficult. So thank you to all the parties involved who are working hard to improve our district and uplift volunteer voices, parent voices, community voices, student voices. And I think we all have a responsibility and obligation to do so in a way that would make our students proud and in a way that makes our community feel that we are a functioning system and district and body of volunteers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank the committee chairs for their input, and I want our chairs to rest assured that this board respect and appreciate all of our chairs and our committee members. We may disagree at times, but disagreement is not negating the importance and the appreciation that we have for the work that you do. Now, the changes reflected here in this policy came from board recommendation reached on August 12th. I believe timely succession of leadership is important. This board actually have succession of leadership on a yearly basis. November 18th will be when we will engage in that, and normally this board chooses chairs once a year and occasionally for 2 years. Board members are elected every 4 years. Our committee members can serve indefinitely. However, these changes are recommending that the chairs are being rotated every 2 years. So I don't believe that we are asking anything differently than we have of the board in terms of leadership succession. Now, I believe it's a responsible thing for us to do because leadership succession encourage development of talent. It creates continuity. Research shows that it mitigates risk when you have unexpected departures of chairs. It also helps to develop depth of leadership and retain talent. So I am supportive of the changes we recommended on August 12th. I believe those changes will allow for a greater depth of leadership among our committee, our advisory committees. Now, in item 4, Madam Chair, the changes that you recommend in terms of on page 17 to crossed out, to not crossed out the first part of item 4 to get rid of it entirely, I am not in agreement with that. I am in agreement with crossing out the 2/3 majority. I agree with Dr. Zeman to add just minor modification, so it's clear that we're not saying that chairs cannot continue as committee members by simply putting after appointment as chair, where it would read eligible for nomination or appointment as chair to the same committee for the following academic year. So I think that's just a minor change to make it clear for item 4. The board relies on our advisory to advise, as Board Member Bullman mentioned, and to keep us informed. And as a board, we want our advisories to prosper and to thrive. As a board member, we may have conflicting views on how this can be done, but I believe our mission is the same. And I want to, again, when I look at, for example, recent changes that we've had in board chairs, where I believe Ms. Erin is now the chair of the parent task force, and my appointee, Jesse, is the vice chair, and I can see the shine on their faces in assuming these positions. And Ms. Fertig recently became the chair of the audit committee. I just think having a wonderful rotational schedule will enable succession of leadership and will continue to glue and keep our committees together. So I am going to continue to support the 2 years. However, Madam Chair, for item 4, whether the board if the board decides on 4 years, for item 4, I am supportive of removing the 2/3 majority vote of the members, keeping that crossed out section, and I am supportive of the language continuing even if it's 4 years, as it is in red in item 4.
Okay, then the other question is about the red line and to get rid of the crossing out of ESE gifted and ESOL as they're waived throughout here because of their unique.
Yes.
Okay, and cataloging recommendations.
Yes.
And then changing on page 18, where it says district liaison and superintendent, changing it to say most tenured member.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Mrs. Alhadeff, did you want to weigh in on those changes?
Can you just clarify what you mean by cataloging recommendations?
So on page... On page 17 of 19, letter B at the top, it's crossed out, and the suggestion was to have it read, instead of being crossed out, approved recommendations shall be cataloged by district staff and presented to board at committee report meetings, which is what happens right now.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm yes on the 4 years, and yes, yes, yes on all your other ones. But before I go, I just want to, my appointee, Danielle Hoffman, made these recommendations. I just want to give it out to the board from the task force to strengthen committee effectiveness and to strengthen communication, increase transparency, and empower our committees.
Today.
Thank you. Oh, wait, one thing I do want to ask staff, as far as recommending and establishing a clear, transparent removal process for volunteers not covered by policies 2409 or 2004, what are we doing about that?
Actually, I forgot to mention that the first time, so that can be, if you want to recommend it, and we can discuss it, so in easier terms, a due process.
Yep, I make that recommendation.
Okay. To add the due process, where would you, my recommendation was going to be to add it on page 13 of 19 under F, where it says removal of committee members other than school board appointees. There's a 1, so if you add a 2. Or where would you suggest?
Or page 17.
Okay, on page 17. Seventy talks about election of officers.
Okay, where you had it's fine.
Okay, because it talks about removal. And do you have suggestions on what that should look like, or?
There just has to be a very clear, transparent process.
Okay. Let's have everybody wait, because I think we're at the end, so let's weigh in on who agrees with that, and we'll leave it. If I'm not mistaken, there was already some language written to that process, so would you be okay with the language that was originally in it, and then it was taken out? So
Are we talking about section E or section F?
F, the removal of committee members other than school board appointees.
So, right, if I may, Deputy?
Yes, go ahead.
So if I may, this only applies to committee members who are not school board appointees. So if a school board appointed a committee member that has a process where the board member who appoints them could rescind their membership. If they're not school board appointee, that's why it's written in here that the superintendent has authority to rescind their membership. But it's clear it has to be a direct violation of a law, rules, or school board policies and/or committee bylaws.
13 and 19.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, but what is the removal process? There should be very clear rules governing that process.
Well, I know the process when recently happened, the superintendent provided a memo to the board. So I don't know if you want to memorialize something like that, that there's got to be board notification if such action is taken by a superintendent.
I just because I recently went to that policy workshop, it was really clear too not to be specific about what the process is in the policy. Maybe if we put in there about there will be some kind of due process, and then the procedure part is.
I'll let Ms. Batista jump in, but I'd be careful about mentioning due process because you don't want to.
Please do not talk from.
I don't think you want to memorialize something in policy that can set you up later for a different kind of situation.
Ms. Batista.
Due process is something that is an entitlement under the Constitution when there is a life or liberty that is being challenged by someone. In this particular case, because it is a, the issue here would be about committee membership or volunteers. Volunteers do not have, pursuant to the Constitution, a right to be a volunteer. So therefore, the due process that normally attaches to those rights do not attach to a volunteer role. And that's the reason that section reads that way. I would surmise that is because the volunteer does not have a right to due process. There was a process that was followed in this particular instance, in the recent events. There was there has to be a reason or there has to be some process followed, but due process is usually, there is a connotation that the person can then challenge that and either, go to a hearing or have some sort of a process. So I'm not sure what you mean by due process. There is a process, but not due process.
I have a suggestion because it doesn't say that in there, so maybe if we reword what the recommendation Mrs. Alhadeff just shared with us, so maybe 2 would be the superintendent will establish a clear, transparent removal process for volunteers not covered by policy. So it doesn't say due process, but it will say that there will be a process. Then it's at least in policy that there has to be a process. And I don't know if it needs to be board approved. Since that's under the superintendents, do we have to approve it?
No, that would be a process that the superintendent would develop for that.
You could say, you could inform the board, though. That's not a process. That's just establishing a precedent.
Yeah, that's why my suggestion would be to include that the superintendent has to provide the board with the action that he has taken.
No, I think but it should be the same process. I think we want to be consistent. So I wanted to say, I think what Mrs. Alhadeff is also saying is we want in policy that there is a process that has to be followed when there is somebody being removed from a committee. So we can't dictate that process, but we can say we want there to be a process and policy. Am I capturing, Mrs. Alhadeff, what you're, I don't want to speak for you, but I know that we can't, but it doesn't make sense in policy to write the procedure. So if we just say in policy there must be a process, that captures. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Did you capture what we were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Anybody disagree with that? We're all okay. And I just would add to finish it, thank you for that, and just add to this to address what Mrs. Rupert said. I appreciate that we want to be collaborative, and I will just say we've had this policy come to us 4 times, and we've spent today almost 3 hours on it. So I think we've captured a lot of the concerns that the committee had, and it's coming back recommended to make some of those changes. So I personally would not like to see this back as a workshop. I'd like to be able to vote on it and move forward.
Chair?
Anybody else?
I just have a
Doctor.
recommendation about that. I have a deep sympathy with Ms. Rupert's position. And it's not about how many times we've seen this or about the importance of it, all that is totally germane, but it's really about writing in plain English and making sure that we have a version that the public can understand when they read this policy, how they do it. So what I would ask, if Chair, you want to move forward, bring this back to a school board meeting, that the staff take some time, and if they need to make some changes that are purely grammatical and writing style and clarity, that they should be permitted to do that and bring it forward. They might highlight those in a different color. They can be blue-lined if they want to. Who cares? But we really need to be very communicative with people on this policy, and I don't feel like we've met that standard at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, will this policy be getting looped before it comes back to the meeting?
No.
We have looped and looped and
So looping process is either dictated by the superintendent, he's not recommending that, or directed by the board, but I will remind the board that there was a task force that met countless hours that went through this policy and has provided their recommendations.
Guys, I can't even, come on, play by the rules.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you very much for being here.
Chair, I just have a few quick questions, because I didn't do my public speaking because I thought there would be
Okay.
a little bit more dialogue here. But in terms of a removal process, I will just say that a concern that we have, in the case of district advisory last year, the committee was not notified that their chair was removed. And so there was no ability for succession planning. So there needs to be a clearly defined process, and the committees need to be included in that. Additionally, in terms of the language regarding the vacancy of the chair and vice chair, the most tenured member may not want to step up and facilitate the work of the advisory. That is why you have those elected officers that have demonstrated that they're willing to serve. And so we should follow in line with what succession typically is and just keep it to the elected officers. Additionally, Board Member Bowman asked about the training materials. The board had directed staff to hold a roundtable to get feedback on that, and that still has not happened. And so liaisons have been trained. It's now November, and your committee chairs, executive officers, and members have not been trained. And to Mr. Severa's point about item section I or 1A on the first page, if there's any ambiguity about whether 1070 trumps bylaws or bylaws trump 1070, I think that there should be some language on there, because the bylaws are being approved by the board anyways, and they will be made to align with general provisions of 1070.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Fulton, can you address the roundtable? Is there a date to have that with the chairs about the training?
I don't think so, but I'll let Mr. Sullivan probably share.
It hasn't been scheduled yet.
Okay, if we could work on that. And also, I know they talk about the websites in here. There's still some concerns about the website and the usability of it. So if we could look into the websites for the committees. And someone also mentioned that not every committee has an email address.
So as far as we know, the websites are up and running, and then if there is anything that you're having difficulties with, please work with your liaisons, and we'll make sure we rectify that. But as far as we know, websites are up and running. We should have all emails established, but if that's not the case for any particular, just let the liaison know, and that's the way that we can make sure that we troubleshoot any difficulties you may be having.
And Deputy, they have.
Okay.
We sent numerous emails, and they still don't have access. In addition to the websites, committees have not been reached out to say, hey, here's the information that we need for you to ensure that these websites are up to snuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So if we could just kind of circle back on that and make sure. All right, thank you
Chair,
again. Yes.
before you leave this item, could you give us a summary of the votes? Like,
Oh.
what did we express preferences for in terms of seeing on the next
Okay,
draft?
well, there was no votes, but consensus.
I think it's
So,
preferences, actually.
Yes, preferences or consensus. So there was consensus to leave it at 4 years. There was consensus to keep ESE gifted ESOL waived, so that because they have those unique memberships, there was consensus to catalog recommendations the way we have been doing it. There was consensus to delete that sentence that indicated the chair wouldn't be able to stay on the committee. And there was consensus to change from district liaison and superintendent to most tenured member. In the succession process, in the event that there was no chair or vice chair. And there was consensus, because no one said no, to add the removal part that the superintendent would devise, or there would be a process that would be shared with the board. And the three cleanup items as well. Okay, did you capture all of that the same way I just?
And then just a 2/3 piece.
Oh, yes, I think everybody.
There was
okay.
consensus for that.
Yes, to move it up in the other sentence.
To put it back in and put it as part of number 3.
Right, correct. Okay, all right, thank you again so much. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick recess to get ready for the oversight bonds committee.
Thank you all.
Thank you, and welcome back to the school board workshop. Our next item is the Bond Oversight Committee fiscal year 25 quarter 4. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Go ahead, Mr. Shim.
Thank you and good afternoon. Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. This is for the quarter ending June 30th, 2025, and the meeting for the Bond Oversight Committee that occurred in September 25th. I have Latha Krishnaiyer here to give the board a briefing on that meeting.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Fulton. We met at Boyd Anderson, and the principal, Mr. Griffin, was very gracious, not only in welcoming us, but showing us all the improvements that were made due to the smart bond. So he was very excited and thanked us for making it happen. I have not so much a report on the last meeting, but some recommendations from our board members. A lot of most of them are engineers or in the building area. So they had some recommendations as to the next bond, if it's coming. So basically, the committee recommends the district doing a staffing analysis well before any decision is made, and not looking at this program, but moving ahead to the next. They also had some recommendation on having projects ready to go to minimize the delay. And if the projects are ready to go and the funding is available and there are no contracts or design, this causes a delay and a lag. The recommendation is to build up a bunch of projects that can be rolled in, and it will present evidence of progress right from the beginning. At the last workshop, Mr. Tracy, I believe, had mentioned the disconnect between someone at the desk going through a plan review and a two-dimensional drawing, and the person in the field going out there and seeing the site and having a three-dimensional view. And there was a lack of coordination, and things may change when the field person goes out, and leading to further delays, especially, as he mentioned, at the final inspection. And the committee felt that that should be avoided. It was also suggested that the use of a modern building program, BIM, or building information model was recommended to be used because it allows for a three-dimensional walkthrough. And I believe that program is available to the school district. Okay. The district does have the program, so the committee highly encourages that it be used in future products. Also, it was recommended to train the inspectors to get them out and look at the job site. They felt that was very important, that looking at the job site will give them a better understanding of what was going on in the field, and walking the site and feeling it. And also that these inspectors and land reviewers need to go periodically out to the field to see if they can catch any issues in time and not wait for the final inspection. Preparation time, they felt it was is key. I was here for the smart bond, and it was done with very little lead time. Schools were asked for a wish list, but some of their items might have not been very practical. It may help if the administrators and school community, parents, and other stakeholders walk through an actual work site and see the amount of time, work, and disruption it may result in. This may change their idea of what they want, and also to eliminate the fact that with the smart bond, many of the parents and the students that were in that school are gone. They have moved on to the next school or out of the school system. So it will be important that they understand that some of the projects that they're asking for may not be done within the time frame that they are there. And lastly, we've discussed a lot of community involvement at this meeting, that community involvement is a key. And there was very little time with the last bond before it went to the ballot. And there wasn't extensive community involvement. Some of us were involved as PTA. We were at several community events, including a soccer game, an NASL soccer game. I believe it was the Fort Lauderdale Strikers, handing out information about the upcoming ballot issue. But I think with the redefining schools, town halls, and community participation, it has given us a wonderful blueprint to follow. And I commend Dr. Wanza and her team for doing an outstanding job in involving the whole community. It would be our recommendation that the board hold town halls of this nature involving the entire community and let them know what's coming and what is in store for everything. So that was our recommendation, but we also thank, as this was our last meeting, we want to thank Omar, Rafiki is here, Millie, and the staff for guiding us through. We also owe a lot of thanks to Bob Nave and Tax Watch that were with us almost at the end, and they kept a strict eye on the finances, and that helped us a lot. And also to all of the other consultants that worked on this project with us. They were wonderful in their presentations to us and making us understand what we were going through. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to public comment. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Oh, okay.
Afternoon. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm trying to calm down from that cliffhanger a few minutes ago. And I'll be sending you guys electronic copies of what I sent before. So FTF, which I got on in 2011, so I predated the bond, and the only person that predates me right here would be Mrs. Rupert, who I think we share the PTSD. I don't know about you, but every time someone says the next bond, I cannot help but have an outburst. And I keep hearing musical youth singing Pass the Dutchie, because whatever people are smoking who keep saying next bond, please pass it on the left-hand side, because it's not going to happen. We are repeating the same mistakes. I took an accounting degree, an MBA, and a PhD in leadership, which means I understand systems and processes and when they're not working, and applied that to facilities from 2011. In 2014, FTF asked to be part of the BOC, and Runcie said, nah, nope, we want to have different people. You guys will still do what you do. Okay. We asked to help vet the needs assessment. We were told, nope, we're good. And they took the results of the needs assessment. In 2014, there was no long-range facility master plan. It's 2025. You want to know what you don't seem to have getting off the ground? There's no master planner. I've done a public records request for the solicitation in whatever form it's currently in. The board, including some of you that are here, passed a framework when AECOM was here that involved having a master planner create what? A master plan with a what? A long-range facility master plan steering committee, which your superintendent sunsetted in January of this year. Almost a year, we're creeping up on almost a year of no steering committee, which was comprised of external and internal stakeholders. Most of the advisory chairs who know the district hasn't come back. Every time you ask him, he tells you, oh, we're working on it, we're going to put new people, whatever, but you don't have one. And then there's no transparency in the facility condition assessments. An FCI is not the same as a Castaldi, because what's missing from FCIs and was missing in 2014 are discussions about educational adequacy and structural issues. And then some of these, and these FCIs, like I've seen Bennett, those are not real numbers. None of those numbers are making sense. There, I sent you an email. There are buildings with lower FCIs today that haven't been touched as part of the bond than the FCIs in 2014. I don't know how that's possible. But anyhow, things have never been worse, and you guys are on the verge of repeating the same mistakes. And that's why I keep having outbursts at the words
Thank you.
next bond.
We'll move on to board discussion. Anybody have any questions or comments? Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Mine were pretty quick. I mean, I don't even think I'll use 10 minutes here. On page 101 of the book, I just had a comment about ADA closeouts. This is for Atlantic West Elementary School, and it goes through 2027. My question / follow-up, I hope, will be that hopefully we're not having a pattern of leaving ADA work to the end. So I would like to know when those are. You don't have to tell me today. You can do it in the follow-up. I don't want to give you any pressure on that. But I just I really pulled the ones that were in my district that went all the way to the page, and I'm not sure if they go into 28. So because the page ends.
Dr. Fulton?
We have noted it as a follow-up.
Okay,
Thank
perfect. Same thing, okay, at Atlantic West, which is the same. Okay. Hold it. I would love an update on C. Robert Markham. It has us being done halfway through 2026. I've been there for recently, and it does not look anywhere to be close to that. So an update on that. And they also flagged it for budget reasons, budget adjustment. So I'll need that information. Okay, I covered 112. Okay, 133. I'm working it here. Red level for Cross Creek School. It has it being done in 2026. But I don't understand what the red level is there. I couldn't find it under the flag aspect or any information. Yeah, so an answer for that one because it's risk level red. And I think it's 40, okay. Dave Thomas Education Center East. I have the joy of representing the East and the West Dave Thomas Centers. And this particular one, we as a board had like a quasi-resolution and in order to go to the city of Pompano Beach to see if they would be interested in doing workforce housing. And I believe that the project itself, because of the facility, the shape of the facility, everything stopped there in 2022. So my question is, sorry, it has it getting finished in 2025. Well, that can't possibly be true because we're not working on it anymore. So a little follow-up for that as to where we are in that process. I'm big on if we put it in the book and this is our information, and I know that we as a school board already, that was a board item, we all voted on it. So that should be part of this project request there too. Deerfield Beach High School, once again, goes through 2027 and then the page doesn't continue. So it just makes me a little nervous because I'm looking at what has to be done and it's risk level red. I'm thinking it's gonna go into 2028. And if I'm thinking it, everybody else is thinking it too. Deerfield Beach Middle, Deerfield Beach High, Deerfield Park Elementary, red level, and some of them I know are safety things like fire alarms and stuff, so didn't really want to go into too much safety issues on that. I'm almost done, guys. 192. One more. There we go. Okay. Red flag for Monarch High School. It also runs through 2027, so I want to know, when is everything really going to be done? Because it does. it needs to be updated. And 228, just two more. I'm almost there. Pompano Beach High School, risk level. They go through 2027 on this page. Quiet Waters Elementary, risk level red. And I think the last one is 262 is my last one, and that's Tedder Elementary School. It's in the risk level of red. So just follows up for that for me, because they are ones that have been, I know, behind, and I know that we're trying to get work done as quickly, efficiently, and done correctly. So I want to make sure that I have the answers to this the answers to these questions. So when I'm out in the community and people say, can you see this school? It still looks the same. So I would hopefully be able to say, yes, but those were some safety things that we had to do, and we've done them, and we're working on the inside, and you won't believe it, it's going to be done by X. So that would be super helpful for us as the word of the day, forward-facing with the public. So thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Alida.
Thank you. So on page 15, or I guess page 9, with it says we have 204 construction closeout projects. And I always kind of talk about this, the financially closed out. Why are we not capturing that there, and what would that number be? Or is that involved with the 204?
Dr. Fulton.
Staff, please.
I'm sorry, what page is that on?
On the computer, 15 of 498. With the little chart. Yep.
Okay.
The primary renovations process charts.
It's 9 at the bottom of your pages.
Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
So the question is about the
Financial
financially
closeout.
closeout. So basically that's a part of the closeout process, and so it's captured in the actual closeouts of the projects. Yeah.
Ashley Carpenter with Atkins Realis through the chair. On page 27 of the report, we do break down the 204 so that you can have more visibility on, sorry, it's 27 on the computer. I think it might be 33 of the PDF. But it gives the number of projects in each of the phases of closeout so that you can see, again, this is as of June 30th, but as of June 30th, there were 128 projects that were fully closed. And then, different numbers from that 204 in the other phases of closeout. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, so the 128 is completely done.
Correct. All purchase orders closed, and capital budget is able to bring the financial closeouts to the board, where the money goes back to the reserve. Any leftover monies would go back to the reserve.
Mm-hmm.
On those.
Okay, and why don't you capture that on page 9?
Page 9 is more of a summary, and it's page 9 is also repeated on page 24, but that's more of a summary, so it doesn't list all of the closeout phases. So we have additional breakdowns on page 25 and 27 that kind of give more context on that summary.
So on page 30 or 25 on the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
is that currently what we have?
This is as of June 30th. that shows a little bit more of, yes, that also shows those closeout phases and then also breaks down the construction because on page, yeah, it basically just breaks down the phases into 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, I think this really captures the complete picture. So why wouldn't that be on page 9? I mean, I feel like everybody's looking on page 9 and they think that's the complete picture, but it's really not.
Page 25 is leaving out the initial phases, so it's really starting with construction, but we can look at trying to really show all 9 on one slide. I agree with you. I think page 9 is really where people go, like first hit, that's where they're going to go before if they ever make it down to the facilities section itself. So yeah, we can work on, for the last report, detailing all the phases out clearly there rather than summing any of them up.
Okay, cool. Thank
Okay.
you. And then how much money do we spend in marketing annually for SMART?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Shim?
I believe that that's a subcontract of the AECOM contract, so that would be in the details of that. We'd have to look at that or give you a follow-up on that.
So it's already part of the contract of what we already paid?
It is, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know, I just feel like money is, I understand to communicate to what is completed and what's done, but I'd rather just see the money be put in and get the jobs done. It just kind of seems like a waste where we could capture, a beautiful library with our own staff than paying for that. But if it's already spent and done, then is it already spent and done?
Dr. Fulton.
Staff?
I believe, if I may answer, I believe that was part of the original package 11 years ago. And so that is a subcontractor, Garth, that does a lot of the public facing items for the SMART program. So that's been consistent over, I guess, the 11 years of the program.
Okay, well, now that we're done, not really done, but saying we're done, if there is opportunity to save money in marketing within that contract, I'd like us to look at that. And then my next question is in regards to what's next? Where do we go from here? Because we're not done, but we're saying we're done. And I know I talked about coming back with a report. So where do we go from here?
Dr. Fulton.
Staff?
Yes, the final report will include month-end October information. We're just closing the month now, and we'll provide the final report. We'll have all the information as far as what projects will remain and those statuses, and the board should get that in early December after we close the month and develop that report.
If I may also, based on the last meeting, I believe you and the board wanted to have additional updates on where we are with the original SMART items, and so we will continue to report on that to the board. So just because they're moving over into the capital program, we will still look at them separately as SMART items. And Atkins, Ms. Carpenter and Ms. Cooley are aware of that, and so we'll continue to report that.
And how often will it be reported?
We will report it quarterly, which is the cadence that we had, I think, during the SMART program. So we'll continue to do that.
So January would be the next one?
I believe that's what we discussed. So, yes.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, again, I just want to make sure that we continue to be proactive in trying to be as efficient as possible to move these 100 projects or whatever more forward as efficiently as possible. And then also let's continue to proactively communicate and talk about it. I just don't want things to be not forgotten, but just like we're moving forward like this didn't happen or exist, because it did exist. And we still have to be accountable for these SMART projects that still need to be completed. I think it's very important, even though we're saying the SMART program is done, that we know there are SMART projects that still need to be completed through the entire process where we get to 100% in the closed section. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note for my colleagues, slide 9, again, a really big number here, and I just want to interpret it the right way, Superintendent, with anyone that you think it is appropriate for this. Under active construction, we have $850 million, which is roughly 50% of the combined capital expenditures on construction since 2014. Is that a fair assessment?
Staff.
We have $850 million in active construction. That's half of what we allocated to construction since 2014. Is that correct?
Approximately.
Okay, within $5 million? That's pretty close, all right? And to people's perceptions about Broward County Schools not getting things done, they're going to point to that all day long. And they're going to say, you still have half of the money for the past 11 years in active construction. And I know that we have accelerated the pace of getting things done, but these statistics are difficult to understand because they're stock statistics. They're not flow statistics. So we're not seeing statistics about what got done, except when we look at our school board meeting agendas, when we have final closeouts and release of retainage, because then we're moving those 13 programs from active construction to construction closeout. And then to make your point, Ms. Eldeff, there's still a lot of work to do. There's invoices to clear, there's financial closeout, there's warranties. There's a whole roughly 12 months of time for many of these projects to get things done. But I'm not as concerned about closeout because at that point, people are using the library, they're using the building, they're using anything that we built. It's a matter of administratively closing. What I am concerned about, though, is we still have 50% of our spending for the last 13 years still in active construction. And that's just a lot. And it may be very close to moving over into, financial closeout. But there is a need to do better. There's a real need to do better. And we have to think about the perception of the community and maybe the reality of this past 13 years is that the pace has been slower than our community expects. And so we continue to need as a board, more understanding about how we're going to increase speed and agility and get things done. I don't agree with Ms. Aladeff about the 2014 list because a lot of the stuff we said in 2013 to do a 2014 bond, we don't need to do anymore. It doesn't make sense. Either it's a school that we repurpose, it's school maybe it's not even operating anymore, it's a Dave Thomas, that got condemned, and so we're converting it into other things. So a lot of stuff happens in 11 years. So I want to get that report. I think it's going to be a useful report to talk about, but I don't want to whistle past the graveyard and not recognize that 50% of this money over the past 11 years is still in active construction. And we've got to figure out a way to accelerate our ability to get things done. And there's just no running from that. I don't care what page you point to in this 498 pages. I don't care. Ms. Rupert brought up so many projects that are in red status. We still have to prove to the board, and then we have to still prove to the community that we can get things done. And we're not there yet. And so I'm applauding the efforts that we've had so far, but 50% of our money still in active construction for the past 11 years is a boatload of money. Do you have, you look like you want to comment on that.
Mr. Shim.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify because on page 289 in the book, it gives the financial figures as far as what's in the entire program, how much has been expended, and the remaining dollars. So even though that dollar amount is in active construction, that's the total project dollar value. That doesn't account for the amounts that's been spent. But if you look on the financial figures in that section, it'll show you that the program is $1.7 billion, and that we have remaining imbalances of 143.5 in purchase orders and 55.3 in balances. So that's just under $200 million left to spend in the program. So we've spent quite a bit in the program. Those are just dollar values of active projects that's shown in the construction section. I just wanted to clarify
Would
that.
you then be able to say that $1.5 billion is an active use by students or schools?
Yes.
Terrific. I really wish we would talk to people about that. It's almost like with the policy we just spent like 17 days on. It helps a lot to get material that's ready to discuss. And I keep thinking that we're not communicating the goodness here. We're not communicating that we're exceeding the scope of the original project by 18%. We're not communicating we got $1.5 billion done and in use. And to me, that's what the community understands. If a student can go into a library and use it as a library, that's a source of joy for them. That's what we're here to do. And that's not captured in any of these flow or stock statistics. But we need help, telling that story. And I hope maybe in the next 3 months we can come and move forward. I know that 31 months ago we agreed to end the SMART program. And that's, I think, still a very wise decision. We've got to figure out how to move to a steady state of a construction or a capital project where we're actually getting things done and being nimble and agile as if we were a private sector company. There's no standards difference in Broward County between what Citrix should be able to build in terms of a new headquarters, or West Marine should be able to build as a brand new building in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and their expectations of us getting things done for kids. In fact, they some ways think we should be able to do better because there should be this great imperative to get it done for the social good. So thank you for this work. I look forward to that. You said in December we're going to get something, and I just want to clarify what that was.
January.
No, there's something in December as well. You said in December, early December, we're going to give you something based on closing out stuff from this quarter.
Yes, we typically deliver these or send an email to the board when we deliver this to the Bond Oversight Committee. So the report will get sent to the board in early December.
And then you'll present it in January.
That's correct.
Terrific. And will that be the last report, Chair, of this board? The January one will cover us through Halloween of 2025. Is that the last report, or are we just shifting to quarterly capital reports?
Yes, that will be the last Bond Oversight Committee report, and then we could do quarterly meetings as needed by the board.
And I'm sorry, Chair, I want to be clear about this. Are we requiring quarterly reports of this going forward?
Dr. Fulton, can you have Ms. Chief Paul?
So, if I may, we talked about identifying the SMART projects quarterly, providing that. But yes, we need to provide a capital report also to the board. So I want to keep the same cadence that we have.
That's great.
Currently, regardless of whether it's SMART or capital, but to keep that same quarterly cadence.
Terrific. Chair, is there any objection to keeping going with the quarter?
No, anybody have any objections? Mrs. Alphen.
I just want to make sure that the SMART projects are identified and tagged appropriately.
Yes.
And
Noted.
I think we could do that with a capital and construction report where it's tagged for SMART. Like that should never go away until Ms. Aladiff tells us we're allowed to, I guess.
Call it former SMART projects or something.
Thank you. Well, I want to be clear about that. There's going to be things in the wish list of 2014 we never do.
Yes.
And
Some of
so
them were de-scoped. So.
There has to be a point where we're down to, a smallish number of things that we're not doing, and we have to put a ribbon around it and move on. I don't know when that is.
Yes. Thank you. I just have a quick question, piggybacking off of what Mrs. Aladiff said. So for marketing, Is that money already been paid to AECom in the contract? Is there a way to scale it back? Dr. Fulton?
I don't, if staff has an answer, if not, we may have to do a follow-up on that.
So that's part of the, if I may, that's part of the monthly invoices that we provide, but Garth does not charge us if they're not doing the work. So it's based on the work that they do.
So who decides the work?
So for an example would be the Parkway meeting that we have coming forward. Garth is part of that community engagement piece.
But we're not marketing SMART any other
No,
way
I mean,
than-
they do ribbon cuttings, you've seen them do ribbon cuttings, various pieces of the SMART program over the past, I guess, few years. And so that was, as I said before, originally built into AECOM's contract as a sub-consultant. That's how Garth acts. And so, again, they've been part of the program, I guess, since its inception.
So is there a cap on what we're spending on that with them within the contract?
We can provide you information of what's been spent thus far in a follow-up, if you would like to look at that.
Well, I mean, we've spent what we spent. That's not the concern. The concern is moving forward. What would we be?
That is part, as I said before, that is part of the current contract we have with AECOM.
So that's the question then. Did we give AECOM a cap on what you could use for marketing? Is it just open-ended? I think that's really what
I can let.
the question is.
I don't know if Ms. Carpenter could speak to that.
Okay.
Because she's our financial overwatch there.
Hi, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins Realis. As Chief Paul stated, it is a part of the current PMOR contract, which is finishing in January. And there has not been a cap per se on communications and marketing. It is certainly very possible for us to provide as a follow-up the amount that's been spent thus far. In the next contract for the owner's representative, we can look at if there's a certain amount of communications and marketing that's required, putting that into the next contract. But we're right now at a point where, this contract is finishing.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know if there was a way to scale it back. But okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for the bond?
I think that's a question for the record, right, Chair? We want to know,
yes, they're going to
in writing, whether or not there's an ability to de-scope the marketing effort out of the PMOR contract.
So in the follow-up, if you could give us what we've spent so far and based on the contract, what are possible steps to reduce that and make sure the money can go in the right place? Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to thank you, staff, and the Bond Oversight Committee for all of your work in doing this. It's a big task, so we appreciate it. I'm going to give you an update on what we're doing. We're going to move into our closed door. We are going to move the collective bargaining agreements and the Office of the Chief Auditor budget analysis for discussion to another workshop. So when we come back from closed door, we will go to the behavior threat management testing of charter schools and then end this workshop and move into our special school board meeting. So we will recess at this time, we will now move into a closed door session that shall last for 60 minutes. All persons not scheduled to attend the closed door session, please exit the room at this time. Thank you. And welcome back to the school board meeting. Our last item on our workshop is behavioral threat management testing of charter schools. I will turn it over to staff for a very brief presentation.
So at the last meeting when I was requested to bring this information back for this workshop, I reached out to our neighbors to the north and the south, as well as reached out to our general counsel, because one of the concerns that board member Al-Hadef had was whether or not the district has any liability involved in not providing audit coverage of charter schools where the behavioral threat issues are concerned. And so the general counsel's memo identified that there was no liability where that was concerned, that each of the charter schools has their own board of directors that are responsible for complying with the same laws that this board is responsible for complying with where that item is concerned. And in talking with our neighbors to the north and the south, we found out that they don't provide any behavioral threat coverage in their traditional or their charter schools, and that their respective coordinators are who that goes to. And now that there's been a change in this new system that's being put together by the folks at the state, and they're limiting the access. It's not really limited, actually. It's the same access that folks had before. We just had access to some records that helped us to do some of the additional steps that gave us the ability to audit both the process and monitoring of the program. So it looks like we're going to have some tough sledding in the future, trying to figure out how we're going to do anything meaningful over and above the training portion of it, and identifying that the timelines and the training requirements have been met. So with that in mind, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can. If I can't, I'd be happy to follow up on that. But I think this is probably a shorter discussion than we may have originally thought.
Thank you. And we have public comment.
Madam Chair?
Hold on, we have to do public comment. First up for public comment is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I think we probably need to have a workshop on time management in the near future. Anyhow, good thing I brought dinner. So this item, I'm glad to see, because it made me read the state statute and the Florida Administrative Code, and come to find out, the state wants to audit your behavioral threat assessment. So in the statute that's referenced, by August 1st of each year, the Office of Safe Schools, there are 3 things that they're now going to do. So I think maybe a communication with the state as to what that might look like in terms of the scope of what they are now going to be auditing would be warranted, because they are going to, 1, evaluate each school district's and charter school governing board's use of the statewide behavioral threat management operational process, the Florida-specific behavioral threat assessment instrument, and the threat management portal for compliance with this subsection. 2, notify the district school superintendent or charter school governing board as applicable if the use of the statewide behavioral threat management operational process, the Florida-specific behavioral threat assessment instrument, and threat management portal is not in compliance with this subsection. And 3, report any issues of ongoing noncompliance with this subsection to the commissioner and the district school superintendent or the charter school governing board as applicable. So I would be on the phone with the state finding out what they think this process is going to look like, and it looks like you're going to have more money to put back into your Office of the Chief Auditor budget, because they won't be doing as extensive auditing of behavioral threat assessments, and why would they if the state is now going to do it? But we don't know what that's going to look like. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, and I got to go look at this. Staff keeps creating records in response to my public records requests.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Felicia Schumann, but I don't see her in the audience. So, okay, I will turn it over to board discussion. Mrs. Al-Hadef?
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Dr. Lynch-Walsh. I would have hoped that Mr. Rose, that information would have came from you. I think that's really applicable to the conversation. So my next question, Mr. Ruth, would be, will you be following up with the state and seeing how that process is going to be working with if they are truly going to be doing audits and then the CCPS do not have to?
She's asking if you're going to follow up with the state to make sure that you truly get the information that was just mentioned.
I had followed up with the Office of Safe Schools and spoke with them, and when I said to them, we're not going to have access to some of these records anymore now that this state portal system is going to be limited to the district-based and school-based threat management teams. And I was told, you shouldn't have had access to any of that information previously, even before we opened up this new portal in August. And I said, well, how would we then be able to do our audits going forward, looking at the process and the monitoring? And they said that that's something that's going to be handled by the coordinator and then the Office of Safe Schools by monitoring that portal and all the information that goes into it. So it sounds like they've already pretty much come to a conclusion that having an audit function is less important than making sure that the behavioral issues are curbed at the moment that they're starting to occur, rather than the auditors go in and look at it later, because if they've stopped any potential bad actors from doing what they otherwise may do, I think that's really what the importance is of the program.
Right, but Mr. Rose, are we responsible for doing the audits on our PTAs and the charter schools, or is the state responsible? Who's responsible?
We would, if I understood you correctly, we would not have access to records at traditional or charter schools, but at traditional schools we would certainly have easier access and maybe have access at charter schools for looking at the training portion of this, making sure that everybody is trained properly and that their teams are documented for uploading that information into the system.
Her question was, who's responsible for auditing the threat assessments?
At the charter schools and the traditional schools? Yes. So at the charter schools, they have their own teams that are put together by their board of directors. They are responsible for auditing and not auditing. They're responsible for putting together the management process of this behavioral threat management process. From an auditing standpoint, the auditing is happening at the level of the coordinator and at the level of the state. There is no other allowance currently for an additional auditing component.
So the state's auditing it.
Okay, so to clarify, you're saying that the Florida Office of State Schools is doing the auditing at the charter schools and at our schools?
Yes, but to be more specific, one of the things that the statute clearly calls out with regard to audits is that they're auditing who has access to the system. And then when items that would bubble up from the local folks who have their own coordinators at the respective locations, that information would bubble up to this Office of Safe Schools, at which point they would handle it from there.
Okay, I mean, ultimately, Broward County Public School Board is responsible for the safety at these charter schools. So I just want to make sure at the end of the day, whatever we have to say or do or communicate or audit to these charter schools, that we are doing what we need to do. And Mr. Rose, as our chief auditor, please make sure that we are in 100% compliance for what Broward County School Board needs to do to be in compliance with state statutes.
Yes, and that's why I reached out to General Counsel's office to review and determine what exactly are the responsibilities and liabilities of the district in this situation, and I think that's spelled out pretty clearly in the document that I attached to this item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comment?
No comment.
Okay. Okay, so that concludes the items for the workshop today, and at the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. So for December, The advisory committee reports, the district strategic plan, redefining our schools, non-CBA supplemental payment discussion, pre-session legislative update, and district budget update. And in the January workshop, it will again be the advisory committee reports, then the joint board student discussion, mental health, college prep, and policy reviews for human resources, 4.9 corrective action, and legislative affairs. Please note that the order of topics and the scheduling remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion.
And then, Chair?
Yes.
I just want to add the 2 items that were removed from today. We'll try to make them fit in within the next two workshops.
Great, thank you.
And Chair, just one other idea, either on the early workshop in January or the second workshop in January, can we make sure that we get back to the budget?
Superintendent?
I believe the budget item is in December, but we can get back to you on the January one with this once the superintendent's back.
It says that, yeah, December was district budget update.
And I'm proposing, again,
To add
that
one to
every month
January.
we do the budget until we get past
Yes.
the current condition that we're in.
So can we please add it to January workshop? Okay, yes, thank you. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. First, I want to bring up that we're having a community conversation for redefining for Siegel and Whitten Rogers at the Whitten Rogers Media Center on November 19th at 6 p.m. I hope that my colleagues can join us because it is a part of the redefining conversation, and the students at those 2 schools are from all over the district. So every one of you has students who will be impacted by that change. So again, November 19th at 6 p.m. I also wanted to recognize 2 things that are happening this month. This month is Veterans and Military Family Appreciation Month, so I just want to acknowledge and recognize and thank our service members and their families who are sacrificing a lot to keep us safe, and I hope we can continue to celebrate them throughout the month. Also, November is Movember, so you may notice that some men in your lives are growing mustaches to bring awareness to prostate and testicular cancer as well as mental health and suicide awareness among men. Movember is actually like an organization that advocates around men's health. And they've issued a report this year and it's called the Real Face of Men's Health Report in the United States, and it looked at nationally available data. It talked a lot about the life expectancy for men is much lower than it is for women. Mental health concerns and suicide are on the rise for men, with 1 in 4 men reporting poor mental health in the last year. Suicide is the top 5 cause of premature mortality for men. And it identifies different risk factors and different needs facing men's health. And so I just wanted to bring awareness to that. And I also wanted to discuss, we have like a mammogram van that goes around and offers free mammograms. I know the University of Miami has a van called the Game Change van, I believe, and it offers prostate screenings. It's a simple blood test, so I'm wondering if there's a way for us to, as a district, just as we advertise the mammogram vans, partner with the University of Miami and advertise around that so that we can get our men healthy and safe. And then I just wanted to bring up one last piece about school choice, the school choice window. I appreciate staff looking into extending that window and putting that communication on our website per redefining. I do have a concern that it is being done through Focus this year, and I'm wondering if that creates an extra barrier. And with our enrollment concerns, I'm just wondering if anyone at this district has thought through that.
Dr. Fulton.
So thank you for the question. I would have to be able to follow up because I would have to defer to Dr. Wands, and she's not here tonight. So.
Got it. And I guess I would just hope that we're monitoring if the school choice applications are at a lower rates, maybe on a weekly basis than in previous years, just so we can keep an eye on it. Because I am hearing from parents that it does create an additional barrier. And I understand that we're trying to get more people on Focus. But I don't want our enrollment to suffer even further because of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to remind or if you don't know, let everyone know, the district is doing some collection for the people that were affected in Jamaica. So if you'll look at our website, you can either donate items or donate funds. I would encourage all my board members to do that. I went on last night and made a donation. So hopefully everybody will be able to do that. We have a large number of people in our community that were impacted, or their families were impacted by the hurricane, and I hope that we could all step up and help them. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to report back to the board about one of our new K-8 schools, which is the former Coconut Creek Elementary, now Academy of Excellence. I got to tour the 6th grade area, and it was remarkable. It's great learning. Everything was bright, and the kids were just very, very much engaged and really felt happy, because I said, well, what does it feel like to be at your school through 6th grade instead of going on to middle school? And they all really liked it, and most of the kids, which I was happy to hear, were from the neighborhood and get to walk to school. So that'll be awesome, as they continue. And I'm looking forward to many visits there. And I just wanted to share that with my colleagues and the public, because there always is a bit of fear when we do different configurations of schools. So just say this was nice, this was a good thing, and it made me smile all day. So thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind my colleagues that we have 2 additional redefining meetings coming up, one Thursday at Dillard, and then also one next Thursday, November 13th at Miramar High School. We are closing schools in these communities, and I can tell you it is imperative that the entire board shows up and hears from these communities. I've been having community meetings at 12 of my significantly impacted schools, where that is the theme, is that they don't feel like we care about what's going to happen to them. So I understand it's a Thursday night, and I understand that we represent our districts, but I'm planning to be there on Thursday, both Thursdays, and I hope my colleagues join me. Thank you.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I close, Dr. Fulton wanted to add something.
I just wanted to, and thank you, Mrs. Hickson, for providing the information on the hurricane release drive for our friends in Jamaica. We are collecting. We started on October 31st, and the collection period will run until December the 19th. Some of the drop-off locations are any of our regional offices. You can also drop it off at the Bright Star Union headquarters, also at the Broward Teachers Union here at Casey Wright, and also our TSSC building. We are taking all in-kind donations and also monetary donations, and we'd like to thank our partners, our Student Council Association, our Broward PTA, PTSA, our Broward Education Foundation, our Broward Principals and Assistant Principal Association, our Broward Teachers Union, and also our Bright Stars. So this is a collective effort amongst Broward County as a city to be able to support and some of our children are affected too, because they have families over there. So we definitely want to make sure that we do everything and anything to support our friends in Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. We will switch over to the special school board meeting. Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Before we get started, we have to take a vote to extend the time because we are at our 8-hour limit per policy. So we have to vote to extend the time. So I don't want to necessarily give it an actual, let's say for 2 hours, just to give us enough time. All those in favor of extending the meeting for 2 hours, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay. Do we need to take a?
No, you got it. You got the majority.
We got the majority.
Yep.
We did.
Okay. Did Mr. Severo vote?
Zeman said no and Nora said no.
Okay. Just checking. Okay. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statute that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Move.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, direct the superintendent to transfer all remaining funds currently utilized to fund the handy lease agreement. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. It has been moved and seconded to approve item 1. Public comment. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So there are really two issues at hand here. One is, can you legally get out of this lease? And then the other is, to echo the question from this morning, why? Why was this even a thing? I appreciate Ms. Bullman bringing the item, but this demonstrates perfectly why your advisories are important and why it's important to make sure that they are being supported properly. The Facilities Task Force has been tracking, and it's been a recurring item, the move from Rock Island to wherever since the sale happened in 2021. I sent you guys an email with various attachments demonstrating that even when the board tries to be proactive, if that's not what staff wants, that is not what's going to happen. While I was chair of the Facilities Task Force, I managed to get ahead of Sam Bays wanting to move to the TSSC building because we were trying to reduce administrative space, and reusing an administrative building does not get you there. However, this time around, when somebody decided to lease space in the Handy building, we did not find out about it until after the fact. Staff does not attend FTF meetings, and the board item did not mention Rock Island, so it didn't stick out. Plus, it was a couple of weeks after your superintendent had removed me, so I might not have been focused on your agendas to try to stop this before you approved it. So now you've paid rent, wiring's been done, expenses have been incurred, and the public is outraged because it doesn't make any sense. And remember, this is not the first year you've been doing redefining. This is not this is like the second or third year. And I sent you the second attachment was a board member follow-up where staff was requested to do a cost analysis of moving from Rock Island to an under-enrolled school. Do you think they ever did that? No. They brought a presentation in 22. And your now chief of staff can attest to that because his name's all over most of this because he ended up task assigned over facility planning for a period of time. So they never did it. They had 6 pros for moving to TSSC and 1 con, and then 1 pro and 7 cons for moving into a school. So this school board could have seemed proactive, except that staff didn't want that. And then there's been radio silence, misinformation, and this did not need to happen. So I'm interested to hear this conversation about how you get out of this, but how you got into it is even more important, and I will be turning this over to the Inspector General because this was fraud, waste, mismanagement textbook. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to board debate. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. So this item involves a contract, a commercial lease agreement that we approved on June 17, 2025. And I just want to kind of go through a little bit of what the history of this was, or the facts as we knew them to be at the time. So the item was brought, we voted on it. There was a representation on the executive summary that we had either a 90 or 180-day termination clause for convenience, which upon closer review is not actually included in that lease. Then on June 30th, the Schools of Hope legislation was expanded significantly to allow charter school operators that operated Schools of Hope to co-locate in schools that are under capacity. On August 10th, 2025 was the first day of our school, or that week, we realized that we were having a significant under-enrollment that exceeded our expectation, the projections that we had for the school year. And then on October 8th, 2025, we received letters from Mater Academy, one of the School of Hope charter operators, identifying 27 schools in our district that are under capacity that they would like to co-locate in. So this is a very sensitive and important thing that we're addressing right now because of all of those facts. We are in a significant budget deficit situation. We don't have any money, but more importantly, we have space that we need to fill, or we will be vulnerable to having the Schools of Hope come in. And so we are not in a position right now to be in this lease. The south and the central parts of the county in particular are facing redefining. We're discussing proposals to close schools. Ms. Thompson, like she said, is meeting every day with different schools, talking about what's going to happen to them, facing hordes of people that are very upset by this. I've been working with Dr. Wanza to try to find partners to fill space in the schools in District 1. I know other people have. And so we're all working on this, and then we've got this lease out here that's costing $500,000 a year. And while the lease was effective June 17th, my understanding is that we haven't actually moved into it. Presumably we're paying for 2 leases because we still have the Rock Island lease in effect. And the bottom line, and we've also expended costs to wire it and what have you, but we need to cut our losses right now. We have to be very vigilant. We are responsible to the taxpayers, to the people of Broward County, and we have a fiduciary duty to them. And so this is something maybe we could have gotten away with in the past, but this year, in this situation right now, we cannot do this. So, unfortunately, we don't have the quick out that we thought we had, but there is a termination clause. And with all due respect to the landlord, we have to do everything that we can to try to get out of this lease. So I think, we could make a good argument based on the termination clause that's in there. And at the very least, we need to negotiate something, cut our losses, not take any more funds to be moving into this place, and figure out somewhere else. We can take the money that we were going to spend on this lease and renovate another of our properties that we have space in, and also avoid Schools of Hope coming in. So thank you. I look forward to what my colleagues have to say.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bowman, for bringing this item. I think it is imperative, well, two things. So first, I think I probably echo a lot of my colleagues' frustration that the executive summary of the lease said that there was basically an easy out or a termination with or without clause, but then the actual contract language, that was not what was actually in the contract. And back at the original meeting this was passed, I had hesitation because I knew that we did have this under enrollment issue. Was it as significant as we now know? No, we're finding out things every day, but there was that hesitation. And I remember looking at the executive summary and saying, well, there is a termination clause. If we have to enact that, we have that way out. And then to find out later that it's not, it's just very important that the information the staff is delivering to us, we read several contracts every board meeting, that the executive summary is accurate. And then I just want to echo also what Ms. Bowman says. At my community meetings, this contract has been brought up because they're saying you don't have money to keep my school open, but you have money to fund district staff. And that's the sentiment that is echoed throughout all of these conversations. And even though I explain that we are looking at cuts, there will probably be layoffs, there will probably be other contract changes, that's not what people are hearing in the news. And we need to start speaking with our actions and not words. And if there is a way out of this contract, then I think we need to take any option to do so. So I really thank Ms. Bowman for bringing this as rapidly as possible. And unfortunately, I have another community meeting, so I will be joining via video thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just Ms. Batista, since it was brought up, is there a legal way to get out of this contract? Can you maybe address that before we move on?
I will defer to Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. Through the chair, Ms. Hickson, thank you. So this particular lease, like most other outside party lease agreements, doesn't have a termination for convenience provision at all, but it does have the annual appropriations provision. And that's the article that was cited in Ms. Bowman's board item. So Article 21.12 clearly states that performance and obligations of the tenant, school board in this case, shall be contingent upon an annual budgetary appropriation by its governing body, and that if the tenant does not allocate funds for the payment of services or products to be provided under the lease may be terminated by the tenant at the end of the period for which funds have been allocated. So that does give us an avenue to defund and to extricate ourselves and terminate the lease. It doesn't have any exemptions. It doesn't go into detail about the funding mechanisms, et cetera. So at this point, that's really the only mechanism that we have.
Okay, I have more questions, but I'll ask them when it's my turn. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Board Member Bullman, I appreciate you bringing this item to us. I think this is certainly relevant and important that this is brought forth. I did mention even before we had the Hope Schools issue that if we don't act as a board in filling the empty spaces we have. Others will act on our behalf. And I did say that in the past. We do have budget deficits. We are closing schools. Board Member Thompson, who is joining us online shortly, she has schools that are potentially closing in her district. I have schools that are potentially closing in my district. So this is concerning. We have a significant decline in the number in our student population, our student enrollment. This has resulted in significant amount of funding loss. We have just a tremendous amount of empty seats in Broward County. So as a district with emerging financial concerns, leasing spaces is not what we need to do at this time. It is important that we redirect our funds. There are schools in my district and other districts where families have abject poverty. They have economic hardship. There are communities with significant economic hardship, communities with homeless children, schools with major facilities issues. We have to be very, very careful and responsible in how we spend money. We have teachers who deserve to be paid more. We have students who are not getting the maximum resources because we have funding issues. So this is concerning. And so I thank Board Member Bullman to bring this forth, because we're just not in a position at this time to be leasing spaces when we have significant amount of emergent spaces because of declining student enrollment. So thank you, Board Member Bullman. Appreciate it.
Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two aspects I want to address on this. First and foremost, I want to talk about the wasteful spending aspect of this, and then I'm going to get into the executive summary fiasco that happened with all of this. I can certainly appreciate the fact that this contract was voted on back in June. Obviously, before the school year started for this year, before we got our enrollment numbers in. And I'm also happy to see that it would appear that this is coming back because some folks are displeased with how all of this went down. I don't think it's any secret that this county is hemorrhaging money. We are operating at a deficit. We're losing students. We're losing staff members. And certainly the current business model, as I've said many times, is not one that is sustainable. We certainly should not be spending millions of dollars on office space when we have empty schools and other buildings that are not at capacity. And I realize this contract was entered into before we got the letter from the letters from the Mater Academy. But in my mind, this was a mistake from the very get-go, and we need to find a way out of this contract. And I hope this board will support me in instructing our council to exercise whatever option, whether it's provision 2112 or not, on finding a way to get out of this terrible, terrible contract that will cost this district millions of dollars if we do not take immediate action. That being said, my question to the general counsel is this. Ms. Batista, pursuant to Article 21.12, are you confident that this is a viable way for us to terminate this contract with any potential financial liability from the landlord?
Mr. Cooney?
There's no way that we can prohibit any kind of litigation against the school board, if that's what the question is. It is the most viable mechanism to terminate the contract as it is written.
And I agree with you, Mr. Cooney, and that leads into my next question. In the majority of contracts I've reviewed, which I tend to do, being a lawyer by trade on this board, I do read contracts that are presented. I found it to be that it's our standard language that we generally have termination provisions in our contracts, whether they be 90 days, 120 days, or 180 days, whatever it may be. We usually have that clutch, that termination provision. Why was that not a part of this contract with Handy?
So this is not our form of agreement. So this is a 33-page agreement that Handy authored and provided to us for our review. So the provisions in there are perfectly legal. staff is perfectly well able to recommend the agreement under the terms provided. When I looked at it initially, it's 43 pages actually, I noticed that many of these terms and conditions are not favored by the school board, and we don't typically have them. And so that's it. So the agreement itself was legal as to form and content. It was a onerous, one-sided type agreement, but a legal agreement nonetheless.
I'm certainly not suggesting that the contract in question was not legal. I mean, it's a contractual agreement. Parties can generally in this state contract for whatever they want, right? Correct. My question is, if it's standard for this district and for this county to have provisions, termination provisions in most of our contracts that allow us to get out, basically as a matter of convenience, why was that not bargained for, and why was that not included in here? Were you presented with a contract in which you were told, take it or leave it, these are our terms? Were there no back and forth?
Well, I don't typically get asked to engage in negotiation with the opposing party, so this is one of those cases I was not asked to engage anybody.
So I want to make sure I understand the process. Okay, we were in the market for a property. We found one that we liked, apparently. And for the record, most of this, if not all of this negotiating, I believe would have happened in early 2025, maybe even going back to 2024, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So we find the property that we like. We contact the landlord, and what do we say? Just give us a lease and we'll sign it? What was the procedure?
I think you have to redirect the questions because I'm not involved in any of that. Our office is not typically involved in this stuff at all.
I'm trying to wrap my head around how we get such a one-sided contract that we don't negotiate with. I mean, I see some of the edits that your office does, that the general counsel's office does. I generally agree with a lot of our form contracts and the language and the verbiage in that. I'm just trying to find out why, in this particular case, we did not have our standard termination provision.
This is not a form of agreement, again, and we do not impose upon an opposite party a termination provision that we would typically have in our form of agreement. That's not something that administration would impose upon the agreement. And especially when it comes to commercial leases that are drafted by the opposite party, I've never seen one that come through our office that contains a termination without cause provision.
Dr. Fulton, can you have staff that did the contract or negotiations, if it wasn't through legal counsel, answer Mr. Silvera's questions?
So I would first say Maryland. If it didn't go through legal, who would it go through?
So do you want to explain what the process is for this contract in particular?
Right, well, in my understanding, on any lease agreement, it would go through portfolio management department, so Mr. Acabuso's department.
Okay, so Chief Paul.
Okay. Ms. Paul.
So that is correct. It will start with Mr. Acabuso, but it goes to legal for form content and, just to make sure that it's legally sufficient. So that has been the process since I've been here.
I want to make sure I understand this. We get a contract from a landlord or from any vendor. It goes to Mr. Acabuso's office first to make sure, I assume substantively it has everything we need. And then it goes to our legal department, and our legal department does not have the ability to negotiate the terms of the contract in any way, shape, or form for the betterment of this district? Is that how we operate? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, are you directing that to me?
I'm directing it to either you or Ms. Batista. Was what I just said accurate?
We have the ability to negotiate, yes, but that's not the course of business that we've taken in the past with regards to leases.
It's not your course of business to review a binding lease agreement to make sure that the district...
I review them.
Okay, you review them.
Don't negotiate them.
Okay, and you don't negotiate.
No.
You just make sure that they're legally feasible, that there's not an indentured servitude provision in here or something crazy.
We identify provisions in the agreements that are not typical and are not favored but we don't strike them and remove them. So we bring that to the attention of the department that's bringing the lease forward and presenting it to the school board for a consideration of approval. And that's what we did in this case as well.
After your review of this contract, in which you decided not to negotiate a potential termination provision, did you go back to Mr. Acapulco's office and say, hey, this is missing? This doesn't have, we usually have those types of outs. We don't have it here. Did you bring that to anybody's attention?
I didn't bring the termination provision to their attention, but I did bring other provisions to their attention, and I did not get any feedback.
Why was the termination provision not brought back to Mr. Acapulco's office?
In my experience, looking at outside leases that are not our form of agreement, they typically don't have a termination for convenience. A lease, a commercial lease agreement, do not typically have them. So this does have an out with regards to funding. If you don't have the funds, then that's your mechanism to terminate. So therefore, that satisfied any kind of minimal legal need to protect the district. There's no reason to have questioned why administration was going to present the lease to the board for consideration and for the need for the lease. There was no red flags that were raised on this.
If I'm a landlord trying to rent a commercial property for $2.5 million, of course I'm not going to give you a termination for convenience provision in the lease. Nobody in their right mind would do that. If they did that, they wouldn't be a very good landlord. It's on us to find things like that. And I know we've done it in the past. I've seen them. I'm struggling to understand why it was not done in this case. And it's so important, Mr. Cooney, because apparently somebody thought that it was because they put it in an executive summary. It's not that crazy. It's not that outlandish of an idea. If someone from staff put it in an executive summary, somebody thought it was in there, even though it wasn't. I'd like to move on, Chair, if I may. I think I've gotten the information that I need. In regarding the executive summary aspect of this, I don't know what's worse, the executive summary or the fact that we didn't have the needed provision in here. I've said this before, and I'm certainly not being braggadocious by any stretch of the imagination, but I am a lawyer by trade. I read, I draft, I interpret, and I sue over contracts as a profession. So arguably I have a leg up on, as opposed to some of my colleagues who maybe don't deal with contracts as much as I do on a regular or a professional basis. A lot of us rely very heavily, Chair, on these executive summaries. They do. They look for the importance, they look for the substance, they look for the proverbial meat and potatoes within whatever's being presented to us without having to necessarily do a deep dive like I do into a 44-page contractual agreement with other parties. This mistake in the executive summary would have led the reader into thinking that we had a way out via a potential 180-day notice of termination provision. That's what was presented in the executive summary. The problem is, obviously, as we know, that there was no such provision allowing for a termination. The actual language in the lease agreement was the polar opposite. It wasn't a termination provision. It was you need to give 180 days if you want to extend for an additional 5-year terms. How on earth was that confused? The summary in all regards could not have been more wrong. And when we finally uncover this, there's some media stories on it. Some of us become aware of what's happened, and we ask for backup documentation. And what do we get? We get another memo saying that there was a Scrivener's error in the original version of what presented to us. Now, believe me, Chair, there's no irony that is lost in all of this. In the most recent memo, which spelled the word Scrivener's error wrong, it spelled it with a B as opposed to a C.
I don't mean to cut you off.
I'm going to finish, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I'm going to finish, Chair, if I may. So there is no irony lost in the fact that we misspelled Scrivener's error in the executive follow-up memo that we got. However, what really irked me about all of this is a Scrivener's error is if somebody misspells my name. Somebody puts an extra M at the end of my name. That's a Scrivener's error. Or if I get an extra hyphen in a name, that's a Scrivener's error. A Scrivener's error is not when you mix up whether or not a contract can be terminated or extended by 180-day notice. That is not a Scrivener's error. This, in my mind, Chair, is unacceptable. And I'd like to ask the following question. Chair, who drafted the original executive summary that was presented to this board before the June 17th vote was taken? And who drafted the executive follow-up summary that we got explaining that this was a quote-unquote Scrivener's error?
I'll have Dr. Fulton answer that, and then we'll have to move to another board member on the list because we have a policy about 5 minutes, and we're way beyond 5 minutes.
I appreciate the extra time.
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. Ms. Paul?
Both were out of my department.
I'm sorry, was that a punt? I heard
No,
that it
was
was
her
out of my
answer.
department.
She said it was her
department.
Her department.
Okay. Do we know who in the department drafted it?
I approved it.
Okay. Did you draft it?
No, out of my leasing department, real estate and leasing department, but I approved it, so I'm responsible.
And was that the first original executive summary and the follow-up that we received with the Scrivener's error explanation?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional safeguards, Ms. Paul, that we can put in place in your department to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Definitely in terms of if we enter into a contract, making sure that we coordinate with legal to make sure that the termination clause is included.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. This body made a mistake, and it's easy to point fingers at other people, but I'll point out every time you do that, you're pointing 3 fingers at yourself. It's our responsibility to review contracts. It's our responsibility to ask questions, and it's on the Broward County School Board for making this mistake. I don't think that we can walk away from our own responsibility. I think we got to own this as well. We're going to terminate this contract tonight. All the other details, we ought to take some time and think through these processes. We have certainly learned some things about legal review and about negotiations in Broward County that are surprises to some of us, and we need to tighten those up and make sure that this board is aware of everything that we have to approve. Clearly, the legal review was different than we expected, and that's an area in which we can make some dramatic improvements. But at the end of the day, we had this item in our agenda packet. We had time to review it. We could have asked more questions, and I'm just not going to point fingers at the staff and say it is the lawyer's fault, it's the real estate department's fault, it's our chief operating officer's fault. We blew this with a capital W and a capital E. This is our mistake. And so if we're going to cancel this, which is great, and I appreciate that, Ms. Bowman did some amazing work to get this to us. The damage will be minimal. We will find space for the staff that we're going to go there in better spaces. And I'll remind people that we're doing a bunch of other things to save money too. We are closing this building. We voted 9-0 to do that. We are actively moving lease space into this building. We are moving staff from buildings that we have sold or leased into schools, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible going forward with this space in Broward County. So this is a black eye. Let's take it as a black eye. Let's heal. Let's fix the things we need to fix and we can fix, and let's move on. Thankful that this had minimal damage, and thankful to the people that are still here to help us fix this. Madam Superintendent, if you don't mind, could we get a follow-on from you of lessons learned from this particular item, you know, both for kind of general staff improvements and for school board improvements to make sure that we don't do this again?
So that is a yes, and thank you, Dr. Zeman. We actually are prepared to do an after action after this board meeting, and we are ready and able to follow the direction of the board.
Thank you. And Chair, last question. Did this cost us any money?
Dr. Fulton.
Defer that to Ms. Paul.
Yes, it did. It was the deposit that we put down, the 80,000 plus 42.5. Hold on, let me make sure I have the right numbers. Oh, thank you. So it was the deposit we put down, $85,000 plus the rent for June, which was 19.8, and then the subsequent rent was 42.5. We have not paid the November bill.
Terrific. So there's more of a cost than anybody should be happy with, right? And that's very unfortunate, but we are fixing the problem. I hope, Madam Superintendent, that we can learn from this and make sure that that we are more thoughtful about how we describe things and we do things in a different way. I, for one, Ms. Superintendent, is going to be looking very hard at kind of the relationship between our different departments negotiating versus a legal review of that negotiation to make sure that our side is fully represented. I think we have to accept the way things have been, and that's not the way you do things in the modern world. As Mr. Severa pointed out, lawyers need to be fully empowered to do what lawyers do well, which is to ensure that we get the best deal that we can out of every deal. Even if it's a pre-formatted contract from someone else, we've got to do, as a body, we've got to spend other people's money with a great degree of fidelity. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I agree with Dr. Zeman that this board needs to take responsibility for this as well. Like you said, it's easy to try to blame other people. I think we all can take some accountability, at least those of us who voted for this item. I appreciate Ms. Paul taking ownership for her department, and I appreciate Dr. Fulton informing us that they will be doing an after action on this after this meeting. But I still have some questions and concerns. So can someone again help me understand the process for negotiating this contract, like the collaboration that happened between our real estate department and legal?
So, Ms. Paul and Ms. Batista.
So the process is that not just for this contract, but in general, the user department, which would be in this case the real estate department, would identify whatever lease they're looking for or space they're looking for. That's something that department would do. Once they find that space, they would negotiate from usually our template a lease with that other party. In this particular case, for whatever reason, they accepted the contract that was presented by the landlord. Once those items are negotiated by that department, be it in this case a real estate department, in other cases it could be any other user department, then it comes to legal to review as to substance and form, and that's what we sign off on. If we obviously see something that is different from what we normally would see, as in this case, Mr. Cooney, I know, wrote a couple of emails to that department, and he did not receive a response as to some issues that he identified with the contract. And, from that point forward, from my department's view, if operations of the district would like to have a particular agreement for whatever reason, we do not question the business operation part of the deal. We only look at it to make sure that it is legally sufficient.
Okay, I didn't know. Did Ms. Paul want to add anything?
Mrs. Paul?
No, I don't.
Okay. Why do we know why Mr. Cooney did not receive a response to his email flagging certain issues in the contract?
Ms. Batista?
No, we do not.
Mrs. Paul?
That is something I have to look into. I was not aware of that.
Okay, so it sounds like to me that there is a communication lapse that I think should be unacceptable for our standards. So I hope that that is remedied. I heard Mr. Cooney say that this seemed like an onerous, one-sided agreement. So why didn't our team negotiate something that wasn't onerous and one-sided?
Is that a question for Mrs. Paul?
It's legal.
Staff? Dr. Fulton?
Directing that to legal?
Well, it's been established legal doesn't negotiate that piece, so it would have to be.
Let me ask a different question. Did legal represent that this was an onerous, one-sided agreement to staff in any way?
Ms. Batista?
I believe so, yes.
I didn't use the term onerous, but I said that there's multiple provisions that are not favored by the SPUC, such as indemnification and the duty to defend the landlord, et cetera. I didn't use the term onerous, but in my words, you have a 43-page lease agreement. It's well-written, but certainly in favor of the landlord.
So you use the words not, there are several provisions that are not favored by SBBC?
Correct.
And
that
you
are
did
legal,
not,
but they're not favored.
right.
Right.
And you did not receive a response to that?
No.
Is that acceptable?
No.
Okay. What message does this send to other organizations as we look to do real estate transactions in the coming months and years?
Dr. Fulton?
Well, seeing it play out like this, certainly it doesn't make any other businesses or anything look like they want to go into an agreement with us if we entered a contract and now we're perhaps probably putting a pause. So I can see where there's questions and concerns regarding why we got here and how we got here.
I guess I look at it from a different perspective. If I'm an organization looking to do a real estate transaction with us, and we agreed to an agreement that was not favored by us, it looks like we are open for people to exploit us, and that is certainly not my position. And it's very concerning to me given the position we are in with under-enrollment and so on and so forth, with what we're trying to do with our schools. So I guess I'll ask what I think are the most important questions, which are what accountability measures are being taken to remedy the fact that the nature of this agreement was misrepresented to the board?
Dr. Fulton?
So like I said earlier, we definitely have to do an after action and determine where the gaps were or where did we not follow process or procedure and make sure that we hold those accountable for anything that went outside of what is expected to whenever we're doing an agreement or at least an agreement with anyone.
Okay. And then the same question goes to the fact, what accountability measures are we going to take regarding the fact that we were presented with an agreement that was onerous and one-sided and not favored by us? Because I'll tell you what, the board members up here, we are being held accountable in the court of public opinion. We're getting the phone calls and we are embarrassed by our vote on this. But how is staff being held accountable for not doing more to protect this institution from an agreement that was not favorable to us?
So certainly, as Ms. Paul stated, we definitely have to go back and check with the owner of the the person that entered the agreement on our side would be CPS, and to see how we did not work in conjunction or in collaboration with legal, because certainly when it comes to agreements, we certainly want legal to be the biggest advisor on that, making sure we're entering an agreement that is not in favor of anyone else, but in favor of us.
Thank you. If we vote yes on this item, can we expect legal action from the organization that we entered into the agreement with?
Ms. Batista.
Mr. Coney.
It depends. I obviously wouldn't want to get into the details of what would be favorable to them versus us, but it depends on the relationship that we currently have with Handy. I know we have other lease agreements teed up that have not come to the board yet with Handy, so perhaps there's room for negotiation.
If there were to be legal action, and I guess it would depend on what that would look like, do we have any idea of how much that would cost us? Or is that too far in the future?
I couldn't range a guess right now. It would really depend on if there was a complaint filed, what they filed, and how they articulated that. So no, I couldn't give you a guess at this point. Sorry.
Okay. I appreciate Ms. Bowman bringing this forward. I really hope that the commitments that were made here tonight around doing an after action, holding individuals accountable, so that this does not happen again, putting safeguards in place so that this does not happen again, and sending the message that we are not up for exploitation when you're doing business with us. I really hope that we make good on those commitments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. This has been a debacle from the get-go when the standard clause to end the contract was not included. I understand that the review from legal is customary, but the other party created the document. So I'm incredibly disappointed that the contract still went forward, even though our attorneys on record stated it was not in our best interest. I have a few questions. Did the superintendent's office have the attorney's hesitance on record?
Dr. Fulton.
I don't think so.
If not, which is where I thought you were going to answer, then we have a bigger problem. Okay, why was this hesitance not shared with the board and certainly with the superintendent before the vote?
Ms. Batista.
Well, hindsight is 2020, but normally that's not the procedure, right? We try to work with the user department and not elevate a situation to, the superintendent or the board. And, the process would be that department would, obviously respond to us and try to negotiate better terms with the guidance from legal.
Thank you for that. But it still doesn't really answer the question as to how it kept going forward when there were moments along the way that could have been stopped. Also, I want to thank the advocates and people from committees that were here today, because they are the canary in the mine. And this certainly, to even get it to the point to have this conversation and awareness, was from advocates and asking questions. And I wrote and I asked for follow-up, which Mr. Mr. Cervera so eloquently said that, there was errors in the follow-up, but also incorrect information about us being able to get out of it. So bringing it back to that point. So I was doing quick math, English major, so give me a little grace. We lost close to $147,000. Is that correct?
Mrs. Paul.
I was adding the numbers up from you, 85, 19, and 800, 42.5.
Yes, ma'am.
that comes to,
I should have did it. You're correct.
oh, I thought you said that isn't the number.
No, I was saying you're correct.
Yes, okay, thank you. I was like, oh my gosh, now I'm a math major. So we lost that money, and yes, that was my next part, is that what can we expect? And I know we don't want to actually put out our bargaining aspect, but we do have the other ones with Handy that are in the wings. I would certainly pull every single one of them and make sure that they are vetted with our learned attorneys and given the opportunity to work with the real estate staff and get answers beforehand, and certainly not come here. One of the reasons why I'm disappointed is we took a long time to get here as a board to try to get the confidence back from the community, and this doesn't help moving forward with that. And the fact that erroneous information or incorrect information was shared, that's not a good look on us either. So, what's going on? Am I okay?
No, sorry, you're fine.
No, so I'm looking forward to the after report, but I also think that we need to really take a deeper dive than that, and find out how the heck this happened. So, thanks.
Thank you. I have a quick question. So I think we're missing some dollars in the total, because we said there was the deposit, June and July, but what happened to August and September and October? You said we didn't pay November, but I'm guessing we paid August, September, and October as well. So that would be another 42,500 times 3.
I have, if I may, Mr. Shim will explain that, the dollars.
Okay.
Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Yes, it would be $85,000 for the deposit, $19,833 for June, and then $42,500 for July, August, September, and October. That's been paid, for a total of about $275,000 or just under.
Okay. Well, I mean, just to point out that it wasn't just the 1 month, because that was not clear. So I just have a couple of questions. First, early on when School Board Member Bowman was talking, she mentioned something about paying lease to both Rock Island and Handy. I just want to be clear. We own Rock Island, yes? We don't pay lease.
No, we sold it.
So we're paying a lease to them to stay in there.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Paul, but I know we sold the property.
Okay.
We sold the property, and we are not paying a lease to be at Rock Island. What we are responsible for is the maintenance for the areas that we occupy, and then after that, after we get out, the Urban League will tear down that whole facility.
Okay, but we're not leased.
No,
not
we're
paying
not.
a lease. Okay, thank you. A couple. So I guess my other question, and I'm sure people are listening. We do have a long-standing relationship with Handy, and sort of to Mrs. Leonardi's insinuations that she was giving over there. You know what? Handy does a lot with our homeless community. They do a lot with us as a district. So I just want to know how the district would frame this in a way that doesn't hurt the partnership that we have had with Handy for a long time. I do have a concern also with the idea that in terms of a lawsuit, we did fund this in our budget. So to back out of that at this point, I think would be my concern. I get it for the next school year and on, but it's already been budgeted. We already went into an agreement with them, and I'm not saying I don't want to get out of it, but I'm just looking at the legal part of what would that look like. We're halfway into this year. already. So if Mr. Cooney could just kind of give his thought on, is that something that would be a big flag? Is that what it?
Yeah, now we're getting into the details of something that I would
Okay.
need to contend with.
Okay, so I have a concern about that. And I just, on a flip side, want to say most of the time, we're complaining that our legal department is looking into things too much and that it's taking long because they're putting the items back and forth. So I do want to just say that, you know, the legal department often does do the job of looking at a contract and looking out for the best interest of the district. So I don't want anyone to walk away here thinking that legal doesn't do that on a regular basis, because I can tell you from many conversations with Ms. Batista that that definitely happens. So I appreciate the item. I do agree that we should be putting our staff in places in our own schools and places where we have space, but I do have a huge concern about how this alters and affects our very positive and needed relationship with Handy if we just back out in the middle as opposed to finishing a year that's being funded already, and not moving forward in the next school year. So those are my thoughts. And we'll finish up with Mrs. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple of follow-ups about the legal beating that legal's taking right now. Because, you know, I also do this for my day job. So a commercial lease agreement is generally very pro-landlord. That's not an unusual thing that's to have happen. That's how they write them. So the fact that the executive summary said that there was a termination clause was amazing to me, and I thought, hey, great, this is great. I actually think that the allocation clause was very good. I believe Mr. Cooney put that into the lease, so that is very helpful to us. Oh, it was already there? Okay, so then, I mean, so that was good. I don't think that the lease is particularly terrible or unusual. But I do think that there's an overarching issue of why we're having this lease brought to us in the first place when we are under-enrolled, have a ton of space, and plenty of places to put people. And in fact, again, like I said in the beginning, you know, we're out there trying to protect our schools, trying to represent our communities, try to do the least amount of damage, and here we are fighting over a lease that we should have never had in front of us, as far as I'm concerned. In terms of our relationship with Handy, this is a tough one, but this is business, and we've been through a day of very tough budget realities. And so we're going to have to make some tough decisions. I think it's going to come down to this as well. I mean, and obviously we don't know how much it would cost to litigate. You know, ideally we would work out an agreement with Handy and get out of the lease. We've already paid them a ton of money. And if you look on the other side of it, we are going to have to pay a ton of money to move everybody into the Handy building and then move everybody out of the Handy building. I mean, there's money that's going to be spent somewhere. So we have to figure out how we want to cut our losses. I'm not sure what other leases are coming down the pike, but again, we have a lot of space that we need to fill up, and Schools of Hope coming, breathing down our necks. We've only had letters from one of, I believe, 7 different operators. So I think it behooves us to be looking into how we're going to be renovating our schools to make it work for us, because that's where we need to be putting our priorities. So there's a lot of unknowns, but we're going to be spending money either way. So I just hope that as a district, we're not getting any more of these proposals coming to us, and we're figuring out how we're going to use the space that we have effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. And I
Call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. No. I had something I wanted to add. What? All right. All those in favor of the item say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say
Aye.
no. Any opposed? I don't hear Dr. Zeman on the phone. Or Dr. Holness.
Aldous, yes.
No, we got that. Dr. Holness, are you on the line?
I'm sharing them all on the line.
But I didn't hear them answer.
Let me make sure they unlock the mute just in case.
Okay.
I don't think they're muted, but.
Well, that is answered.
Yeah. I thought Becca said.
Sorry, did you get me? I said yes.
Yes, I got the two of you on. Just didn't hear Dr. Zeman or Dr. Holness.
Yeah.
I got that. Thanks. So minus Dr. Holness and Dr. Zeman. So it's 7-0. So the motion passes. Okay, the scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Before I do that, I just want to mention real quick that there were also other things attached to moving into Handy. So we asked what we paid to Handy, but there's a couple $10,000 that also went into wiring and stuff. So I just wanted that on the record. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Have a great day.
You've reached out.